What a day of Dota we have ahead of us. I'm still reeling from yesterday. Some of the all-time best games, best series, best matches we've ever witnessed on LAN were played.
حرفيا بالامس اعزائنا المشاهدين شاهدنا من افضل الى ما كان افضل ايام دوتا في العالم في تاريخها بالكامل، بعد ما شفنا مباريات ولحظات ما حد كان يتوقع نتيجتها. انا جدا مبسوط اني اكون هنا في المسرح، واليوم بيكون ايضا من اكبر الايام اللي عندنا في التاريخ.
I can't believe it right now. How are we supposed to top a day like yesterday? Broodmother taking the Ancient, barely any HP, tier 5 neutral items deciding things. I don't really know. We can only go up.
Nobody really knows. سونامي اعزائنا المشاهدين اللي امس فاتوا الجيم 23 سافج كان عنده الفرصه انه ممكن يقدر يفوز الجيم، بس ضيعها وضيع معها $1,000,000 ما قدر انه ياخذها. تيم ليكويد تاهلوا، نفس الكلام بسبيريت بي بي تي بنفس الموقف صار، كنا مفكرين انه بي بي تي راح يفوز الجيم، سبيريت جاء واخذها من جديد. كل الحالتين اذا انت ما شفت مباريات الامس if you missed yesterday's matches you missed a lot.
Fancy, what's going on with you, man? Are you feeling good? How are you? Come on now.
I'm sorry, Tsunami. Like I couldn't really get any sleep last night.
What?
Yeah,
why?
I just went to bed and I was thinking of putting myself into 23 Savage shoes, and I just couldn't get any sleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't fun.
Fair. But you know, lucky for him, he gets today off, and he's not eliminated.
True.
We all love a underdog redemption tale. Yeah. Meanwhile, our first series, the team that wins this one is going to have to play twice today.
بالضبط، اللي ما يدري ايضا بيكون عندنا فرصه اننا نشوف التيمز اللي راح يلعبون في الجيم الاول انهم راح يلعبون مرتين اليوم، المره الاولى بتكون في الجيم هذا، المره الثانيه بتكون في اخر جيم عندنا في البست 3 حقت اليوم.
All right, so we getting your energy back. You see the stakes. We got 20 teams when we started out. 8 teams left right now, Fancy.
فقط بيكون عندنا 5 فرق معنا اعزائنا المشاهدين، راح نشوف من اللي منهم بيتاهل لانه ما بقى الا 3 ايام، ونبي نعرف مين اللي بيكون صاحب هذا التروفي في هذه السنه من رياض ماسترز، فخلونا على طول نجيب الفريق الاول.
That's what I'm talking about. Now for this matchup in particular, it's also a little bit of revenge on the line, because last time these two faced off on LAN, besides our group stage where they split, it was the Bali Major, where Gaiman knocked down Quest to lower bracket.
But they couldn't have done it so easily because they had to go to game 3 to be able to do that. برضو نذكركم اعزائنا المشاهدين في بالي ميجر تواجهوا G.Gladiators مع كويست اي سبورتس وقدروا انهم ياخذون منهم الفوز. G.Gladiators لان زي ما احنا عارفين هم كانوا الجراند تشامبيونز اصلا في هذه البطوله، لكن اضطروا انهم يروحون للجيم الثالث، فكان في فرصه انهم يروحون يمطلون شوي، لكن الان ما راح يكون عندهم فرصه ثانيه لان كل الفريقين في اللور براكت.
Yesterday was amazing, but we got to send some more teams home. So let's get this elimination series underway. Quest Esports! If you love to watch a lower bracket run, you may have just found your new favorite team. They had to go through play-ins, they had to go through group stage, they had to go through playoffs, and now they're making a way through the lower bracket.
كويست اي سبورتس الفريق اللي الى الان ما حد فاهم كيف يقدروا يوصلون للنقطه هذه، حرفيا فاجئوا العالم وتاهلوا من البلاي اوفز من المينا، راحوا بلاي-انز، راحوا جروب ستيج، راحوا ابر براكت في البلاي اوفز، والان هم في اللور براكت في اخر فرصه لهم للاستمرار في البطوله، لكن خصمهم مو اي خصم هذا اللي تكلمنا عنه كثير انه هو يعتبر الفريق الافضل في العالم، كلمه ما هي بسيطه، خلونا نرحب فيهم. رحبوا معنا بجيمنج جلاديترز. ابطال البرلين ميجر، ابطال الليما ميجر، ابطال البالي ميجر، والان هم بيكونون الابطال اللي قريبين جدا من أنهم يكونون أبطال رياض ماسترز أيضا، لكن الفريق هذا في تاريخه بالكامل ما عمره خسر مباراة في البلاي أوف في الأبر براكت. اليوم تغير تاريخهم هذا بعد ما نشوفهم في اللور براكت بيكون فرصتهم الأخيرة للتأهل إلى النهائيات.
What many would consider to be the undisputed best team in the world, a lot of claims are now starting to be made to the opposite. You are starting to see vulnerabilities. And after having a target on your back for 6 months, it's no surprise that everyone has had their eyeballs set on destroying G.Gladiators, but it's easier said than done.
That's exactly right. زين المشاهدين، اللي كل المقابلات اللي احنا مرينا فيها مع كل اللاعبين كل مرة نسألهم مين الفريق اللي أنت حاب إنك تواجهه، مين الفريق اللي حاب إنك تهزمه، كلهم يقولون G.Gladiators. الكل عينه على هذا الفريق، الكل يبغى يهزم هذا الفريق لأنه يدري إنه هو الفريق المرشح الأول للفوز في رياض ماستر بالكامل، لكن كوست هم أكيد قدها.
All right, Noob, we watched your video earlier. You ranked Quinn as one of your highest, most competitive mid laners. You ready to get it started then? Let's do it, gentlemen! To your seats, and let's see this game underway.
قبل شوي شاهدنا مقابلة سريعة عمر كان يقول فيها هو نوب انه الافضل في الميد لين هو كوين، والان راح يواجهون كوين في الميد. خلونا نشوف اذا يقدرون يسوون الشيء هذا ولا لا. توفيق كل الفريقين على طول مع الاستوديو.
Thank you so much, Fancy and Tsunami. Yes, getting ready for the first series of the day here. Quest Gaming Gladiators, and I want to start talking about Quinn versus Noob because, I mean, he mentioned it. He considers Quinn to be the best mid laner in the world. Quinn, in his own words, after their victory over Tundra, feels like he hasn't been playing the best this tournament. So I want to look towards the mid lane with the draft on our screen soon in mind. Effie, you want to set up both Noob and Quinn for success. What is the key part in this?
I think for Quinn, I would like to see something that isn't Pangolier in the first phase this game.
Yeah.
But for the most part, the setup for success is just going to be decided in the opener. When it comes to Gaming Gladiators, most teams have been opting to ban IO plus Brood in that first phase, but maybe the Brood's going to get given away, and they have some kind of strategy for it, or a steal for it themselves.
Leaving Ace's Brood in?
I mean, Tundra stole it when they left it in. So maybe if Quest prepared some response like that, that would be very cool. But as for Quinn, I just really hope we don't see that first phase Pango unless it's an overall 8th pick and it looks solid in the first 2. Because I feel like Pangolier has been underperforming a lot as a hero this tournament, and they just default to drafting it so early that Liquid exploited it very hard.
Yeah, it's sitting at about a 45% win rate, which is not great. And I think the most telling thing about it is that you'll have a great player play Pango. They'll have an amazing early game. This happened in Noob, in fact. And then they just like lose anyways. It's something of an interesting position for the hero. It's like its late game carry potential just isn't quite what it used to be compared to other heroes.
So what are you gonna look for Purge or PPM? Yeah.
I think a better thing for Quest is they play Primal Beast better than Gaming. Gaming doesn't play Primal Mist too much, but also Quest they didn't play Broodmother. So I'm looking forward to like a Quest they can get Primal Beast for Noob, and I think it's a very good counter for Queen.
All right, well, we're going to find out. We see that the draft has begun, so those first couple of bans will come in. And I do want to point out that we did see, and I think everybody also already knew, one of the answers to the questions that Omar asked Noob, what's my favorite hero? It's the Rubik. I think that one was very clear from their overall first phase Rubik opener picking so many games so far, but we've also seen that shift because we have seen teams now prioritizing, sometimes banning the Rubik Effie against this team, which is the only team that it gets Rubik banned against them.
Yeah, that's very true, but I think wasting a ban on Rubik when you have to have some kind of counterplay to exploit it is a little bad, because I think the strategy that Gaming could take actually is that they leave in the Rubik and the Primal Beast if they have second pick. So if they have a second pick, maybe they can give away Rubik, take something like a Coddle plus Storm for Quinn, and then Quest will take their Primal Beast instead of a Storm counter on 8 because that's something they default to. And I feel like a lot of teams have had success doing something like that. OG, I believe, attempted that kind of opener versus them, and it was pretty successful.
Oh, there's a hero on the screen, and it's Rubik.
We need to see the bands here,
Yeah.
though, to understand what
I'm sure we'll see them soon. We'll see them
approach
soon.
this
Looks like it's a Quest first pick.
Yeah, it does look like that for sure. We'll get the draft up momentarily. In the meantime, just a reminder that these two teams are no strangers to one another. They have played in these group stages already. We've seen them in the groups. They tied, both being from Group A and seeded into the upper bracket.
Mars?
Oh wait, so yeah, that was a Mars in front of Quest, so they did not pick Rubik. That was Gladiators opening with Rubik, and they go for Mirana. That's Omar's follow-up, second best hero. In the last week, they played 5 times. They won every single game, so I think this is fine.
So it's gaming still the Rubik, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That's interesting.
Which is
They
fine
have
for
two
them.
very good Rubik players.
Yeah.
And now they could potentially go for the Enigma. We need to see the bands, though, to understand.
Yeah,
How
I'm
this
sure.
gonna
I'm
happen.
sure we're gonna see them in just a second. You know, sometimes the slow morning start sometimes
does,
gets
it
us
does.
Just
slow.
zoom that camera out. We would
Just a little bit of a zoom
This is a
out.
bit of a zoom out. We would get all the information. There we go. All right, we got the IO and the Brood band on the side of Quest. We got Primal Beast and Snapfire band on the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Makes sense. They ban the opposite team's
I'm
annoying
quite
hero they
surprised
play.
they pick Underlord on not Timbersaw here.
I agree. The Underlord is an ace specialty hero, but Timbersaw I feel is a much higher priority hero, especially when it comes to playing against Mars. Like, Timbersaw is just a more effective solution on ace pick to Mars than Underlord would be. But maybe they're doing this because they have a plan where they think that Quest could be preparing for an illusion hero, or they just think that Underlord in general is better versus TA2000's hero pool than Timbersaw.
And Underlord also buys more defensive items than Timbersaw does, and I would argue that Mirana plus Mars is all about killing. So maybe Underlord will mitigate the damage a little bit better than the aggressive playstyle that Mars would.
We've got a lot of bonus time used for the second ban phase right here, so that is slightly unusual, but we'll start by banning out the Undying. We will get the draft up in a little bit, don't worry, it's being worked on. But in the meantime, I mean, luckily we have great overlay within the arena that we can see things from.
I feel for Quest, the 15th pick, best option is Phoenix, but maybe will got banned. Also, I think Oracle is a good choice against Underlord.
They instead ban out the Undying in the second phase, and an Ember Spirit banned by Quest.
I like the Undying ban by Gaiman because I feel like Quest were probably looking at that hero as their 5 for carry since it is one of their popular first phases, but they need some kind of lane secure versus this Underlord, and Undying would have provided it the best. Now that it's gone, I think Phoenix or Silencer for Quest seem like a good pick for position 5.
I think Oracle may be better than Silencer.
Why are you sold on Oracle?
Because it's you can avoid the Underlord damage, and I think it's like it make your gameplay easier and make your team fight more solid.
I'm a fan of Oracle as a hero, and I feel like there's something very specific to counter, right? So if it's something like a Lasso, something like a Darkseer on lane, that's when I would prefer it over a typical team fighting 5. But I think the hero is undervalued, and I don't think I've seen it outside of a Liquid or a 9 Pandas draft.
Yeah,
But
that's
it would
kind of
be
my
nice to
impression.
see.
I feel like the most times that we see it picked, it is as a counter response. But yeah, he's right that it is pretty good at mitigating the Underlord damage.
But maybe now is better. Best choice is Phoenix maybe. Mars Phoenix just very solid combo.
You know, it's a great way to set up an arrow is a 23-minute side of ice from your 5 position player. Just dive in and hex.
That's what he does. But they have to be careful because there's still a chance that there's going to be a silencer off the back of that as well, and then you're kind of sad.
That's true.
Yeah, I feel that if they take Phoenix on Quest, which they probably will because it's a carry specialty, instead of the Silencer, then Gaiman should Silencer themselves unless they have a different plan cooking. But you need a way to counter their teamfight through one of your supports. And while Rubik does provide some teamfight by way of his spell steal, something like an overall teamfighting 5, like Ancient Apparition or Silencer, looks better.
Get to see his Phoenix in action.
Yeah, I really like to watch him play Phoenix. It's enjoy.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Even against the silencer? if it does come out? Yeah?
Yeah, I think before he played against Silencer versus LGD, so I think he know what he's doing.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. Let's see if G.Gladiators still wants to bust it out, or if they want to go for something else. For example, something that might be a little bit better at taking down the Supernova, the egg.
Yeah, it's a bit of a worry. The other thing I like about Phoenix in this game is that he feels kind of okay against Underlord anyways. It's like you can trade decently against Rubik, and if you do have leftover fire spirits, use them against Underlord, takes away his ability to last hit almost entirely.
Well, Juggernaut is considered to be an egg hitter, so they got that going for them.
This is a really good Juggernaut pick, because you see the Mars, so you know that you're not going to be threatened on lane. In fact, with a kill support that you pair this Jug with, you can be the ones providing the threat. It also can spin, hit the egg, spin, walk through the arena, and it gives the healing ward that you can play with the Underlord 5-man, right? Once Underlord gets his pipe plus aura items, you can just hit that mid-game timing with your Juggernaut and just barrel down objectives.
And that's his first Jug game. He's played 12 different heroes this tournament in his first Juggernaut, so their hero pool getting a little bit more wide. I mean, he's the player that picks different heroes consistently in their squad. Almost everybody else sticks to a more narrow margin.
10 seconds remaining.
Disruptor. I am a big fan of this hero versus Phoenix. Disruptor is, like his name, quite disruptive towards Phoenix because you stop his motion abilities. Like, he can't fly out of kinetic field, you can glimpse him back into a static storm, you can provide vision on him and make sure that he doesn't get the perfect supernova off. Also, the static storm is a nice way to counter an arena initiation. You can just drop it up on top of the arena and, you know, it gives you some way to play around it. On the other hand, the way Kaori plays Phoenix with his first item Hex can be really difficult for the Disruptor, because if you just dive in, Hex him, Supernova, then Quest have a better way of taking the two fights.
Yeah, that's a good point. And those same things you said about Disruptor being good against Phoenix kind of apply to the Mirana as well, so countering the support duo may be a good thing here. And while it's not the hardest counter, having Static Storm against Terrorblade can be nice to prevent some Sunders in certain circumstances. So it gives them some nice catch that they actually didn't have in their first 3 picks, really. So Disruptor was probably necessary this game to round out the some of the offensive weaknesses that Gladiators were missing.
Yeah, Faith, what do you think about the Terrorblade pickup that Quest went for?
I really like Quest lineup right now because I think first Terrorblade is very solid hero in this game, and also I think Mars and Mirana's lane is better than Juggernaut because Mirana you can kill healing ward and you can find some killing on Disruptor. I think Quest, and also they have more team fights, so I think Quest is better lineup right now. And they also have a second pick, so maybe mid also maybe they can also win mid.
And they get the counter. It looks like we are still looking for the 2 mid heroes for Quinn and for Noob. We have the Pango already removed, so we're not going to see that one again. Tiny and Puck removed on the side of G.Gladiators. And I just want to point out that we still have a Storm Spirit in the pool and a Templar. Oh no, Templar Assassin is banned. Never mind. So Storm Spirit is still in one of the more common mids that we've seen recently.
I mean, it's a bit hard because Quest are going to have the overall counter pick, but we could see something like a Wind Ranger coming out of the last pick. That's usually one of the safer heroes you can go for, maybe potentially even a Dragon Knight.
You're talking about Gladiator side?
Yeah. But on the topic of what Faithian said, I actually lean towards the opposite of what he's saying a little bit, because I favorite Gladiators more. I think that these are their signature heroes in terms of like the Disruptor support and the Underlord, and they know how to play around Terrorblade so well because they spent like 2 tours playing against Terrorblade with Underlord. I also feel like while Disruptor can be exploited on lane with the Spear into Arena combo, and the Spear into Arrow combo, it can also go the other way around where Juggernaut can get aggressive on the Mirana because she can't leap out of kinetic field. So it feels more like it's going to be about execution.
Final 2 picks. We do get the Wind Ranger in the end. What would you like to see against it, Faith Beyond? What's a good counter towards the Wind Ranger for Noob?
I don't know actually.
Or mid?
Like watch the Noobs play the hero in this tournament. Like there's no good solution here. Maybe he need to pick something new.
The reason that I liked this Wind Ranger coming out on 23 is a lot of the heroes that would kind of threaten her, like the Ember Spirit, were taken out very early on in the draft. And she's one of those heroes that is kind of only countered by like mobility stopping spells and gap close, and the only fear that she has right now is the arena. But Windranger itemizes so well against teams where their only lockdown is like a Mars arena. She just buys that BKB super early on and can have impact in the fights.
I feel Queen of the Pain is a good pick here.
What about Death Prophet?
Ooh, that sounds
He's
good.
played it twice this tournament.
Sorry, what hero?
Death Prophet.
Also pretty nice, actually. But maybe they are too slow on Death Prophet.
I think they're too cooldown reliant if they go on Death Prophet, and I think they have enough burst damage once GG gets some items to take down the Death Prophet.
I think Queen of Pain is really good. You can win this lane like very easily.
They got quite a bit of time to think about this. They have quite some bonus time left. So they can also be discussing their plan inside the game. If they already are aware of what they want to pick, they can just use this time wisely. Of course, G.Gladiators is using this time wisely as well.
I would say maybe like a jumping hero like Void Spirit or Tusk for a quest, but neither of those heroes are good right now.
Yeah.
But ideally, you'd get something that can get on top of this Windranger early on and gank the Juggernaut early on, and those are usually the melee type heroes that
Will be the
come
Queen
out.
of Pain.
Yeah, you guys are right if that's good.
All right, we got only a limited amount of time because we will have a word from one of the coaches. Purge, final thoughts on the draft?
I think the Quack can work. Yeah, it'll help start fights. I'm into it.
I like Gaiman's more because while the Quap is going to have a good lane, I don't know how well she's going to play into the Underlord 5-man, and I still think that Disruptor as a hero provides a lot, right? You can Static Storm the Queen of Pain, and there's a lot of heroes that suffer to kinetic field this game.
Yeah, I like Quest more. I think their draft is like more easy to play, and they are more team fight. I think if it depends on gameplay. If GG really play better, so I think they can win.
All right, and we started the talk from the mid laners. Does Queen of Pain counter Windranger sufficiently, Effie?
I don't think Windranger is going to be shut down. Queen of Pain has a really strong lane against her, but later on you get the Gleipnir, you have like follow-up roots from Underlord, and you can fight back.
Okay.
So I like Gaiman.
Let's find out how things are going to play itself out. But first, a word from the coach of Quest. Guess who?
Hey, guess who? Hello. So you guys, you had the day off, I think. You watched some insane matches. And these guys, G.Gladiators, also had an insane match where they had a comeback. Does that affect at all how you draft, how you coach?
It doesn't really affect because we prepared one day also additional, but overall it's like we know Gladiators pool because we play them a lot in DPC, so we're just ready.
Okay. Second question, final question actually, is the Terrorblade versus Juggernaut. I've heard people say current Jug is very good against Terrorblade, so can you explain a little bit why you picked the Terrorblade in the draft?
Our carry was like super confident in this hero, and he told that it will be okay. We were discussing about like 3-4 heroes for carry, and he just said that TB is very good.
Okay, gotta trust your players, and we're also gonna trust our commentators with Avery and Dota Capitalist, Capcast, I guess he's called now.
Thank you, Jenkins. That's right. Absolute Western European dominance has been dismantled here at the Riyadh Masters. We will not be seeing the top 4 filled with 4 Western European teams, as has been the MO throughout this year. But we still have a chance for 2 of them to make it. Will it be G.Gladiators making their way through the lower bracket, or will it be Quest? G.Gladiators already had a crazy, crazy comeback series, and were able to kind of dismantle some of the ideas of like G.Gladiators. Well, they only go through upper bracket? Can they only just be a team that is like from the start ahead of everybody? They managed to bounce back from a series and a game that they were very far behind, Avery.
That was a test of a series. Absolutely. That was a situation they're not used to all year, especially after losing a series the first time that has happened. You have to bounce back, like you were saying. And it ultimately came down to some stellar performances by Dyrachyo, right? If you're going into this series, everybody at this point understands that Quinn is having perhaps his roughest tournament of the year. Now, when I say that, people are going to go, oh, well, you're biased against Quinn. No, that's what Quinn told me. So that's his quote. He told me that he considers this his roughest tournament so far.
Yep.
He's definitely struggling, and that
He's
means
been pretty
other
open with that in his post-game interviews as well. Yeah.
What it means is that other players on Game In have to step up and fill that hole, right? And so far, honestly, they've been doing pretty good, considering I think they didn't have that good a footing on how they wanted to draft early on. I think they've gotten back to their roots. They've upped the priority on the Rubik Underlord, whereas they were having issues filling those heroes into the slots, especially during that Liquid series. And they're kind of getting back on track. I still think it's a little shaky. I'm still looking towards Quinn to step up again if this team wants to go as deep as they have been all year. However, they are still a very formidable opponent, especially in a BO3 where if you're going to point to one team this year that has come back from situations you did not expect a team to come back from, it's probably Game.
Let me just say, apropos of absolutely nothing at all, I highly respect and appreciate every single one of these players. I think they're the absolute best in the world, and I wish them nothing but happiness in their lives.
But?
No buts. They can hear us right now.
Oh, what's up? I mean, let's talk about Quest for a minute here, as they can indeed hear us praising them. Quest is by far the absolute best team in the world, right, Cap? I mean, these are the 5 best players at their role. Everything is clicking for them. They look absolutely momentous in this lower bracket run.
You talk about momentum. Quest is the team that has the most momentum throughout the year, I would say.
Absolutely true.
G.Gladiators started out on top, but Quest, they had to come in halfway through the season, build up, put themselves in a position. They're not one of those teams that is sitting way out ahead, has a target on their back. Yeah, no, they did the smart thing. They got 4th place.
Exactly. Exactly. Are they a Western European team? I mean, they play in that region, but are they? You know what I'm saying? It's a little murky. You don't know. You don't know if they're supposed to win a tournament. You don't know if they're supposed to get 4th. Are they sandbagging so they don't get beat up by the patch? Anything's possible here, and that's exactly where you want to be. Overrated and a dark horse at the same time. Prime position to take a nice spot in these high-pressure tournaments. And honestly, I've been impressed mostly by the fact that TU2000 also drafts for this team, which is pretty ridiculous on top of the burden I feel like he shoulders in a lot of their games because, well, maybe that's part of his drafting, but I feel like a lot of times he's in a situation where he has to carry, which, okay, every carry player has to carry, but particularly in a lot of these situations where it's not a 4-protect-1, but these terrible games for him have felt like it really does come down to how much can he do solo in the fight. And, you know, if you're going to be the draft, you're going to put ourselves in your situation. Okay, take the burden, take the responsibility. Maybe a new responsibility god will be born. It's a lot, though. I go back to that series yesterday, the Liquid Talent series. One of the things that I took out of that is like how much pressure and responsibility was on Zai in that game 3. Yes. Right? And I think it's a reason that he had the kind of reaction he did, because like he knew that, okay, I'm going to have to step up and carry this game. It's more than that, right? He's in a position where he's taking the burden of drafter and captain and this huge role in a team. Somebody has to fill that role for you to be successful. And especially when you're a new team and you don't necessarily have a super veteran player like Quest does. Like, they don't have someone like Puppy who's been to every international, right? They don't have someone like a Kuroki or a Zhao 8 or somebody who's going to come in and be like, oh yeah, I remember from this patch 8 years ago when I played on LAN and this was our answer then. I'm not saying they're not experienced. These players have definitely played Dota for a while, but it's a little different type of experience, and that's where it's more impressive what they've been able to accomplish in such a short period of time coming out of the most competitive region in the world. They just look damn good.
Yeah,
but I have a question for you today, Cap, as we're paused. Boy. Is Western Europe the strongest region right now?
I think...
at this exact point in time, or has Eastern Europe taken up the mantle?
Well, we're going to find out later today, actually, because the winner of this Western European Derby will then end up in a European Derby where they will face up against BBT as the last series of the day. So I'm leaning towards Eastern Europe, honestly. I feel like the combination, Team Spirit, BBT, I think 9 Pandas has also, you know, I think they're definitely 3rd in Eastern Europe, but I think they're still a top 8 team. I mean, they're already a top 8 team, but I think they could easily get top 6, top 4.
Well, my answer is I think Eastern Europe has taken over at this tournament at least. Okay. And they are the foes to beat right now. By the way, what the hell was that D-War, man? Like, Quest. Come on, you're in an elimination series here. That is just sloppy.
Maybe a little bit of nerves and maybe a first blood. Malik, is he going to die to this last hit? He's got a Fairy Fire, so he's not going to die here. He's going to pop it and stay alive. Will not be giving away first blood, but is going to be running deep into his stores of regen and trying to get himself back up to full HP so he could play this lane.
I mean, that's
already see Mar handing it over.
3 runes, the entirety of Mars' HP, and a D-ward for Dyrachyo off a mid-obs that there is no way he had any business getting there. That is a lot of extra gold to go straight into lanes here for Game, and they have to be very happy with this one. These are the kind of early deficits that can sometimes just skew games incredibly right off the bat. Like all of a sudden you're going in this lane with a massive advantage safe lane. You go into this off lane with extra gold for Ace, he's going to get to a ring sooner. Not the sort of lead you want to give this team, which has been dominant in lanes the whole season, especially when this last pick, Queen of Pain, was kind of designed to shut down the Wind Ranger on the lane. You're giving Quinn a much faster bottle here. And he will gladly take it as he's looking to bounce back in this series.
Another pullback here onto Malik. Dyrachyo fighting and is going to force a TP out of Malik off the spin. But again, Malik out of regen had to ferry himself a salve.
This is very expensive. It is really hurting his early net worth on this lane despite trying to man it for the CS. And he's going to buy another set of regen. It's just so much consumable gold already gone for the Mars at the 130 mark. This is a really nice start to the safe lane by Gaming, as long as they don't feed away the kill. That's some of the risk. Like, Malik did have that salve out, so you get back up full. There's some potential you can get aggressive at the level 2 or 3 here. As long as you don't feed that away, you will win the regen war over time, especially with Healing Ward to push it over the edge. I think Gaimin already pretty satisfied with how his very early game is going. However, Quest have shown their own set of lane dominance here, and some of their lanes are pretty strong. I kind of expect their mid and safe lane to be pretty cruising for most of this laning phase. I don't think Gaming are going to be able to pressure the Terrorblade in terms of kills, though they may be able to really hurt his CS over the long run, as it is a Rubik Underlord lane. And something Quest will have to think about. What do you do about the Atrophy Aura plus the Fade Bolt damage reduction on what is basically a single physical carry lineup?
Yeah, and a hero that has incredibly high base damages are usually reliant on that base damage. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of answers here for G.Gladiators. They also have the Juggernaut into the Terrorblade, which can be really rough. TA2000, I mean, we heard he was very confident about this matchup. He felt like he could carry it. This is going to be the ultimate test of that. And if he loses this game, is that confidence then going to affect him for the rest of the series, that blow?
Perhaps. Anything can deal the final blow here, as you'd have no wiggle room. I was thinking they were going to go for the Faceless Void, to be honest, because they had this Phoenix set up with it. I think that hero scales pretty well versus the Jug Underlord when you get to the Ultra late. Maybe they felt like they were going to be too far behind by the time they get there. Terrorblade gives you a lot faster pace. You can also reflect the Underlord, kind of fight the Jug in the mid game before Jug gets 5 or 6 slots. Then that matchup shifts for sure. Until then, though, I think you're pretty happy. And, you know, obviously it's a confidence thing, too. Like, they were debating carries for TA2000 here. I guess he was debating them for himself as Homer will scoot out of that field.
Nice play by Malik pulling the creep wave over. So after he lost all that regen, they did manage to get the creep equilibrium to their favor, and now don't have to worry as much about the potential of a bunch of harassment into a glimpse pullback and spin kill.
They really have honestly brought this off lane back better than I thought they were going to be able to. Like, you're looking at the CS here. It's almost as if the early portion of that first minute didn't happen. Yeah, which is impressive versus a very strong lane team that got a pretty decent advantage off those runes. They're just wearing through the regen here. Another field will not latch on Omar as he uses his last leap to escape the clutch of Celery, but that's all of Celery's mana here. You got nothing left outside of that Lotus, which you don't really want to pop the Lotus on the support a lot of times. You don't have to.
Well, he immediately pops it. Drops his branches into his backpack and consumes it. He's like, no.
I mean, I guess
Dyrachyo,
Dyrachyo,
you've got your own regen.
Yeah, he's got a full stick on Dyrachyo, so he doesn't need it here. But look at this wave going into Malik. He is really happy with this lane setup. Just very nice gameplay, baiting out some spells on the side. Is going to win them a huge clump of creeps here as the Mars will clean it all up.
And the Mars lead, like if you have a successful lane on the Mars in the Juggernaut matchup, you get those higher levels of Bulwark. That can be really fantastic for tanking up the Omni Slash for your team.
It's a big spell this game. Bulwark can definitely do a lot versus the Wind Ranger and the Juggernaut here, particularly in protecting your cores. Also, you have that egg combo. There's not a lot that reliably kills the egg here for Gaimin outside of the Jug manning up during a spin. And that is something Quest are going to have to think about. As much as you can Bulwark everything else, there's nothing to interrupt Juggernaut's spin this game.
Right.
It's guaranteed for Dyrachyo, and that means he can almost always guarantee mana for this egg. I wonder if it'll like skew his build in some earlier attack speed or something, just to maybe help out with that fight. I don't really know what it would be in this meta. There used to be like a Mjolnir build on Juggernaut, but we haven't really seen it.
Sure.
I wonder where that went though. I mean, I know Battle Fury is just mad efficient with the Ancient clearing and all of that. I do think Mjolnir sometimes on these Agi carries is still pretty viable.
Yeah, in a matchup against high armor hero like Terrorblade and the extra attack speed bonus that you're talking about could be effective. Yeah, I mean, if there is a game that you can grab it, this might be one of them.
Something interesting. We'll see if he considers it, though I kind of know he won't know.
Yeah, Dyrachyo does tend to stick to his builds.
I mean, for good reason this event, right? He has had the weight of a lot of these games on his back, so whatever he is confident in winning the late game fights with, I'm confident in him to make the correct decision.
They're going to try down, run down Noob. The arrow's going to miss, and that is going to result in Noob's death. And maybe they can even get Omar here, though he does have plenty of leap charges. He's out. First blood claimed by Quinn, though.
Just an awkward blink. Maybe looking for this 6-minute rune. Doesn't even end up spawning on that side as Tofu will find a shield rune. Not what you're looking for in this Queen Wind Ranger matchup, and also 0 points Shadow Strike. Kind of giving this Wind Ranger a lot of free breathing room in this matchup.
Arrow's gonna come out, nails him.
Nice little pickup.
Quest with a strong response. It's good to be able to see that, because if you're gonna lose that mid lane, and let Quinn start getting some momentum, you gotta make sure you're winning your side lanes.
Game might come down to how much Omar and Kaori can get done on some of their signature heroes here. Definitely been go-tos for this entire tournament.
Two-man support rotation from Quest, trying to steal away the Wisdom Rune. We're gonna have a big fight here. Omar, he's gonna throw out the arrow. Tofu dodged it, throws away Kaori, and gets the Wisdom Rune away from them. Beautiful stuff. Now they're locked inside the kinetic field, and Kaori and Omar are both in a sticky situation. Celery's going to try and get the kill onto Kaori, but that glimpse is going to be quite enough damage. Celery's actually quite low, and Ace, having walked away from this engagement with his supports, may have still needed his impact in this fight.
Right, they both have some extra Fairy Fire and Lotuses. Everybody's just going to walk away. Look at that. A nice little pacifist game of Dota 2. We can all do well if we hold hands and sing together.
No.
Okay.
Man, top 3 CS all across the board for Quest. Doesn't translate necessarily into the net worth lead thanks to First Blood and such, but still very impressive the way they were able to bounce back after a rough start there in the 0-minute rune spawns.
Especially this safe lane, man. You're looking at that CS and net worth total. T2000 opened a 30 CS gap on an Ace Underlord. This is pretty much unheard of, right? Normally the execution here is formidable from the side of gaming in terms of abusing this hero on the lane in the CS department, getting to a fast Vanguard. Ace is still looking for that defensive item, and Quest are going to try and arrow him a third time. They're just going to bring out a Sonic Wave in to finish him off. This is a lot of abuse on an Underlord who is having a very rough early game, all things said and done. Doubled up by the Terrorblade here.
Do you think this is a trend?
Ooh, this
I am seeing now
nasty.
that all of these Western European teams are attacking Ace heavily in the first 10 minutes of the game.
For sure.
They're not letting him have the free game that he very often has had throughout the year.
The Wind Ranger ult on Noob. Does he blink in a good direction this time? Does have an Arcane Rune to back it up, so he will be good. I'm still curious about this 0 Shadow Strike build versus the Wind Ranger. Maybe just playing for the skirmishes and runes more than the matchup, but then I question why they picked it. There's definitely been some prioritization on Ace more than a lot of other players, as I guess mid was dead even, all things considered, outside of that solo kill. I think it starts in the draft too. I think teams are a lot more aware of how important Ace is to the overall structure of what gaming wants to do, and particularly how important his hero is to how much they ramp the game pace up, right? Yeah. The difference between Ace on these damage dealers versus the aura buyers versus like a Zoo hero, it changes how gaming view their objective timings and what they're trying to get out of the game. So if you can pick one of those routes, put him in it, and then have answers to that, in theory, this team is a lot less intimidating, or at least you understand what they're doing. And I think it's something that more teams should have been aware of over the year, because Ace is really like the standout player on the squad. So if you
trying to get the spear off
down,
of the Omni Slash, doesn't quite latch, and as a result, Malik is going to be pulled back to his doom. Quinn shows up just in time to take the last hit. 2-2 now as we approach the 10-minute mark.
This might be one of those games where Quinn finding some footing in this tournament is going to have to carry the team through the mid game, because the other two cores not having nearly as good a performance as we saw yesterday. I mean, Dyrachio's still having an okay game. I just think that lane could have gone a lot better for Gaming.
Again, really fast reactions there from Tofu. Gets them out and away and keeps their advantage for G.Gladiators and what they're looking for here. But it's Quest who have the advantage off of the entire laning phase. 2,000 net worth lead. Ace clearly struggling on net worth, is far behind anybody else in this game. There's almost 1,000 net worth behind the opposing offlaner, Malik, who did a much better job for himself being able to find farm.
Very impressive side laning from Quest this game. They have done extremely well given the start. We approach the 11-minute mark as Gaming are looking for a gank with their Wind Ranger. I mean, this is pretty much the hero you're going to have to play through to make space for these other two cores to catch up. The Underlord's going to be back to farming Ancients and cleaning up waves, as a good Underlord will do here. Just going to get matched by some of the Terrorblade illusions on the map. And if you're Quest, you do have to be careful about taking these aggressive fights, because I don't think your lineup is that good at going in deep against Gaming. The Glimpse will punish you. The Rubik Underlord are really good at just standing their ground, turning spells and AoE back against you. And your follow-up is kind of an arrow off a spear. That's it, right? I don't think you can go in and aggressively use an egg. So this game might be a bit slower for Quest, despite doing some magic on the lanes here, which I guess has also been their playstyle for most of the tournament. T2000 taking the gate behind Dyrachio.
Oh, this could be interesting.
If you can land a stun.
He sneaks a spear out on him. No, it's daytime, so he's going to see him coming.
Oh, didn't
spear
latch.
Doesn't latch. Oh, the arrow almost got him, but Dyrachio last second managed to dodge that one. And he keeps his spin up, so they can easily take this fight, especially if Quinn can get a free pick off on Omar, but he doesn't want to get that close to the Mars. A power shot is not going to do it. Omar still has some wand charges to fight through. They also have the bounty rune that's going to spawn, which Quinn would love to refill his bottle while he's here.
Prize is mine.
Did not get the conversion on this tier 1, however, with that Terrorblade rotation.
Went for the power rune instead. It's not there, so it's going to be Noob getting the bounty rune refill, but a double damage hit top for Quinn. That's a massive pickup.
Very nice rune. I'd be tempted to just use it on the tower mid here. It doesn't have ult, however. Might dissuade him as Dyrachio just has to bail out of bottom. So that will automatically secure this tier 1 for Quest off the Terrorblade's gate movement. This is a setup we've seen from Quest a lot. It is sit the Phoenix top.
Yep.
They'll find a good pick off on Celery and just pump the levels into Cowrie. This is something not a lot of teams have punished, and Gaming do not want to let them get away with this. They will commit.
He does have Supernova, and he's behind his tower, so it's not the easiest go anymore for G.Gladiators. And if this Phoenix stays alive, he slows down the push and allows Quest to be able to hold a tower advantage.
This is a very good map setup for Quest right now. Gaming need to strike in one of these two lanes, either mid or top. It'll be top with the DD Focus Fire back off cooldown. This is the correct move. Punish this Phoenix for being greedy here. You can defend your tier 1 at the same time. This is normally where I'd say it's Ace's job, but he doesn't want to TP in here yet. It's just going to be supports looking for a glimpse.
No glimpse up in time. Also, not level 7, so don't have the maxed out glimpse range, so it's a little difficult against these highly mobile heroes like Mirana and Queen of Pain.
I mean, this is a tower you know T2000 is thinking about. If I can get a good fight around mid and come in with meta and clean this up, then my game is just tremendous, as Dyrachio is struggling against some lizards here. Whew. 10 HP, my friend.
Really relying on the regen of Cornucopia.
This is where you just don't want to give your Reddit haters more ammo.
It's true.
Chill, man.
Yeah, he's already pushed back on them in a big way with the way he's carried some series. He'll clear it out, getting closer to his Battle Fury. Because they have a carry that is not going to be nearly as active, expect G.Gladiators to be sitting back. Omar, ooh, that was a leap in the wrong direction.
I think the field helped him there. I don't know if that's where he wanted to be leaving.
Yeah.
And regen into Quinn's bottle, as he will just gobble up all the power in this game. Noob is pretty sad he's not getting any control out of this. The 0-4 build did not really work in terms of this early game, though I guess it's helped him stay alive and rotate. It's also increased his farm rate. The Queen of Pain is finding a decent amount of gold out of just neutral camps and waves here, almost 100 CS. So that part is working out for Noob. Maybe the idea is, I don't need as much lane advantage, I'm just going to scale like a beast.
Can they do the damage fast enough here? Cowrie going to try and get out, but it's the power shot that adds the extra bit of damage required. G.Gladiators show up in force now to even out the towers.
5 heroes for Cowrie. This is a bit of an overcommit. Still, it's a move that you kind of had to make it at some point to get this tier 1 down and open up the space. still, I go back to this tier 1 mid for gaming. Are you going to defend this with your Underlord? If you don't, you lose a pretty good fight out of Ace. He went bottom here. Does have a gate up.
TPing in now.
Force the good. I mean, this is the connection that TA2000 wants. This has been his motto with the Terrorblade the whole tournament. He actively participates in all these tier 1 pushes. He wants the fight. He wants the kills out of it. The extra golden XP acceleration. This will just be a clean tier 1.
Go for the deny, and he gets it. Quinn takes the tower bounty away from Quest, but they do not defend that structure. That does mean more map control for Quest. They're going to be able to play deeply into the Radiant jungle now.
I mean, Quest, you got to think about these last hits, man. See, this is why I'm telling you. That's why I take the last hit on support. Because these cores are just lazy about it, man. They don't care. And then you're getting towers. I'm going to take that shit.
You do wonder at some point in time, like, people maybe got to start, you know, when you both attack a range creep at the same time to try and get the last hit or the deny, I feel like you should start doing that with these tower last hits.
If you know there's any heroes with deny capability, yes, I think you should. Losing all that tower gold vastly outweighs getting it on one hero.
Yeah.
It'll cost them some momentum. I also think that deny is important because, again, it's the fight that TA2000 came to make sure you can man up for that tower. It's like, you know, you're insulting him in the time that he dedicated for you.
You're wasting my time, trash.
Pretty much.
Supernova catching Quinn with the combo of the arena. This is going to be a combo that is always going to be hard for the Wind Ranger to deal with, but somehow he's still alive. The final God's Rebuke wasn't in time. An arrow, it's a long shot. Quinn is making it out with that haste.
Spear, he has to throw it blind.
Oh, he's not going to throw it. He didn't know that Quinn was just going to be TPing out. Static Storm in the mid lane. Close call, but Noob, is he out of range?
Blink.
He's good.
I thought Tofu was maybe going to go for that, but does not have the capability to steal another spell off the blink. Just a little missed execution from Quest there on the lockdown for the Wind Ranger. I mean, another pretty good power rune for Quinn. He has continued his dominance in the river, and it has definitely paid off for him in all these engagements. So map control-wise, if you're Quest, if you can start taking some runes away from the Wind Ranger here, it's going to make your life easier. That should have been a kill that connected. Gaming get away with murder, and a continued perfect game for their mid as Quinn 4-0-0. He's ramping up here. You let him get to this Gleipnir, it's going to be pretty debilitating in the fight. You're not going to have that good a defensive capability on it. I mean, I guess you'll have a Manta and a BKB done between the Queen and the Terrorblade. The damage is going to be pretty significant, though. If you ever connect this Focus Fire on a big core target, you're going to be really happy.
At the same time, those cores are about to pick up some big items. They're going for that same window that you've talked about before, the triple BKB that Quest likes to go for. Here it's a Scotty double BKB, but the effect is still very likely to be the same, which is overwhelming amount of team fight and capability for Quest in this one window of time.
This is also a lineup from gaming that, in theory, is susceptible to some early spell immunity. It is one of the ways you can just bypass a lot of the Underlord, disrupt their team fight in the early phases of the game. But what's the damage that's coming out? It's a Focus Fire and it's an Omni Slash. If you can deal with those two, you should be very confident taking the fight at that point, despite the auras starting to come out for Ace. That is also something that Quest can think about as this game develops more. Like, do you just itemize for some single target control, some Lincoln Spheres, some Lotus Orbs, some Aeon Discs? This game goes really late. If you can't guarantee an Omni Slash or a Focus Fire that easily, what are you doing in this fight if you're gaming?
Yeah.
This is a very similar lineup to that one where Darachu had to carry with the Morphling, if you remember.
Yep.
That was a similar, you know, Underlord, or it was like a Darkseer Disruptor lineup that was very magic damage dependent with the Pango mid. I get a similar vibe, not as dependent, but they're going to run into similar issues with the BKB timings here if Quest can align it all.
Glimpse it back in with the Underlord coming in, but Malik has already shown up. He missed the God's Rebuke, but he can still play to defend Noob in this fight.
Stolen Arena.
Managed to get two. Tofu's going to respond with his own Arena, and it's going to be a mess, but they have the Supernova. That is going to give Quest the advantage here in this fight. They are able to get away from the Supernova explosion. Noob trying to chase after them with TA2000 in tow. An arrow. Ace sees it coming.
I mean, that was your Scotty completed on the Terrorblade. If he got in there with meta, he was going to wreck some kids. Stolen Arena will create the gap that allows Gaimin to get out of that engagement.
Now, there's the BKB from the Queen of Pain. Malik's BKB is going to be much later, though. So I do wonder if Quest is going to just choose to try and make their move now.
I think they want to fight into Roshan here in the next 3 to 4 minutes. Like, especially when their ults come off cooldown. There's just no reason to wait longer in this game because the Jug is eventually going to catch up here, and he's going to be a beast in the fight. He's going to limit your egg potential. He's going to limit your Terrorblade's potential. Nice shield rune steal, denying power runes from this Wind Ranger.
Here's that bulwark. Great spear. Back better spear with Omar nearby, able to chain it with the arrow. It's still not enough, though.
No Sonic Wave.
Noob, he's gonna jump for it, try and get another scream out, but it's not nearly enough. Quinn is just too tanky off of Strength Treads, Rod of Atos. Again, some of the early attempted kills on him not working means that he has a lot more farm. He's a lot tankier when you do finally connect.
Might be the tankiest hero in the game right now, to be honest. Yeah. This is a new Frontiers Wind Ranger right here. Nothing of the old. Slacks in shambles. We'll push towards the Gleipnir, done in 20 gold.
Yeah, he's gonna get it off of this wave easily.
This is another reason the BKBs are really valuable for Quest here. Or like even just a Manta on the Terrorblade, they will go for triple BKB here, but for the Terrorblade Manta. So if you get all that up, you are limiting a lot of the Wind Ranger's impact in the team fight and even her damage through the focus fire a bit. And I think it's a reason Gaming kind of want to up the pace if they can, at least in terms of pickoffs. Maybe they don't want the straight 5-on-5 yet. They can get a good core pickoff or two into the Roshan. That's going to be the perfect map setup for them.
Sure, and if they take away that Roshan, then that delays the big quest timing even further, gives you more opportunity for the Battle Fury of Dyrachyo to catch up, as he is catching up. He went from like 4th in that network chart. He's now 2nd, far above Noob, and closing in on the farm of TA2000.
This ward's super good.
It's gonna help. Arrow. Ooh, man. Great reactions from G.Gladiators to these arrows attempted without a setup stun. They're gonna catch Tofu here. Tofu trying to get off whatever spells he can. Supernova inside of the arena. They wipe him out with the Sonic Wave, too. That was heavy commitment for just a Rubik.
Yeah, Dyrachyo.
And Dyrachyo feels like this is a fight they can take.
No, maybe not. He took a couple of hits there, decided against it.
SNY Juggernaut ward too, so definitely not a great one anymore.
He's just trying to tank up here. Manta would have probably felt good this game versus the Fire Spirits, the Shadow Strike, getting some extra illusions on the map to deal with the Terrorblade's pressure. Instead, Dyrachyo just feels like he needs to have a higher HP pool to enter these fights. Another good fight start by Quest here. I mean, you'll take the Rubik on these jumps. He's kind of annoying in these fights long term. And this is also that Crimson Pipe fight for Ace that Gaming cannot take, even with a pretty decent Static Storm. Still just showing the threat that this Terrorblade is right now. Very hard to engage TA2000 with how much HP he has on top of this Scotty, plus that level 15 talent. I don't know if you're bursting this guy without a Focus Fire Omni Slash. Yeah. Now, the one thing Gaming have going for him is this aura advantage right now. Like, you're trying to line this up ahead of the triple BKB coming out. And if you can find that big core pickoff near the Roche pit, is this enough to open it up? Probably not without the Focus Fire. That's the downside. You need the Focus Fire to get the pickoff. You probably also need it to do the Roche. Puts you in a weird situation right now. Quest are not getting punished for these big core losses on the map.
I was thinking about it. I do actually really like the butterfly choice of Dyrachyo and just tanking up, because I feel like if he can get that butterfly, oh, he's changing his build now. I was thinking if he gets that butterfly and he just can't get bursted in fights, he gets his level 20 talent, he's always going to be able to close the gap with the Terrorblade and then put that lifesteal to work, which is normally, lifesteal's not super effective against these very high armor heroes, but because Juggernaut's bugged out lifesteal ignores that, then he can actually just kind of like sit on the Terrorblade and fight him the entire time. And I'm not sure if Terrorblade is actually ever going to do enough damage through a butterfly and that free lifesteal he gets.
I mean, this build with the Silver Edge is more targeted towards the Mars.
Yeah, it is.
Probably the supports than the Terrorblade and the Queen of Pain here. It's interesting what Gaming are prioritizing. Just trying to eliminate the team fight, maybe kill the Terrorblade last, unless the opportunity to burst and presents itself. I mean, you're all going to have to do it through a max Sun Ray here, plus that Bulwark if you don't take out everybody else here from Quest. Heroes will slap each other mid. Another Moonlight Shadow, vision advantage. Quest trying to abuse it and catch this Wind Ranger. Quinn has put himself in a corner.
Yeah, why did he do that? He doesn't have the BKB, but he managed to get away from that Wind Ranger. He created enough time that it looks like with Dyrachyo here with the Omni Slash, they can push back against Quest, do enough damage that they have to retreat. You can see Noob's getting out, Mal's going to be caught, so they do manage to kill 2 off of that one. Quinn I guess going back there created just enough time, and now they've gotten 2 hero pickoffs near the Roshan pit once again.
Yeah, this should be Roshan. You go in with that Juggernaut and the Healing Ward. The overall 5-man utility right now for gaming is preventing Quest from taking down these big targets. Crimson, Pipe, Atrophy, Aura, all maxed on top of that Healing Ward. Everybody feeling great in these engagements, and it's another fight where TA2000 just doesn't even get to play Dota. He's not there. He can't commit after the initial rally of spells are thrown out. The BKB timings between the 3 cores did not align in this game, and they're unable to get a single fight out of it to contest that Roshan. Not that they were in a better position to do that. The one thing they have going for them is the net worth on the Phoenix. Kaori has done what he does on this hero and is rushing a Hex for what feels like the 4th game in a row. I guess he believes this item build is going to work no matter what. It'll give him some extra lockdown versus the Wind Ranger that has been very problematic. Also, his levels still very valuable here. 4-point Sunray, 2 points already in the egg. That tip, I guess, is for being AFK.
I mean, they got the Scotty BKB timing, and they haven't done anything with it. G.Gladiators, I'm sure, feel very good about the way the game has gone in the last 5 minutes. There was supposed to be a opportunity for Quest to be able to clash, take 5-on-5s, and win those. Instead, the first clash that they actually got into, they couldn't keep it going and just backed away, losing 2 and losing Roche. Now you fighting into an Aegis makes things even harder. And Darachi is going to be able to confidently go for an assassin-type build where he goes Silver Edge into Aghanim Scepter, and he'll just jump on the Phoenix at the start, or the Quap at the start, or break the Mars and Omni-slash him, and you're going to be dealing with a 4 versus 5 potentially.
This is where that carry pick for Quest was very important in terms of how they wanted this game to progress. Because if you end up in this situation, which I feel like a lot of the Quest games do, sometimes you can fall back on TA2000's hero to carry you in the late game. That's where something like a Faceless Void would be pretty scary for gaming in this position, because at some point it just becomes terrifying in the fight with the guaranteed lockdown versus no save. Here you're playing up against this Terrorblade, like you can itemize against the Terrorblade. You can deal with his damage in the late game with this Underlord. You can propose a threat in the Juggernaut that's gonna force some clutch utility out of Quest. It doesn't create the same pressure. Now maybe TA2000 has faith in this Terrorblade to do the things that, you know, in my mind the Faceless Void would do more reliably, which is just straight up carry this late game. Maybe the Queen of Pain is there to help that on top of this Max Sunray. You have some decent scaling options.
Yeah, you have talked a lot about this Queen of Pain being a pretty terrifying hero in the late game. Noob did go for a more farming build with the 044 pickup, and he is keeping pace with the Wind Ranger. Do you think he's actually going to be that big of a factor if we do end up going another 20-25 minutes?
I mean, his hero is always a factor with the Axe. Like, it will do a serious amount of damage in the fight. The AoEs are going to be really annoying, especially if you can start the fight on the backline and force the cores to chase you. The issue right now is, can the Queen of Pain just jump into the fight versus this Wind Ranger?
Gonna jump ace. The Sunray is really gonna help burn him down quickly. Combine that with the Terrorblade damage, and they have a kill. Now, it was a heavy commitment. They used 2 ultimates for it, basically 3, because Meta was used for it as well.
They still have triple BKB up.
That's true. Malik jumps straight into this one. Immediately gonna be Omni-slash. Bombs BKB, and he soaks up the Omni-slash. No problem. Half health. Not a big deal. Get off the healing ward for Darachi. Noob jumps in and kills it immediately. He may have to use his BKB, but it was a big win being able to take away that sustain option for G.Gladiators. Malik barely able to get out, but from the other side, Quinn's going to join in. A Gleipnir, not quite enough. The side comes in from Kaori, denies Quinn the opportunity to get a kill.
That's an Arcane Rune Wind Ranger. Quinn is not happy about being unable to contribute to this fight from a really good position in the back.
Oh, he's going to have vision of if he goes up. He may still be able to snipe him.
Yeah, he wants him. This
Malik
is
is low, though. A power shot's not going to do it by itself. He needs to hit the Gleipnir, then the power shot, then maybe another hit. Shackle shot doesn't land. A long-range shot. That's the tier 3 item for you.
Enchanted Quiver, so good on these range burst heroes. Malik cannot escape the power of Arcane Rune Windrun here. Quinn eventually gets his revenge. It took a while. It will get him to the other side of the map, so I don't know if he's too sad about it. A really nice smoke down mid for Quest that I'm surprised it connected that well on Ace. Usually his read of these things is pretty damn good. We see mini Terrorblade there as well, by the way.
Yeah, Rubik stole that one.
This is just really clutch play by Quest to get Malik out of here in the first place. And Hex already proving invaluable here as Kaori has made this build his own. But you cannot escape the power of the Wind Ranger.
G.Gladiators. taking that momentum with no Mars and no Supernova straight to the tier 3 in the top lane. 200 health left. They do have to be careful though. Pushing high ground against an Aghanim Scepter Queen of Pain is always difficult. You do leave yourself in a position to be whittled down to a point that Quest will gladly take any fight.
You also have to be worried about getting hexed into a spear back. Like, Dyrachyo can't aggressively siege this easily. Normally you'd be able to dodge the spear with spin. It's just if you swoop in and hex him, I mean, then what are you doing?
Yeah, that's
and
good
you
point.
don't have a save in this lineup outside of the Rubik Shard lift, which can come through clutch here for Tofu as he got it off the Tormentor earlier.
Passes over the bottle to TA2000. He picks up a double damage, but G.Gladiators with their smoke up had some information here. Moonlight Shadow's going to be used. Noob, oh, it goes off just in time. Doesn't get hit by the Gladiator, but will get hit by a telekinesis. Setting up the Omni Slash, and he gets picked off. Once again, G.Gladiators get a numbers advantage, and we'll start pushing towards Quest side of the map.
That's a 1,000 gold kill as well. Little streak off of the noob Queen of Pain here. This game really is just coming down to TA2000, man. You're gonna have some decent spells and utility to fight around, but the damage is just gonna be all on him, it feels like. Gearing up for it. I mean, he has double damage currently going into Nullifier. The fact he has to buy the Nullifier on Terrorblade, though, I don't think feels great here.
Yeah, you'd much rather like your Mars to be able to pick it up, right?
Like, because he's going to go in and he's going to guarantee be able to nullify someone through, you know, remove some of these orbs from the Underlord, deal with the Wind Run on the Wind Ranger, and then set up the damage for the TA2000 Terrorblade, who would probably rather have a Daedalus or MKB or Silver Edge in that slot. Instead, he just feels pressure to get it himself here, and it feels okay if you can connect with it. You just don't have a blink. You don't have a mobility item. It might be hard to get in close. This is where you have to make sure your smokes are on point, your jumps are on point, and you pick the right target, because you're probably going to have one opportunity to burst a big core at the start of the fight off the Hex spear chain, and then you're going to have to play around this egg and kind of reset a bit.
Yeah, this Hex actually sets up. I think that entire idea is impossible without the Hex, but here it shows itself. Gets a pick off on Dyrachyo. Hex Spear, Arena, damage from the meta Terrorblade.
Another quick smoke on the mid lane. Gaming are just not ready for it. This could be a full Rax here. How much does TA2000 want to push it? And the telekinesis save cannot bring you out of that Spear Arena, as he tried another Hex landing on another big target.
On Ace. He's going to be torn apart here. The telekinesis throwing him a bit of distance away, but TA2000 just keeps going with that BKB.
I'll look him pretty deep. He's probably going to exchange his life for this.
Let's try and keep him alive for as long as possible with some heals, but the Terrorblade is going to work on the tier 3. Pulled back in, another Nullifier, this time put it on to Quinn, but he pops his BKB and is okay. Gets the kill on the support. New buyback immediately.
As TA2000 is unsure where to go right now. He could not commit for the Wind Ranger and could not commit for the buildings, and we'll get neither here, as Gaming successfully defend better than I thought they would. This Wind Ranger is still a massive nuisance for their lineup to commit in deep. Level 20 now for Quinn. So he will have his choice of talents.
That was pretty unfortunate. Celery really tried hard with the instant buyback to punish Noob for going in so deep. Couldn't get a glimpse on anybody as Quest retreated outside of the base.
If you let this Wind Ranger get to 25 here, it feels like you're in trouble.
Yeah. Non-dispellable Wind Run with an Aghanim Scepter.
A massive problem this game, and it's a very good matchup versus the Terrorblade. There's not much to protect him. There's not much lockdown they can really throw on this Wind Ranger now that he has the Ag. You're just not going to see him.
Just feels impossible for Queen of Pain to have the same kind of output. The same kind of impact in these team fights.
He needs armor. They just need more armor or tankiness. More utility, something to cut out this Wind Ranger ult. If you can get through the focus fire, then Quinn's not a big threat. Just every focus fire connection has resulted in a big core kill. It looks like it'll be Shiva's for Noob, but he's also debating another Hex. Quest are really prioritizing the lockdown here over the defensive capability, which means you have to start fights. You need to use this Moonlight Shadow, get in there, start on the big cores. They have been able to find it around mid lane. They've had troubles finding it elsewhere on the map, particularly in going into that Roche.
Yeah.
And that'll be an Ag Scepter finish for Dyrachyo. Swift Slash online with that level 20 talent. This Juggernaut is getting to the late game here, becoming a massive threat. Pick your poison. You want to start on this Jug? You want to start on the Wind Ranger? And you have to keep in mind this telekinesis save. Next Roshan, pivotal for both teams trying to push high ground here.
It's going to be a late one too, so there's going to be a lot of posturing around a pit waiting for a Roshan to spawn that is going to take quite some time to arrive. Smoke, and off they go. 35-minute mark approaching, so teams are going to have to start setting up for the nighttime Roshan, the top part. But Quest has really not been leaving the base too much. It almost seems like they're willing to give up
look at this ward.
the ground on Roshan if they can get the pick and take the lane of barracks.
Quest are looking for what has worked for them all game, which are these picks around the mid lane. Ace is not going to bite that time. You also have to keep in mind this shield rune on Noob right now. This is a big rune for the fight because a lot of it has been decided by Quinn going in and focus firing this Queen of Pain. Suddenly you have double the HP. Might catch you off guard and buy enough time for you to come in with a Nullifier, a Spear of Hex, something of this regard.
I mean, they
Quest
have
really
to know
wanna
that Game of
fight
Gladiators is at the Roshan pit, right?
Yes, with
they
this
haven't
ward in
seen
the
a
base.
hero for so long. What, they could have just lost Roshan this entire time.
I think that's why TA2000 is just pushing it right here, right? You need to see something, you need to force a reaction out of gaming or at least collect in the meantime. And he will get those TPs back here. This is still a decent area for Quest to fight around that high ground ward.
Nice
if they can
shackle
force
shot.
it.
Big burst damage on the slash. Is it going to be enough? TA2000 needs a
a
heal. He
Sunder.
gets off the BKB. Gets off the Sunder onto Ace. A big turnaround from Quest. But can he fight through Dyrachyo on a second life? They're going to be able to blow up
This
Ace.
focus
Yes, but
fire,
still
man.
stuck in this focus fire. Noob, he's going to be left
he's
without his
DLC'd.
carry and Quest. Oh no. A massive DC in the middle of a very important team fight. Ultra Grief is right, Celery.
That just feels ultra bad here.
Watch that one again, TA2000. The fact that he got off the Sunder was so important, but they still could not deal with the focus fire of Quinn.
And he's just running in here BKB. There is absolutely nothing going into this Wind Ranger. Quinn has slain Quest's hopes and dreams here in this high ground offense. And honestly, this pause is pretty damn bad for Quest. However, I think the fight is mostly decided here, right? Because what is stopping Quinn from all-in your Terrorblade?
Yeah, he's definitely getting that Terrorblade kill. They might just get the noob kill on top of that.
I mean, it's,
have learned
it's very hard to know what happens in these situations. I can't help but also just feel like this fight was looking difficult no matter what. We will never know. Quest will never know.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, Noob. That DC happened during his BKB duration. Now he's going to come back and he's going to be stuck in the pit.
Yeah, this feels pretty bad for Noob. I mean, there's still a Hex and Egg up on Cowrie that he wasn't able to get off. There's a Moonlight Shadow here that wasn't able to get off. A lot of these little things can change these fights. Maybe keep your Terrorblade alive for a second or two longer, and you get another kill. It changes the course of the game. It's definitely not a fight where Quest would have just won here, but it is a fight where maybe it would have gone a lot better for them. We'll see how merciful Gaimin is. My guess is not very merciful.
No, not in a matchup like this, man. Not in a matchup where if you win, you already get yourself an extra $300,000 and an opportunity to push for even more. So we're going to have a quick little break here as the admins figure out what we're going to be doing and making sure that we don't get...
Quinn says, I don't know what the heck that was.
What the heck?
That's some good old Southern accent right there. I don't know what the heck that was, but it was insanity right there. Oh, time to unpause and I'm going to kill your ass. See you later, boys.
Yeah.
Apparently the Sunder off the Terrorblade caused the crash, is what they're saying.
No, I think they crashed. Well, I think they crashed after that Sunder, but they felt like, oh, we just hit this clutch Sunder. Like the fight should have been better for us, but I think we saw it play out. The fact that there was nothing they could do to defend the Terrorblade against this focus fire.
I mean, Quest are arguing they should win. This is pretty interesting. They're like arguing how the fight should go in text.
Yeah.
Basically, Noob is saying the Sunder full TB'd. And then Dyrachyo's saying, yeah, but he's shackled. And the Noob says, yeah, but we have Hex Sunray. And TA2000 saying, yeah, I'll be full HP with BKB, no Omni. Dyrachyo says no.
Give Phoenix Axe, put him in egg. I mean, they legitimately, they would have been able to keep the Terrorblade alive for a little bit longer, but he was still going to die.
They're arguing something about a BK. I don't really understand. Whose BKB are they Did somebody's BKB like glitch out or something? They keep saying he had full BKB, but I'm looking at these BKBs and they were all used.
I think Noob's BKB. I think when they crashed, they still had BKB on the Terrorblade that was used.
Very, very weird. Huh.
It is pretty interesting, just like, these are the best players in the world, right? And they're arguing about what would happen in a fight in the context of like what spells are going off and such, and they see very different outcomes. Of course, they both see outcomes that are favorable to themselves, and that's natural. But it does go to show like how complex these team fights are. And
yeah, so I mean,
you can sometimes just have the wrong read of what happens.
His BKB goes off.
Yeah, the BKB goes off. They lay into the Underlord for a while. This is got to be about where the disconnect happens or something. So these few seconds is what we're talking about here. And again, I think the biggest thing is the fact that Noob, he could have gotten out.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Noob is maybe the only one that got screwed here. Because even if you get an egg or hex off, again, the Terrorblade is already shackled and dead. I mean, I don't know. We can argue in circles forever, right? This is just a very unfortunate circumstance for Quest because, again, you just don't know what they could have executed in that minute. You don't know how this fight would have gone. It is a factor of life. So I'll put it. And it appears that the gods who want gaming to not be eliminated from Dota are still well and alive and kicking. Conspiracy theory time.
And the best part about it, like, this fight is so impactful because if Quest managed to get through it okay, let's say they lose their Terrorblade anyway, but Noob stays alive, maybe a couple of their other heroes get out, or they get an additional kill or something, then maybe they can still contest for Roshan. But the current situation is looking like G.Gladiators is going to be able to run over and probably kill 2 or 3 heroes.
That's the part we don't like. That's the impactful part here is what happens after this.
Yes, the Terrorblade would die no matter what, but does this mean that they're going to win the fight so hard they can get Roshan? And off of that Roshan, what are they going to be able to accomplish?
Let's see what ultimately gets decided here.
Have you ever had a situation like this, Avery? Like a long pause and official?
I remember I played at a LAN and we played a game, and at the 10 or 15 minute mark, the server crashed and the game disappeared, and it was versus secret. And I had to go out in the hallway and discuss with Puppy what we should do.
Yeah.
You know how intimidating that is?
So it was just captain to captain, or
yeah, it was just me, Puppy, and I think Cyborg Matt.
Oh, so he had an extra.
They were very.
It was not only Puppy, but he also had a +1.
Yeah, I think maybe Jack was there. I don't know.
Okay.
But they were actually very nice about the situation. I mean, there wasn't much we could do. The game was gone. It was like a pretty close game, 15 minutes or so in the early game. I think we ultimately decided to we could load back in, and then we traded kills. They sacrificed somebody, and we sacrificed somebody. Though mid one was not happy about that. Noob will actually get out.
They do manage to get the Sunray off, and the turnaround. They're actually maybe going to be able to kill Duraccio. Duraccion's taken out. He dies.
What the hell just happened?
No way. They got the Psy Supernova off, and what a turn. An expectation that Quest was going to be losing the fight, and how many heroes would they lose? Now, they're still going to get 2 heroes picked off, but trading that for the Juggernaut? I think you absolutely take that if you're Quest.
Fair play? What the hell just happened? How did he die?
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Got up the side Supernova plus the Sunray? Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of damage over time.
Okay, well, that ended significantly better for Quest than I thought it would. I don't even think they're too upset about that.
No, not at all. I mean, now it means G.Gladiators can't do Roshan. They had to be able to have the Juggernaut to be able to do that, but now we go back to that scenario of, okay, G.Gladiators don't defend well enough to be able to get more.
I don't think any of us were I guess that's why Quest were upset about it, because maybe they had time to think about it as well. This Juggernaut had no spin, no Swift Slash, no Omni Slash, so that is pretty much a guaranteed kill if you just line up the Hex into the stun with the Sunray egg going off.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how that pause benefited them too, because I'm not sure if Malik would have been willing to jump back in on like the 300 HP that he had. But because they were able to coordinate the fact, hey, we're going to be able to hit this Scythe, we're going to chain stun up the Juggernaut and blow him up.
Well, that is how she goes, I suppose, as Gaimin are going to look for Omar up here.
Ward for ward, surrounding Omar. G.Gladiators. They head to it.
Man, that Jug, I felt like he respawned really fast. T2000 also up here. It'll end up being Cayman's Roche, it looks like.
Is that one pickoff really just enough to dissuade Quest from contesting Roshan?
We got a tier 1 in return. This feels like you can contest it here.
Yeah, you've got Arena Supernova. Very surprised that Quest doesn't want to take this, but
they do. It was just very slow. This smoke.
Maybe they want to catch them on the way out.
That fight's different though, right? Because they already have this Aegis now on the Juggernaut. You have to burn through 2 of his lives. There's a cheese on the Wind Ranger with Lincoln's completed, by the way. This Wind Ranger's absolutely out of control. I think he is still the true carry in this game. Mindbreaker going to help put a lot of extra damage in as well.
That Mindbreaker adds so much.
You need an answer to Quinn right now, and it has not been there the entire game. You pretty much have to throw the Hex plus another Lincoln's Break plus this Nullifier on him, and you have to be able to see him.
Got Near Force to use the BKB, noob.
Got the Nullifier, got blocked by the Lincolns though. He's literally just 1v5ing here.
Moonlight Shadow trying to get away. Shackle Shot does land. Gaming Gladiators are around, but Quinn doesn't have his BKB. They go straight for him on the arena. He eats the cheese though. Still gets stuck inside the arena with the Supernova about to explode. It's gonna stun nobody. Not even the Juggernaut comes back for the Omni Slash in time. Now they're gonna pull back Cowrie. He's gonna be stuck. They leave him behind. The rest of Quest desperate to get out of here. Very much a lost engagement for them that is out of their hands, and now they go into a point where they don't have meta, potentially for a high ground defense.
How much do you want to push it here if you're gaming? You use the cheese on the Wind Ranger in an Omni Slash. That's about it, though. You still have Aegis on Dyrachyo, and you are still hunting with Quinn. He's looking for some core pickoffs. Focus fire back up.
His Aghanim Scepter, it's so good at being able to find the pickoffs in late game scenarios here. Spear not up in time. Malik, he'll die as well. Gaming Gladiators now hitting the high ground against 3.
They're going to glyph and pull this wave. This is their last wave, so it's going to be backdoor. Terrorblade Illusions dealing with both of the lanes that we're pushing in.
Yeah.
In fact, going to create some nice objective pressure as well. This push is not going to feel good in the next 15 seconds for Gaimin here. I don't even know if they're going to get a Rax. I mean, I guess they can focus fire 1 here, and they'll get a lane for sure, it looks like. However, T2000 is getting a lot of farm on the map and pushing them back. They're going to have to go back to their side of the map afterwards, guaranteed.
Okay, they get through both the melee and the ranged barracks backdoor protection. And this one illusion is not doing enough damage fast enough. Gaming Gladiators get back.
Man, Quinn is just on a rampage right now. And again, 1 level away from 25 here on the Wind Ranger. And I can't help but feel like you just take Undispellable Wind Run here. Because I think this focus fire on the low enough cooldown it is has been good enough in the fights. You're just going to throw it on the Terrorblade every time. Undispellable Wind Run is disgusting for how limited control they have on you in the first place.
If you know for sure you're throwing on the Terrorblade every time, then like if you get that 1 kill, it doesn't matter if you have focus fire again.
Nice
Supernova trying to finish off Tofu. They really want to pick off here, but they're just not getting it. The auras from Ace keep them alive for now. They're going to go for Ace now, but the Omni Slash is there. Juggernaut's going to be in this mix. And Arrow landed off the Juggernaut as he came back down. Now a second Supernova. No way, Dyrachyo. He runs into the most terrible arrow of his career. Now he's going to come back on his second life, though. Is he going to be okay? A spear away, Arrow, Omar creating the space for the rest of Quest to be able to get away, but they've lost their Aegis. They want more off of it, and they will have it. Malik. He'll be brought back into his death. So 2 heroes for that Aegis. Ends up okay for Gaming Gladiators, but what an insane arrow from Omar off that Swift Slash.
It looked great on paper, however, I feel like we all forgot that there's still an Aegis on this Juggernaut. Now you ended up committing your second egg off that refresher for Cowrie here. You don't really have anything for this fight except meta. It's going to have to be a blink backstab by TA2000 as he is close to buying out here.
They could buy for time if Gaming Gladiators don't go for the throne because they have a tier 2 at bottom lane. So Gaming Gladiators have to hit tier 4s if they want to use this
early
timing.
glyph. What the hell was that glyph? Didn't do anything.
I don't know, but I think they thought that Gaming Gladiators would back away, but they're not going to.
You don't have a Mars buy. This is going to be a 4-on-5. You have to flank. You have to find a good position here. No Supernova for 50 seconds.
10 more seconds until they have the Mars, and that arena will push Gaming Gladiators out of here. The threat of that combination coming back up, it's too great. Gaming Gladiators will leave them with a tier 4 and a throne alive.
I think they feel very confident taking these late game fights. They also have an Aghanims on Celery here, so BKB preventing Static Storm is going to cause massive issues in the next fight. Item that Quest are maybe not prepared for when they go in. You catch that Terrorblade a little sleeping with the BKB trigger, and T2000 is just going to disappear. There's no way you're taking a fight under that Static Storm into the Wind Ranger and the Juggernaut here.
An extra second of Omni Slash is a lot more damage against that Terrorblade.
And that level 25 Wind Ranger talent is coming in soon. This is going to be a tough fight for Quest to take. It feels like you need another incredibly clutch arrow out of Omar here.
Radiant are scanning.
Noob is going to get that extra armor that you wanted. Shiva's soon for him.
It feels so delayed, though.
Yeah.
Just so delayed. The net worths are just falling off for Quest.
And their levels are so delayed as well. I mean, the one level that they have coming up that could be really important is the level 20 on Cowrie. The extra 1.5% on the sun rate damage this late to the game could be really, really impactful.
Wait, this is going to be a smoke up from Gaming. They have a Lincoln's on Tofu as well, so double Lincolns you're going to have to fight through on this Wind Ranger potentially, and it's all on TA2000. He bought out for Swift Blink here on the Terrorblade. No buyback for him. All in for Quest. We're going to lay the cards on the table.
Smoke is breaking. Malik is in a position. He jumps in. Immediately goes for the spear, but the BKB is too fast. And now the Supernova is being used. But the jump in from Dyrachyo. He's trying to spin himself out of here, but they realize he is so isolated from his team. They kill him. And G.Gladiators are going to lose more now, potentially, with the refresh going outside the Vice, immediately trying to jump and slow down Ace. Telekinesis puts him away.
That's Storm
back in. Only catcher and Cowrie, though.
Where's the damage?
Noob is going to be able to get some more damage out. Terrorblade is reigning supreme here as he's running away. Wait a minute. He feels like they can't take that fight anymore. He's backing away because the buyback on Dyrachyo. He doesn't want to fight this carry any longer, and he does not get caught in the Omni Slash. He thinks about going back in now. Let's see if Noob can get out. Blink away. Gets out in time. But they have to leave behind Malik. So the two supports and the offlaner die in exchange for Juggernaut dying and buying back.
And their throne was almost exposed here. This is something Quest are going to have to think about. You had one tier 4 that tanked up some time. You're not going to have those anymore. Both lanes empty. There's just becoming too much pressure points for Quest. Still, they somehow managed to find the Juggernaut buyback and all of that. Almost an backstab or a betrayal of a spin there for Dyrachyo. I think he'd much rather have just BKB because then he could have Omni Slash something. Instead, he's just stuck spinning and can't cast anything. He just gets run down by the Terrorblade. That felt pretty damn bad. Something he's going to think about in this next fight.
He can't afford another death like that.
Oh, they took the Focus Fire advance. Very aggressive by Quinn. I mean, this will pay off if he can find the Focus Fire kills, and so far they have not been able to find the lockdown on him despite some of this win run potentially getting dispelled. He'll get a Mars buyback to defend this last lane. No Roshan up yet. And man, has Cowrie done work in these fights. The Phoenix with these dive hexes setting up huge clutch pickoffs. And then these eggs, it's just so hard for Gaming to commit in. It's only Dyrachyo that can really deal with him. And if he's the one they're going on with the hex, you got 2 rounds of this.
Quinn is very much relying on his quick reactions. If he gets caught by one of these spears, they will be able to break through that Lincoln's, get the nullifier on him. And then that win run, that talent he could have had is not going to be the choice, but he goes for the more offensive option with the double damage. It just might pay off. They've got more Lincolns too.
That is 3 Lincoln spheres they can all throw on this Wind Ranger, or the Juggernaut if you wanted to try and block this hex. Might be a deciding factor in this fight, and double damage for Quinn on top of the Daedalus. He has no buyback here. If you find the Wind Ranger, you might just win this game. You've not been able to do it once as he is still 13-0, and now his damage absolutely out of control. Double spear!
Double spear! That's a beautiful setup with the arrow on top of that one. They're going to lose their Rubik almost immediately, but so too does Malik die without much of an impact past that. The Supernova first used. They need another 25 seconds until another Supernova. They've already popped the meta.
The hill here, that's where your vision is. If your Quest, you just gave it up. T2000 did not want to stand his ground. He wants to find some backline. Maybe this Wind Ranger, maybe respecting the double damage that got popped there from Quinn.
They're going to try and chase out with that double damage. Try and catch these supports. They got him with the Gleipnir. The jump in. Omni Slash going out. Noob blinking into the Static Storm while TA2000 fights up against Quinn.
Nullifier on
He's
Quinn.
getting full.
He's gone.
The Nullifier on him and he kills him. Now he turns the attention over to Dyrachyo. The Supernova's going to explode. Dyrachyo trying to dodge it with the Omni Slash, trying to dodge the stun. But now he's going to be in a group of heroes that he cannot walk away from. He has to fight his way out of this one. A spin. Actually, he's getting away. The meta is out. TA2000 couldn't put the Scotty on him. Now he's going to be slowed down in melee for support. This is not good for TA2000. A Swift Slash going out, and he doesn't have a Sunder to stay alive. An immediate buyback from him. No Quinn, no Malik. A 4 versus 5 for the pit. Noob playing with these supports. Gotta keep his distance though. Swift Slash up in a second. Just the melee damage could be enough. Noob, he's spotted. Thunderstrike keeping up.
He got the
glimpse back. He got him.
That's another buyback forced out from Quest. I still don't think they can fight without the meta. 60 seconds here. TA2000 is just a creep without it. He's getting kited by the pits, the fields, the telekinesis. They finally found Quinn. They will put a death on the Wind Ranger's board, and it's still not enough to power through the Juggernaut in the later portion of that fight. It takes so damn long to kill these heroes that your meta just runs out. Expensive buybacks here for Quest, and now they are
up with
absolutely
no meta,
all in.
No Supernova.
I mean, you gotta force it, right? No Wind Ranger for 25. This is your chance. No Omni Slash as well.
Malik, he sees an opportunity to be a blinking, gets in the arena, only catching
that Static Storm.
Static Storm, putting 3 inside. TA2000 desperately trying to fight up against Duraccio.
He can't beat GB.
Sunray. He's trying to get up with Sunder. No, he can't do it. Too many Lincolns. Too many options for Gaming Gladiators, and now they have to fight through without their Terrorblade. Noob, he's getting big damage out of this Aghanim Scepter. Don't get me wrong, it killed the Rubik, but eventually his BKB is gonna fail. Eventually he's gonna be pulled back with the glimpse. The Thunderstrike, a little bit more damage. Celery, the support is trying to kill him with actual attacks. It's not enough. Noob will get away into the 9th, but Gaming Gladiators win the engagement enough that they can finally take Roshan.
Oh, Celery, you absolute god. That Static Storm might have just salvaged this game, because I think that fight was looking pretty damn good for Quest, right? If TA2000 gets his items off, I think you win that engagement. You have no Omni Slash, you have an egg going off with Max Sunray. You're just gonna go to town with this Terrorblade. There wasn't really responsive. That's still a fight without the Wind Ranger in it. But one old man on a Raptor put all those plans to rest.
And he is going to take both the cheese and the refresher in particular. Getting double Aghanim Static Storms, potentially with the kinetic field duration as well, locking these heroes in. I mean, that is a team fight winner right there.
And the itemization. It's all about the itemization for gaming, right? These Lincoln Spheres, you gotta Sunder off onto a Lincoln's. That changes this entire game if that lands.
Yeah.
The triple Lincoln Sphere for gaming has caused a mountain of problems.
And Gaming Gladiators, 30 seconds till the Terrorblade is back up, and they could just go straight for the throne. Quinn is going to go for it. Focus Fire, they have a glyph, yes.
This might just be the game. I don't think
But he's got a refresher. He's going to re-PKB. What are you going to do? You can't refresh your glyph. Quinn is just laying into it. Bulwark, he's trying to redirect some of the attacks. It's never going to be enough. The arena trying to block the damage, but it is gone. Gaming Gladiators, they get the comeback and will take game 1 away from Quest.
Man, you got to respect the effort and the work that TA2000 put in that game to try and carry it, and ultimately, it's just so hard to find the engagement. It's so hard to lock down this Wind Ranger. This Queen of Pain pick just felt muted, especially versus these late game Lincoln Spheres where you're not really being able to pop them, go in and be this frontliner for the Terrorblade to find the opening. Kaori on this Phoenix definitely did some work in these fights, causing gaming a lot of problems, pushing them to the edge. That is a game where if you kill that Wind Ranger or Juggernaut one more time, you might just win it with the lack of buybacks. But time and time again, this team refuses to lose. And another win for the Ace Underlord here as a rough start in the game. He will find the victory in the end. Still, Quinn finally getting some momentum in this tournament. 14-1-9 for him, with 40,000 hero damage, the most on his team by far. Absolutely stellar performance.
The last 2 times that these 2 teams have faced up against each other, one at Bali and one at this very group stage, it has resulted in a pattern, which is Gaming Gladiators being able to take game 1, but Quest being able to bounce back in game 2. Will they be able to keep that pattern and be ready to go for a game 3? Or is this going to be Gaming Gladiators making their way through the lower bracket in a 2-0? Gonna have to wait and see, as we've got a breakdown coming up with game 1 with our panel.
Thank you, Captain SVG. Yes, there's a lot to break down here in this first game of this best of 3 elimination series. And we are going to start it off with the start of the game, because I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Faithion. Faithion, this is one of the slower starts I think we've seen on the main stage here at Riyadh Masters. Why was that?
Yeah, because Quest is a very focus on team fights lineup, so they will like not to play some skirmish. So that's why like the kills in early stage is very few.
Yeah, that's the nature of having these big cooldowns, like the Supernova, the Arena, the Metamorphosis. As far as lanes go for Quest, I would say that, I mean, the mid lane went surprisingly well for the Wind Ranger. I feel like that should have been more of a 60-40, but Quinn played that incredibly well. They shut down the Underlord entirely, and TV had a great game. Unfortunately, because of the strength of this Wind Ranger getting pickoffs around the map, they couldn't really take advantage of their strong team fight because there was counterplay on the side of GG.
Yeah, they did a really good job just like in almost all these clips. The initiation was very difficult for Quest. It was kind of reliant on Mars, and it's so hard to play this role when you don't have vision. Like, he has to blink in and try to line up heroes to trees. It's not as simple as like land the stun, you know? It's very difficult to grab those, and your opponents either press BKB or other item solutions before you can react. So if they were able to like force their opponents to fight and then layer their team fight ultimates on top of that, the fights would have been more straightforward from Quest. But yeah, Gladiators had a lot of solutions.
They did have a lot of solutions, and at the end of the day, they do take home the win in the first game anyway, best of 3 series, as you know. And when we're looking at that game, we have one STC play analysis that we want to talk you through, or rather, Purge wants to talk you through, because a lot happened on that top lane.
Yeah, that's right. Mira mentioned that Ace lost his lane. That's absolutely the case. He had a really rough one, and it came down to something kind of small. This is going for the bounty runes here at the start of the game. They put this Observer Ward here, right there, and this Observer Ward spotted him and allowed them to prepare to beat him up as he went for the bounty rune. Look at this, they're waiting. There's one tree holding 2 heroes. He pops out and they right-click the crap out of him using blood grenades and everything. Kaori does notice that Tofu is going for the bounty rune. He runs back to grab it, and Ace starts to lane off at very, very low HP. And this really matters because it means that he ends up, it makes it a lot harder for him to last hit, basically. Tofu does find the Observer Ward, which gives him some nice experience boost, but in the meantime, that gives him more opportunity to hit Ace. He's trying to get a Vanguard. Once he finishes Vanguard, he's way tankier than the TB, and he can actually trade and contest last hits with his high base damage. But he wasn't really able to do this very successfully. You know, Fire Spirits against Ace forces Tofu to take some last hits. They generally spam Reflection every single chance they get because of the low mana nature of that spell. And Kaori just traded well with Tofu otherwise. There's another spam. This makes Ace have to back up temporarily to give him some opportunity to actually get... But what's really important right now is actually the levels. If you take a look at the level on Terrorblade here, look at this. He's about to hit level 2. And when you're about to hit level 2, that means it's a good opportunity to go on your opponent because you have more spells than them. So he ends up killing this range creep, and in that exact moment, they hit 2 on both of them. Luckily, Tofu already had 2 from the Observer Ward, but again, more harassment going towards Ace, forcing him to like get back from the lane. He comes forward, uses Firestorm. He gets harassed a bunch more with the meta. We'll jump forward a little bit more. This is a moment where Tofu goes for Water Rune, and they beat him up once again with more right click. Here he is again, like, boy, I sure wish I could get a last hit. Phoenix spots him, and he just runs past the creep wave just to cast Reflection on him. Like, the oppression is really high. He couldn't even like pull the creep wave when he did this at 6 minutes here. They teleported in Omar. They ran him down with all of their heroes, and they killed Ace. So he had such a hard lane. Like, I was very surprised to come back to the green room and see his net worth as competitive at the end because he was so far behind.
Yeah, there really is a reason why Ace's Underlord is one of his most successful heroes. And even after a game like that, he's able to recover, or him and his team are able to recover. We also have to talk about the elephant in the room. There was a disconnect, 5-man disconnect. Doesn't happen very often, but when it does, obviously it happens at the worst possible moment. We have stitched the 2 clips together to see what exactly happened in the full fight of things. Faith Beyond, would you mind talking us through this fight from your perspective?
Okay, so this fight, Phoenix hold his axe, and Terrorblade used BKB and used Thunder. And when Phoenix wants to cast the axe, then disconnected happened. But I think in this situation, I think Terrorblade kind of dead anyway, because he no BKB, no Thunder, and in a bad position, even egg on his head, I think it's still not enough to protect him. So of course, this thing happen is a very unlucky thing for Quest. But I think in this team fight, if Terrorblade died anyway, they can't take this barracks. So, and after this, they killed Juggernaut. So I think it's a lucky in unlucky. So I think they can. It's okay for them.
Yeah, I mean, that must have felt really bad, especially because the Phoenix was mid-dive, and I assume his Hex should have been up too. And the Supernova could have definitely helped buy Terrorblade a little bit more time. It's really hard to say what would have happened if they hadn't disconnected. I think best case scenario would have been Quest do take that melee Rex there, and Juggernaut will die. But I don't think that Gaimin would have lost the game off of it, because I think that entire game there were still no solutions for the Wind Ranger. She had the Lincolns for the Hex on Phoenix, and she had the BKB up, and they were just that hero was going to dominate the entire game, even if they had lost a side. And the reason why I say it is because that's the read that all three of us had in the green room as the game was going on, and it sucks for Quest, but I don't want Gaimin to be blamed for this either, because they still weren't in a bad position had that fight gone poorly for them.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, we saw the fights that happened afterwards. They were very back and forth, but it did seem like G.Gladiators Purge had the upper hand on almost every single one of those.
Yeah, they definitely seemed that way. It just felt easier for them to play the team fights. They had very defensive heroes. Even if they went on Jug had Omni Slashes and Swift Slashes to buy him time and make the fights kind of chaotic. Wind Ranger felt a little bit untouched, whereas on the other side, there was a lot of moments where, like, if Queen of Pain gets shackled against a tree and gets focus fired for like 3 seconds, she's close to it, if not fully dead. There just wasn't quite as much openings for Quest on the other end to win team fights.
Yeah, it was another exciting episode though in the run of G.Gladiators here in this 2023 season. And if you have been enjoying the 2023 season in Dota 2, you probably should give some thanks to our writers.
This has been one of the craziest seasons of Dota yet. The team has gone above and beyond. From the costume department to the visual effects, the artists, the cast, the crew.
I forgot to get into character. Diarrhea. Diarrhea. That's it. That's Jenkins.
Everyone has really put their heart and soul into this season, and we couldn't be more proud.
Our goal this season was very simple: subvert expectations.
Now, major one, okay? G.Gladiators versus Liquid, right? Gladiators surprise everyone. Gladiators win.
By following the expectations, which actually subverted the expectations, and this was entirely different than what we did in the earlier seasons. Berlin once more shocks everybody. Gaming versus Liquid round 2, subvert the expectations, Gaming win again.
Major 3.
Everybody's waiting for an upset. No, it's Gaming, they win it again.
I can't believe the script. My character just has to lose the grand final every single time. It's bollocks. I don't get it. It would be way nicer if we at least win one. I don't like it. It's bollocks.
Now, I've been doing around since season 1, and my character has seen a lot. I mean, Puppy, he's one of the only survivors that has seen the West versus East shebang going on from the early seasons. Thank you, darling. I mean, the storyline has changed a lot. At least they haven't killed off my character, unlike those NA folk. Rest in peace, Eternal Envy. Bless your heart.
North American Dota. This season, RTZ kinda forgot he was a good carry, so the NA Exodus was kind of a risky plotline. I think we're confident fans are really gonna like where it's going. The Amar flip from heel to hero to heel to, well, whatever he is now, I think that's gonna fit in really nicely.
A lot of our more passionate fans are often the most critical. They look at a lot of our characters and storylines. They just don't think they're believable. I mean, how could somebody go and become unqualified to TI twice? Ridiculous. I mean, nobody would ever do something like that, right? But let me tell you something. It's the flaws in our characters that make them believable.
So, Doug, what do you think about this season so far?
Man, them Gleaming Gladiators.
We cannot wait to have the fans tune in and give us the reaction to this season finale. Some old forgotten faces might show up again. Some of those fan theories could prove to be right, but I'm not gonna spoil anything. You're gonna have to tune in to find out.
Now, season finale. Who wins it all? Go.
How about Liquid versus Gaming? And Gaming win again.
Yeah.
How about we didn't have a Western European team in the finals?
Man, I heckin' love this season. Yeehaw!
Wow. Can't wait to see how the season plays itself out. Oh, that was top tier. Faith Beyond, I know there was a region not really featured that much in our script, in our season. Do you have something you wish to say about the Chinese region in this year?
Still need to try hard.
Still need to try hard. That is true. I mean, even though, you know, your region might be written out, you still gotta give appearances if you are putting your best. But we know that these teams are giving it their all. Quest Gaming Gladiators, we have of course got this series going on, an elimination round here at Riyadh Masters, and we do not know how this is gonna play out, even though Gaming Gladiators is one game up. Whew, I can use a little bit of a breather. Let's see what Jenkins is up to.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here at the arena. I asked in the crowd, does any Gaming Gladiators fan want to do an interview? And then half the crowd showed up. So I'm here with my boys. Where are you guys from?
Philippines. Philippines #1.
And let's take a look at your signs that you got. This one says, what does this say?
Shout out to my wife, Divine. Wish you were here with me.
Is she actually divine at Dota?
No, but she's my divine. She cannot be dropped.
That's very nice. She can't be dropped. Good one. What does this say?
Shout out to our friend Sackfair. I miss you.
What role does he play in your group?
He's the carry one.
He's the carry. That's why he's not here. He's off farming somewhere, right? He's off farming. Pulling a Duraccio.
Too bad, yeah.
Actually, Duraccio shows up to every fight, so that's not a good example.
He's still farming.
All right, guys, I need one person to give a motivational speech to Gaming Gladiators for Game 2 to 2-0 this. Who wants to do it? You'll do it?
Yeah, I'll do it. Ace, just keep up the hard work. Carry the game always. I believe in you because you're my #1 player in Gaming Gladiators. Woo! Against all odds!
Protect Duraccio, protect Duraccio,
Protect Duraccio, guys. And shout-outs to Ace, best player in Gaming Gladiators. Back to you, Sheever.
Hey, you got the host right. He's learning. Thank you, Jenkins. And thank you all Gaming Gladiators fan. Awesome to see so many of them show up. And obviously in the lower bracket here, it's an unfamiliar place for Gaming Gladiators, so I'm sure they appreciate all the support. They are a game up, so I do want to talk a little bit about what Quest should be doing here, Purge, because they are the ones with their backs against the rope, but we also know that they have delivered in this very situation.
Yeah, it's hard to say because I feel like they got a lot of their heroes that they wanted. Their lanes went pretty darn good. Maybe the Quap was a little bit off. It felt good though. I don't know. So many things felt good about their game there. So I think it's just an execution thing, really.
They need to mentally reset after that disconnect, because I feel like some of them looked a little bit tilted afterwards, where they still had a way in that game, but they just couldn't recover from the, you know, unlucky thing that happened to them. So then they kind of fell apart. I feel like they didn't come back into that game as well as they could have. So right now I hope they can just take a deep breath, talk to each other as a team, and look at the next game like the first one didn't happen.
Okay, I think for Quest, last game they only have 2 problems. One is the draft at the last stage, and the second is Quap's gameplay. For Quap versus Wind Ranger, I think before Wind Ranger came to Universal Hero, it's like a 70 to 30 mid lane matchup, I would say. But now maybe Wind Ranger is more strong. But I think Quap still should use Dagger on Wind Ranger. But I can see why he didn't do that, because he maybe want to play more safe. He want to make sure I'm fine and I can help my team. But I think in that game, he should just like let Queen be very poor. So Queen will not help his team, and then for GG, it's very hard to win team fight. And also for Quap at late game, I think he should build some physical damage build, because if he like play magical build, then Wind Ranger will just use BKB and it will like nobody can stop him. So I think the problem is Wind Ranger is too fat and no one can stop him in team fight. So that's gameplay level, and also in draft level, I think at last pick they ban out Pango and Storm. These two heroes, if you don't ban, gaming must will pick it. But in the end, if you not very confident about Queen, about Cop, I think you should let all the heroes out. Like if Queen play Pango, you can play Storm. If Queen play Storm, you can play Wind Ranger. So I think maybe this is a thing they can improve. But I think all other gameplay and draft strategy, they are perfectly fine. So I think Quest should not lose their confidence, and they should just reset and go for next game.
Yeah, very good point. And Queen of Pain, of course, the last pick, you are still on board because you wanted that Queen of Pain against Wind Ranger. There was no better solution for them in that moment?
I think there's no better hero for this, yeah.
Just a little bit of tiny adjustments be made, and the game was very even, Effie.
It was even. It felt like TA2000 was dominating in terms of net worth, and he was very solid as their win condition. In terms of teamfight, Quest did have the superior teamfight, so every time their spells were up, they did go for the smokes and go for the plays, and GG had to play more of a pickup-oriented, counter-active type of playstyle where they couldn't really be seeking out the kills outside of their Wind Ranger. So the point that Faithbeyond was making about Quap having to change her gameplay to shut down the Wind Ranger, I think would have made a huge difference, because that was their way back into the game, and that was the hero carrying them. So the idea of like dangling this last pick, baiting out a Pango, and then just countering him sounds like a really cool way to approach game 2.
Yeah, it does sound very interesting. Maybe Quap fits in like a Witchblade or something. What would you do build-wise for the Quap physical damage?
MKB, AC.
Like full physical.
Yeah, BKB, MKB, AC, or like just and some like crit damage, like Daedalus or Silver Edge, just physical. And you can just hit Wind Ranger when she open BKB.
Quap didn't skill Dagger the entire laning stage too, so I feel like maybe that is the issue. But what did happen is Quinn hadn't played Wind Ranger this entire tournament. It looked like a great Wind Ranger pick, and it did come out, but potentially because they didn't really have the data or the information on Quinn's Wind Ranger, they thought that their Queen of Pain would be enough.
Yeah, as you might have noticed by now, we're talking a little bit longer than normal because there is a delayed game start for this second game. Because of that, we are gonna take a quick break, but when we're back, we should be moments away from the draft of game number 2 of Quest versus G.Gladiators. We'll see you soon.
As an example, I can provide the game at TI5 against Complexity game 3. Basically, we were stomping that game super hard. If I remember correctly, the score was like 15-1. And then suddenly, like in 5 minutes, score goes from 15-1 to 15-8. And I was like, what the hell, guys? Like, I legit started screaming at my team, clean their heads, start playing the game. We can lose this, we can get dropped from TI. And we had the one rule in our team that only me can call GG, no one else can. And basically I said to my team that, okay guys, either we go play now, or I type GG and we'll leave and don't waste time. What the Saying, you're our captain, why are you angry? And they start playing.
Yeah, I remember last year, T11, I think the first game, that was so rough. I remember we were playing against Stalin, and game 1 we picked Sniper and Dying against Doomshaker. And we lost the lane. It was like unlosable, but like, I hadn't played Sniper in like months. It just got chucked to me. I did it bad, and then the game ended, and like I was so frustrated that I was kind of like passing my frustration to my teammates. Like, I'm not good enough. We're not good enough. The execution was so poor, and it just all like it was bad from beginning to end. Even like the post match, it was TSM filming, so I got to watch it after. I was like, oh my god, how could I say those things? You know, like it's rough. I think chat wheel really drives me crazy to the point where like sometimes I tell my teammates I'm gonna mute you, because like when something goes wrong and I see like the laugh thing, the chat wheel, you know, the voice laugh, I'm like, don't. I feel like it's like I really dislike passive aggressiveness, you know, and I feel like it's a very cheeky way to be like, oh wow, everyone's so bad. I know they don't do it with that intention, but it's hard for me not to take it like that.
The toxic environment, I think. Yeah, when we cannot talk anymore to each other, cannot say what we want to say to them.
If my teammates are a bit more quiet or maybe even a bit tilted and like say some tilted stuff, this can get me a bit more frustrated then, I guess, or like make me like focus on that rather than playing the game, because I just really care about positive vibes. So I guess that's like the #1 thing.
The problem with the English language is that there aren't enough words to describe how unfunny and annoying Jenkins is. Pretty funny, but kind of a little offensive.
I think there are better analysts than Effie. Yeah, I agree. I'm a big Cinderin fan personally.
We are so lucky that Face Beyond has such great English, so we can hear the insight of such an incredible player. Well, thank you, but I'm still learning, but thank you.
It's so impressive that Effie can do what she does on panel, while also taking care of her sister Jenkins too. Yeah.
The only redeeming quality about Jenkins is that sometimes he knows when to stop talking when he's on a panel with people smarter than him. Thankfully, that's all the time. Everybody else is this bad? Come on.
The problem with Face Beyond as a talent is that we don't get to see him play. I appreciate it, but I'm enjoying my life right now. Sorry about that.
Remember the time that Jenkins was on a team that performed well? No, me neither. He's always been absolute dog shit. Okay? Okay.
Effie, starting as talent, has single-handedly saved the Dota scene. My goodness. You're way too nice. Thank you.
There are better players than Face Beyond. He's only won 1 TI. Sorry about that.
My daughter and I started watching Dota together, and you being on the panel helped inspire her to start playing herself. That makes me so happy to read. I wish her the best of luck in her games, and hopefully she'll be 7K or more soon. These aren't really mean at all. Are everyone's these nice?
Every panel that Jenkins appears on makes me sick. Oh, this one actually has a link to a twit longer. The thought of him causes me to literally vomit. I'm on my 5th keyboard this month. I will be suing this man if you can call him that. This has 40 more pages. I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this.
What player do I admire before I became Dota player myself? Okay, I mean, that answer is easy. I think I've done it every time. It's just Dendi from Navi. Like, he always used to be, like, my idol. Like, I've always looked up to him. He's been a mid player, of course. I had, like, one of the most outstanding personalities ever, so... I think super good player, super nice personality, participates in everything and all the fun stuff and everything. There was like this Oppa Gangnam Style TI2, if you remember, or TI3 against Puppy, you know, like easily. Daniel, what is it? Daniel Ishutin, I think? Yeah, that easily. Playing against Dendi for the first time was really special. It was actually on one of my first LANs. It was WESG, so this national tournament where you had to play 4 people from your nationality. And we played as Team Germany in the first round against Team Ukraine. That was like super, super fun. And I remember I wanted to just play Invoker against him. He played Juggernaut mid, like freaking random, and they just pushed high ground minute 12 and that's just ended it. But it was really, really fun. And then those guys came over for a handshake and I was like, holy shit, what just happened, you know? Like, we got smashed. They just went high ground, but it was super, super fun.
When I start playing Dota, I think the EG Sumail, when they win the TI5. I like watching him when he plays Storm. His Storm is so OP that time in the international.
When I was starting my career, I was watching like every Miracle game, my favorite player, so it's only Miracle. I started like in 2014, I guess. Then I saw how Sumail won tournament, international, and I got excited. Yeah. And I wanted to play it too, professionally. Yeah, I guess it's Miracle, Shadow Fiend, Invoker, Storm. And Miracle was playing a lot of carries. It was really good. He playing 2 roles, like super good. Yeah, we're playing against Miracle, in last major, but long time ago. It was my first major, Epicenter, something like this, and we played against them. But it was our first game in playoffs, and everyone was a bit scared, and so it was a bit hard to play against Aster, first game.
A year ago, I wouldn't have been able to tell you anything about the Quest players, and so these guys kind of came out of nowhere. This is, I think, the strongest product of the Division 2 system in the Dota Pro circuit, and so now, looking at them, I would still consider them to be underdogs, obviously, but they're very capable players, ones that haven't been in the scene for very long, but are quickly making a name for themselves.
I don't think I'm different. Feels like a lot of carries same. Some of them just dying less, killing more.
Which one are you? Killing more?
Yeah,
okay.
Both.
With Bali being their first opportunity to play against international opponents, you'd think that they would just fall to pieces, but they were consistently making it through opponents, and they joined the very illustrious Western European top 4 at that tournament, but unfortunately their journey ended there and they weren't able to directly make it to TI. And as for this tournament, they pretty much dominated the MENA qualifier. Their only real trouble would have been Team Secret Middle East or Enigma Galaxy, but they plowed through them, no issue.
It's always exciting to play against Liquid and GG. It's like best team from our region, and we just lose to them on last major, and I want a revenge. Yeah, it changed a lot, especially I was thinking like we can easily win this tournament. I was very upset when we lost to GG.
How about the Liquid series? How did you feel about that one?
It was really bad too. We lost to Liquid, but we was leading like 7 or 8k. I was already thinking we can really win this easily, and something goes wrong. We wasn't feel confident because we didn't play a lot. I don't think we even played, we just came. We don't know what to draft, we don't know how to play, kinda. We had Enigma in quals and Secret is like most favorite teams. I was thinking like we can beat them easily, but I wasn't like confident.
How much time have you had to practice with, is it Malik?
Malik. It was a surprise for him. He was on holidays in Spain, and I called him like, bro, we need stand-in, come here. And we're from same country, we from Kazakhstan, we're playing both like national tournaments. We know each other like a long time ago, so it wasn't hard.
This will be the longest tournament they've ever played if they hope to make it to the main stage and onwards. So having the energy to go through play-ins, then group stage, then playoffs, and then hopefully a finals weekend is going to be exhausting for them. These are players that have not had very many opportunities to not only be on LAN, but to face opponents of this caliber before. Yeah, they did it at Bali, but that was almost only like a week and a half ago. Are they able to recover that quickly? Well, we're going to find out.
The last match we played on TI 11. It was the first TI that I ever attended to, and we surprisingly made it to the playoffs against RNG.
Here we go. Need to knock him out one more time. Started. Everyone goes for the toss back. The TB official blade is out. He's going to go down. He's got buyback. He'll commit immediately. It's going to be a 4v3 situation. RNG are being trouble.
And the game was going back and forth. I think in the end went like 115 minutes or so, and there were moments like they peeped it to our Ancient with Underlord and tried to backdoor it and everything. Like that game had fully everything. And we win that match.
That's just insane. I don't think the longest game in the main stage ever.
Of almost 2 hours against a really, really good team. I was like, holy moly.
107 minutes in. I don't know what else to say here, John. Entity, what an amazing game they played.
I think a lot of people don't like the white noise that headset gives them at the playoffs. But it gives me a peace of mind and lets me focus a little bit more when I hear it and play with it. It stopped all the distraction from the audience, and I pretty much pretended that they were not there, and I was able to just look at my screen, play my game, and just communicate calmly to my teammates.
7 years ago at the Sun Mid tournament, tournament staff was asking our manager what type of food your guys eat. And basically he was like, oh, they eat everything except FNG. And FNG is like chicken McNuggets, french fries, and sushi. I was young, I was inexperienced, and I didn't understand how food affects me. I grew up and now I understand that food helps you to keep the good sleeping schedule. And now I don't get affected by it, or at least I have it in control.
I like cold temperature I like when people are relaxed, they're calm, no emotions, everyone just sticking to the plan. It's just like hold in.
Like every pro player, I just love playing on stage. I think it's just the best feeling ever when you have a crowd that is cheering. So that's like the best feeling ever.
Probably TI-10 when I played against OG.
See Saberlight going onto the back lines, wanting to just blow up the supports, and by God they do. They take out No Tail so quickly. They'll be able to follow up with Seb.
The game was hard. They last picked Tinker for Thompson. I remember me pushing the elevator of my hero and ended up outscaling the Magnus because of the matchup.
As he just gets ripped apart by Tomato. Bryle trying to find more picks. He's got Cookie forward. Another silence. There's all these ghostly ladies. They get the kill on Thompson. They're chasing after Moon Meander. Can they get the kill? They will not be able to accept. He dies back.
It was a very satisfying game because it wasn't the easiest, but it didn't feel hard. And we had some real clutch plays.
No, I don't have any rituals. Not only but habits, but I don't want to talk about them.
The only pre-game ritual that I really have is I like to drink coffee, and then I like to kind of have a bit of peace of mind to focus inward and collect my thoughts.
Some 2 metal balls that you move around, they have this sound. Yeah, they're really nice. They help me with cause sometimes I have something here it bothers me a little, and it I don't know, just relaxes me, the sound and playing with it. It's my rituals.
I usually just have breakfast in the morning, go to the gym, and then have like a couple of games before we start playing the tournament.
If I were to recall a moment where everything fell in perfectly, it was definitely our international run at TI-11, especially in the grand finals. For some reason, I was extremely at ease, and I felt we were extremely prepared for every scenario that our opponents threw at us.
Back in, Saxa, in with the top go on the side, this is Robin locked down, Nisha out for 100! As Tundra, they'll chase him down, Red Zone, gone without buyback! It's only Puppy and Chrysalis, and the arrow's there, Tundra catch him out! They're ready to run down this, there's a lack of buybacks on Secret.
Everything just felt so smooth. I just wish I could replicate the feeling that I had back then to this tournament.
26 teams in 10 years, and he finally saves it! Ladies and gentlemen, the TI-11 champion Esports!
I think Abeng, he got ritual. Doing something. Doing like that.
What makes Ace stand out from other players? He plays like every game flawlessly.
He is incredibly diverse in his hero pool. You want the aura builder? Yeah, you can get that. You want some Meepo to come out? Brood Mother, you can get that too.
This guy is so good and so consistent, which is exactly what you need for an offlane player.
I don't think there's any players I got inspired. I mean, the biggest one I would say is my own brother, my big brother Link. And when I played on the team with my brother, first time, I played offlane and he was playing carry. This was probably the beginning of ever playing with pro players.
Ace has found success in the past as well, specifically on Team Secret as a carry player.
On Secret, I think it was this tournament where the score was like 2-2 and it was the final game. And we just pulled out the amiibo. I really like this game because it just won the tournament in like a really clutch situation, so it felt really good.
Ace really embraced the offlane role, and you can tell his experience on the position 1 transfers into his experience on the position 3 very nicely, and he is a standout player for the squad.
The biggest reason that Ace has found success with G.Gladiators is just his high skill and the ability to work out problems. Like you're only going to get better.
Will get taken out. He does have buyback himself, and he's going to use it immediately. Ace pushes in with the AoE Doom. He's on top of the two of them. Mickey's being full focused here down by Quinn and Durantio. They're able to bring him down low. They've got him. Mickey to fall. Mickey buys back. Ace continues to chase on forward. Durantio beating into Insania.
One of the strengths of our team is that we don't really get angry at each other. Like we don't fight like that. We just always like have good values and keep a good atmosphere, no matter the pressure. It's important for me actually that if I have some guy that I'm gonna lane with, and also just the team in general, you need to like have a understanding of each other. And also outside the game, I also played with with a guy called Raz, and we also lived together, like we were roommates. But also, like for example, with Topher now, we're also very close. If you are close with each other and you like being together, you also talk about the lane easy, and like any issue, you can just bring it up. So that I think is like very important for me.
Ace has found success because he, as a player, never stopped believing in his capabilities and that of his team and that of his teammates.
You can't just look like a one game of his and be like, wow, yeah, he's a flashy player. You have to watch him over a long period of time. When you think about like the range of like 10 games, you're like, wow, this guy is so good.
And he kept dedicating a lot of time into being a better player.
I like the fact when a hero has a high ceiling or potential, it makes it very fun, I think, because every game you feel like, okay, I can do this way better, I can do this way better. It's like, there's like no ceiling.
He just does it very well.
Like, I don't like having expectation actually in any tournament, but I'm feeling good, and we're just gonna take game by game, and I think it's gonna be good.
Gaming Gladiators is a team that, if you look at it from the outside, it just seems like a bunch of guys having fun and then miraculously coming first every LAN they go to. It is pretty impressive, but it does feel like this is a team that everybody brings their own personality to the table and it clicks, which is very important in a team.
I mean, I think it's important for me actually that if I have some guy that I'm gonna lane with, and also just the team in general, that we create like some really good like friendship and bond like that, especially my lane partner. Outside the game, if you are close with each other and you like being together, you also talk about the lane easy, and like any issue you can just bring it up. So that I think is like very important for me. I played with a lot of players, and a lot of players I can't really have that with. Like for me and Topher, it clicked like very fast, and we have that, right? Nothing really felt different from the other tournaments. I don't think it's like, if anything, I think it's a good thing for our team. Because I think one of the strengths of our team is that we don't really go into despair or like tilt or like fight like that. We just always like have good values and keep a good atmosphere, no matter the pressure. Also like the same when we play on stage and stuff. And I played in a lot of teams, and some teams it's not really the same. Like there's a lot of pressure and there's a lot of despair, like when things goes wrong. And we don't have any of that.
1, 2, 3, GG!
So I think like high stakes, in theory, it should be good for us.
Gaming Gladiators has won all 3 majors of 2023. It's been pretty amazing, to be honest. Like watching them, it's the fact that they have their own identity and what makes them so consistent in terms of what they do. I think that is allowing them to have the success that they have. It feels like we heard in an interview from Tofu that from everybody else's responsibility to beat us. It's nothing to do with like us stepping down. We're gonna keep bringing the game that we bring, and if you can't surpass us, then we're just gonna keep winning.
I feel like through this whole year, there's been a lot of times where the team was like needed a bit more relaxing time, like probably just 1 week more to like be at home and not think about Dota. Because usually when we win a tournament, there's a little bit like a week or 2 maybe till we have to play again. But it's also we also have to start practicing again because the patch just drops and it like kind of fucks us every time. Yeah, we are definitely, that's one of the biggest things we've been fighting. I think is like when can we chill a little bit.
I think the biggest hurdles for Gaming Gladiators to overcome is the fact that they've got the target on their back. They have to basically say, everybody knows what we're doing, everybody's spending ample amount of time studying our replays, and we're gonna have to still bring it to them every single series.
Ace is considered to be one of the best and most successful offlaners in the world right now. But he hasn't always been an offlane player, or very successful. Ace started his career playing carry in Danish teams such as 3D Max and later in Team Life with Crit as well as his brother Link. Despite having what we would now consider extremely strong players, they never really achieved anything notable. He then went on to play in a very long line of notable organizations with very talented players, such as Team Secret, with Puppy, Yapzor, Fada, and Bidwan, as well as Cloud9 twice, with Eternal Envy, Snake King, Pylai Dai, and Misery. Despite the on-paper impressive teams, Ace always struggled to reach first place, always tripping on the finish line. That is, until he made his debut as an offlaner on Team Tickles, who later went on to become a team you might know as Gaming Gladiators. They currently look like the team to beat at any event they attend, sitting at back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back wins in their latest events. Will their dominant streak continue at Riyadh?
Hello everybody, welcome to your pre-stream happy chat talk time. I'm Slacks here with our fantastic, just out of their game, Gaming Gladiators. Of course, we got Quinn see why. Celery, so good to see you here. You told me your real name and I couldn't pronounce it. Can you hit me up with that again?
Oh yeah, Aske Larsen.
That's great. Well,
but you gotta pronounce it. You gotta pronounce it.
Yeah,
now.
try
it, Flax. Try it.
Say it one more time.
Okay, both names, all right?
Okay.
Aske.
Eske?
Larsen.
Larsen.
Yeah, that's
Eske
easy.
Larsen.
Easy.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, good for you. Beautiful name.
Are you Danish?
No, I'm not Danish. I don't even
What
know
are
where
you?
Dane is.
All Americans are something, right?
There's something, yeah.
Yeah, what are you?
What am I?
Yeah.
American.
No. Where are you really from?
Where are you really from? What are you, Sunset? Just kidding. No, I think my heritage is I have North American in me, like indigenous, and then I have some Euro thing. It was Ellis Island name. My original name, they rewrote it, and I believe it meant like donkey herder or something. And then I got my last name on the island. So there you have it.
Dang.
Yeah. So Dane, huh? What's that like? The Danelands.
Yeah. What do you think it's like?
I don't even know where it is.
Yeah.
I think Sheever's from there.
She's not.
Okay.
That's the Netherlands. I assume.
Oh, the Natty Nethers.
It's almost
that's
the
right.
same though. Actually, these countries are the same.
So tell me about the Danelands.
The Danelands is quite rainy, quite whatever.
They have
to be
Mads
honest.
Mikkelsen?
They have Mads Mikkelsen, good
Cool.
actor. Yeah, it's always the villain.
He's the GOAT.
The goat?
I love Mads Mikkelsen.
Yeah, me too. As do all Danes. It's our pride. Whenever there's some Danish pride, you know, all Danes, they go ham.
Oh,
Mads
good.
Mikkelsen mentioned.
Because we're like, what, 5 people in the country? So,
Yeah, roughly, give or take.
Yeah. It's not like you Americans, like you're like 1 billion people.
Yeah,
or more like
there's a
300
lot.
million, I guess.
There are many
Yeah.
of us.
Too many.
We don't know what to do with
We are
ourselves.
legion.
Yeah, that's true.
But
Everyone is
not in
American.
Dota though.
What?
Not in Dota.
Oh,
You're
no,
like
there's not many.
2.
I'm the only one left.
Okay, come on.
In the tournament, I am.
Oh, really? Oh, you just knocked out the other two. Oh my gosh, that was the most NA series
I mean,
ever.
Blitz is American too, but in terms of players.
I see.
Blitz doesn't count. Let's be real. It doesn't count.
That does not count. Yeah, that's true. All right, well, let's get the old elephant out of the room here. How are you feeling after that last series? Quinn, you seem absolutely exhausted. Look at you. You're like a bean of some sort. What's going on over there?
Yes, I am bean mode, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. We went through the whole roller coaster of winning and losing in that series because there was like a solid 10-minute period where you're just getting heads dunked in. And you feel like you're gonna lose, and you get the feeling in like your throat and the pit of your stomach, and you're like, you know, I had like one thought for a second there when I die-backed right before we turned the game around.
Yep.
Where I was like, well, I think I'm gonna fly home early. I don't want to like, I'm not, you know.
Oh no.
And then we're still in the tournament somehow. I don't know
Somehow.
what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been up and down. Like I was backstage,
Yeah.
watching the game with the 2 hosts was with me, and they like when Quinn diebacked, they were also like, "Oh, I'm sorry, man. I guess you can't win them every time, and like it's okay. You know, there'll be like there'll be more tournaments. It's fine." Like I was like, and they're like, "Who will do exit interview?" I was like, "I think I'll do it." And then I started mentally prepare. Like, what should I even say? Like, how do I be like as composed as possible? And then suddenly we win that fight. Well, I'm like hugging Tsunami or something, and I'm like, wait a minute. This game is maybe not over, I guess. And well, 10 minutes later, I guess it was over, but in a good way.
Damn. You don't have any experience in that, huh? Like
No,
loser
honestly,
interviews or
it was a
anything?
very unique feeling for me.
Wow.
Yeah, like just thinking about all that.
What an asshole. He just comes in and what was going through your head? Because you still haven't dealt with that losing series. You lost 1 series, but you haven't been kicked out yet.
Yeah.
What was going through your head as a first timer thinking about your exit?
I actually realized that like tomorrow there will not be more Dota. Like for a second I was like, wait, we're not gonna go home. We're not gonna go prepare. We're not gonna play another series the next day. You know, like that was really strange. I was like, what am I gonna do? I don't know.
Dark, man.
Yeah.
It's really dark.
It was a short period.
Dark.
Dota is a dark.
Dota is very dark.
It's really dark.
Yeah.
Celery, were you the same? Do you think it was over when you saw
I thought
everyone?
it a lot in game. I thought like, well, as soon as you're gonna lose, I guess it's okay. And then I could like, after having accepted that we probably lost, I could play again.
You coped it up or what?
I don't know. No cope. I thought we
No cope?
lost, and now I can play. Like it's okay.
That's
Sometimes
boss
you
maybe.
lose. And my sound was also not working. Like a quarter of the time, it kept going up.
We had to be
So I
some
thought, well, I guess it's not even my fault. I don't even hear anything. What can I do?
There's the cope.
That's the cope. I was like,
Massive
what can you
cope.
do?
It was
Like,
the sound issues,
it's
but
rough
as soon
times.
as
Sound issues.
Man, it would have been so easy if not the sound issues.
I also thought if only I was playing the Spirit Breaker. Or why are we
heard
playing
the
against
death music?
Why are we playing against Brute? Did we mess up in the draft? Why do they have Brute?
I had that thought too. I was like, wait, did we just trade Pango for Brute? Is that really good? I was like,
yeah, I kept on thinking about this stuff, but then I mean, there's not a lot for me to do. I'm just chilling there. I'm like pinging 4,000 gold to Aghanim, so it's like.
Yeah, at one point you pinged 4,000 gold to Aghanim. It's really cool if I can farm this. I was like, yeah, I don't have to be farming that, fam.
Oh, yeah,
too much gold.
Said,
that's like my whole network.
We just got unlucky. If I had Philosopher's Stone, we won. But I don't have it.
Truth, bro.
Unlucky.
Unlucky, bro.
So,
what can you do?
All right, a lot of people have been like critical. Well, I won't say people, but a lot of folks out there have been critical of Dyrachyo, thinking like, oh my god, they flame the carry or something. What a performance on this one though, huh? The haters have been quite silent. That was like his game. Although I think a lot of that was them just hating you guys in particular. A lot of them was just diving, trying to murder you guys and ignoring. So how's it feel to, be so hated, have such a target on your back? People will literally throw games to just, kind of go for you in the fountain.
It's pretty funny. Like, I don't know. I feel like, first, I don't know how many fans we had when me and Quinn came to the team, but I felt like after the first major, I feel like we got more fans. But then, like, every time we would win something, I feel like we got less fans.
What?
I don't know. It was so strange. Like, every time I like ever open Reddit or whatever, it's like, oh, I guess this is more people wanting us to lose. Like, that's just how it felt.
Yeah.
So I just felt like it's kind of funny. Like,
if you open the congratulation thread for the first major win, it's like, oh wow, super awesome, really cool. Yeah. It's crazy to see NA win a major, whatever. And then like the second one, it's like, this is getting kind of old. And the third one, it's like, I hate all their souls and their children and their families. Hope they all die.
Yeah.
And then like the Dream League is just, I hope they die. And then in this tournament, every time they lose, the whole chat is like salivating. Like they just see big, fat, juicy steak, and it's just dripping and they're oiling it up, and then it gets taken off the table. And
they were so close to have that bite. They were so close to have that bite.
Yeah, they were about to chow down.
And that feels even better.
But they also don't like Tundra though. They always say Tundra boring drafts.
Oh, that's true.
You play quicker.
So they'll still chow a little bit,
game.
But not quite as much,
You should go back and see the chat on that series. It was something to behold. People were extremely excited that the Kings were dethroned. But do you feel any pressure additional on this? Because you guys, you were kind of like the underdogs when you started this whole thing, and now you are very clearly, people are doing interviews here saying all they want to do is destroy you. Like, they do not care about anything else. How does this feel to be you? Is there any pressure, or you just not care?
I think now it feels chill again.
Oh yeah?
Are we favorites anymore now?
We're definitely not favorites anymore.
We get some potatoes. Don't worry about this.
Yeah. Just let us do our thing. Let us hang out a bit. Like, that's fine.
I mean, to be honest, somebody used their one time on that series. That was some 1 in a million miracle. I actually can't believe we won. That game was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like someone used their one time. So really, we're not even in the tournament still. We're like a ghost, an apparition. Like just we're living out some alternate timeline. So I'll just, I'm just like, I'm not favorites anymore. I'm just a ghost.
Just ghosting around.
I'm
like,
just
that's
ghost
fine.
man. I'm gonna go and ghost click, and I don't know. Maybe I'll ghost win. We'll see.
Damn. If it was anyone on your team who went in the future and got the monkey paw and went back in time and fixed that game, who do you think it was? Who went back in time to get you back in it?
Is it time travel?
Yeah, it could be Tofu.
Yeah.
We messed up a lot in game 2. We had to make up for that. Let's be real.
So I think he did it? Alright.
I think so.
I just feel like it's something he would do though.
Yeah, I feel like he's rummaging around and he just finds some treasure.
Yeah, it's like, oh, what is this? I guess I'll use it.
He's like metal detecting on the beach or something, And he's like, what is this?
Yeah, he always scoops around, so.
So I've been asking every team, and they've all pretty much given me the same answer, but I am curious if you guys have gotten to do anything besides Dota since the start of the DPC. I've been hearing a lot of pro players just say like, yeah, it's just been grind. Do you guys have any memories of anything besides Dota, or has it just been the hyper grind for you?
No.
Damn.
I actually don't think I've done anything else.
Me neither.
Like genuinely.
Yeah.
I'm going on vacation after this, but yeah,
Enjoy.
I genuinely don't think I've done anything since DBC started. I've only played this stupid game.
Well, come on, man. I mean, you're still like rank 1 or something, right?
I'm like 8th right now, but.
Oh, okay. But you're to blame. I mean, you have off time, right? You don't have to go in pubs.
That's not
I kind of do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. When you're a core player or mid player, especially, like if you're not low rank, it's kind of, or if you're not like top 5 and more, it's kind of unacceptable.
Wow.
Like if you're not top 5, then you're doing something wrong. Like you need to like work harder or be better.
That's cool. I'll
No.
never be there.
That's good. It's not worth it.
It's not worth
It's fine
it.
if I'm just trash or what? What is this?
You're not a mid player, bro.
That's true.
I
It's only
added a
mid.
caveat to make others not feel bad.
Oh, okay.
I'm kind.
That's very nice of you,
You're
sir.
so kind, man. Thank you.
Do you care about your rank at all, Sully?
I did for a long time. When I was rank 2 and I didn't get to rank 1, that felt pretty bad. But no one wanted to play with me when I was rank 2.
Do you know how far you were from rank 1 in like MMR?
Yeah, like 4 games.
4 games?
Yeah, but then I
Rough one,
lost.
bro.
I think I lost like so many games that I would have to win like 50 in a row to get rank 1. So I thought maybe it's not gonna happen.
Gracious.
But no one wanted to play with me anyways when I was rank 2, so
Why didn't they want to play with you?
yeah, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Same with Ace and Tove, but no one wanted to play with me.
Oh, I'm
They
so
didn't want to
sorry.
play with me, they didn't want to play with Ace and Tove, so then we just went together, right? We need to
Do you think they think
fuck these
differently
people
now?
up now. No, probably not.
Probably not.
Still don't like me.
I like you, bro. It's fine.
So we don't get you on camera very often. Can you tell us your whole tale? How'd you get into Dota? Where did all this start for you? How did you
Oh,
get
man.
to be a coach? Give us a whole
How did
rundown. I want the entire thing.
Do you know the story?
Is it like Santa Claus?
Well, basically, how the hell did I get in here?
He's just making something up right
Yeah,
now.
I'm gonna make something up now.
Oh,
no,
don't do that.
I knew Ace since like 2018-19, I think. So
Yeah.
for quite some years, and we started playing Dota together through some friends, Danish friends. The Danish people again.
The Danish people.
Yeah.
All 6 of them.
All 6 of us was playing Dota together, and then Ace and I also started like duo queuing and stuff, and then he started playing with Tofu in a
Mhm.
team. And I also got to know Tofu through that, and we all would like duo queue in between and like triple queue even sometimes when it was possible.
Mm.
And so we played so many games together. I think I learned like a lot about Dota from those guys. And eventually I also like, I don't know, we were always kind of on the same page on Dota. And when they were looking for a new coach, I actually wrote Ace because they had some candidates they were already interviewing. And I wrote him like a long message. I said like, yo, I know I'm your friend, so you're biased. It's like, it's not really fair. But I think you should still consider, like, I think I can be valuable in certain points, blah, blah, blah. And then he was like, yeah, that's cool, bro. Maybe you should talk to, like, the team, because I'm, of course, a bit biased and stuff. And then he kind of, like, pushed it on. I think he said, like, yo, guys, I know we're interviewing all these guys, but, like, I actually have one more. And then we had, like, a 5-hour interview or something.
5 hours?
It was really long.
What the hell are you guys talking about?
Dota.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Just
And
like how
then-
you think and all that?
Yeah, like just
Okay.
all the small things. Also, we were like side railed like all the time about other things. Like, and it was a good talk though. It lasted pretty long. But then, yeah, luckily enough, they agreed to go with me, and well, hope they're not regretting.
How could they?
Not yet.
You have the record. I mean, they can't regret it. So, I mean, it's just such a weird thing because that I would expect something completely different. Like, yes, I've been rank 1 for years under my Smurf account.
You also quit your job for it. That's pretty crazy.
I did, yeah.
You
I
quit
mean-
your job for it?
Yeah.
Good choice.
Thank
You're
you.
very good at it. What was your job, if you don't mind sharing?
Nah, it's fine. Like, I was just like working some management, like managing some team stuff. It's not really interesting.
What team? Like.
No, let's not go into it.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
All right, I won't touch it. Gee whiz. Okay, yeah, we won't say anything about that. But that's really awesome. So, like, what's the highest you ever achieved in Dota, like MMR-wise?
It does not count these days, but like it was probably like I was top 10 like when it was like 6K was like 6,100 was like rank 1.
Right.
Yeah, I had like 5,980, I think.
Damn.
That was like
I think you were higher more than me at the time.
maybe at the time.
For sure.
It's also like 10 years ago.
No, that was not 10 years ago. When MMR first came out, that was like TI5.
Really?
That's when Legion
It was
Commanders
like
dropped.
8 years
I
ago.
remember I wanted to get that 6K because that was like almost rank 1, I remember. That was really, it was a battle because you would get like 5 MMR and you would lose 45 because it was that kind of, and you would be like, you would have like Ancients on your team and you would either play against one guy with also Ancients or you would have like, or it would be like 5 Divines, which was like worse, I think.
It was
an interesting time.
Those were wild.
But other than that, I've been like, now my MMR is kind of trash, so let's not talk about that. But some few years ago when I started playing with Ace and Tofu a lot, like it was like always hovering around like rank 3 to 700, like something like that.
Yeah.
That reminds me of when I told Anton, like Anton has what
Oh, yeah,
rank,
that
what
was so
rank are
funny.
you?
Yeah.
What rank is he? I said 2000. And Anton thought, shit, that's very low. but as long as he's good. But he thought like 2,000 MMR.
Yeah.
And then like 2,000 on the leaderboard. So he thought, no way, 2,000 rank.
Yeah, but then he was like, maybe it's fine. Maybe he has some cool ideas.
I trust him, you know. He said like, I trust you.
That's how much trust Anton has, or how little he cares. I'm not sure which one. But
Our new coach is bringing in some 2K ideas.
Yeah,
Very interesting. Okay, well, interesting. Did you guys ever have people that are, you know, absolute dog, like try to teach you or tell you things? And how do you react to that? Like, you guys ever in pubs or have fans come up and they're like, hey, I just have this cool strategy, you should check it out. Is that like a wink and a nod, or do you guys think there's...
Sometimes they do it at the signing session. Like
Yeah?
someone will say like, I think you guys should play Enigma, or like, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's always kind of like, you don't really have time to discuss anything anyways. So it's kind of just like, you should play it. It's like, all right.
Yeah, it always feels more like a bit than anything else.
Yeah, like, I'm not sure if this is.
Yeah, it's like, you know what's really good? Hey, man. And
And he just, what do? You just, okay, neat. Have you ever taken any advice from anyone else, or is everything really internally for your team? Do you guys just cook together? Do you ever steal anything?
We steal, or like we look at what other people play,
Oh,
and
okay.
we consider it for ourselves. Like we cook in our team, we cook for sure. But
we also steal recipes though.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
Then maybe modify, add a little salt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little pepper.
A little pepper.
A little oregano, you know. Spice it up.
Yeah. You gotta spice it up if those are spices. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not the
Oregano is a spice.
Oh yeah, that's
Salt,
true.
pepper, I don't know what's
Not the most spicy spices.
No, it's a spice. It is not spicy.
Isn't like oregano a garnish, I think?
No.
Okay, I don't know. I don't.
Basil is basil is both an ingredient and a garnish.
Thank you very much. That's very informative.
So, this is gonna air, and someone's going, "No, it's not."
No.
Actually.
Why won't he just lose? It's not a garnish. All right. Well, so you guys almost lost today. Y'all thought you were gonna lose today. Talk about going home. Talk about vacation. What's going on after Dota time? This is the last big tournament before TI. Anything on the horizon? How you guys gonna relax after a incredibly stressful season of big win? I gotta be real with you, Celery. I thought at Berlin you were gonna die. I saw your face.
When did you see him?
Huh?
When was it you saw him?
It was Berlin. It was after the group stage or something. I literally walked towards you to do an interview, and I said, let's just not do it. Like, he does not look like he's okay.
But you did it anyways, right?
Yeah, but that was the worst, most tired pro player I think I've ever seen in my life. You seem very recovered now, but do you feel like you're better now? You look bad. You look bad in Berlin. It was the Deucen times.
Yeah, I was very tired. I guess it was, I mean, the reason I was so tired, I think, was Dream League was pretty exhausting. And then this big patch drop before this weekend.
Oh yeah.
This was insane. I'm like, because you kind of want to, we're kind of trying to chill a little bit, and now you have this massive patch that you're thinking about 24/7. I feel like it was worse for supports as well. I kept getting a headache thinking about these wards. Where do I ward? And the map is like twice as big. It was unreal.
Yeah.
Also, like for context, like Dream League ended. I think we played all 5 games, I think, against Liquid, and it ended at like 12 in the evening. And I think some of us flew like at 10 in the morning or something. So it's like you didn't even have any, like, not even one day to just like chill a bit. So it's like, just get on that plane and go to Berlin and play some Dota again.
Yeah, just insta go.
Yeah.
At least I could go by train. That was nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it was definitely weird. Like a few days in Berlin, at one point, I'm like laying in my room. I'm like, got pretty emotional. I thought, oh shit, we won Dream League. That was nice. It hit me like, that's amazing actually. I was very tired, but it was nice. Like I just said, all right, guys, I need to chill. I cannot play any scrims. I'm not playing pubs. We'll see what happens.
Well, it worked. Well done. But
I mean,
now...
we played like 3 scrims and we got stumped every time. So we're like, oh, whatever. We don't need to do this.
As always.
Scrims, you know. Well, now you're much more rested than then. So what are you gonna do when this tournament's over? When after you're done winning the grand finals several days from now, what's on the docket?
Just going for a little vacation with family and just relaxing. Besides it, not gonna plan too much.
Okay.
No Dota.
Yeah.
No Dota for
No
3
Dota?
weeks. No, not a single game.
You're not gonna play non-stop pubs until TI?
No, the Queen already does that.
No custom games? No nothing?
Maybe a little Ability Arena.
Oh, okay.
Besides that, no Dota.
Nice shout out. All right. So, what's your normal Dota schedule look like with this kind of stuff? Do you pub? Do you just pour over notes? What's it like in the biggest brain in Dota 2 right now?
For me personally?
Yeah.
I like to play pubs actually. I don't really care that much about them when I play them sometimes. I just want to like play some hero, or like I don't play Brood, for example, but then I just play Brood. I just need to understand something about this hero, you know? So I just play it. I especially like to play pubs after we just win officials. So I just want to go play pubs because all the guys have been playing, and I'm just seeing this like nice Dota, and it's fucking beautiful. And excuse my language. And then I just like want to go to my practice room and just play some pubs.
Sure.
Yeah, and all the guys are like, "You want to play pubs now? You're insane." And an addict.
He is.
And I might be.
Sure.
And other than that, I don't know, we are also together a lot on Discord, like just talking, like if we're at home at least. We just talk, or here we would hang out in practice and also talk about Dota. I believe like ideas also come, it's also our belief in the team, like ideas will come when you're just together, like spending time, like, because someone will bring up some hero and some guy will have some answer, and then suddenly we're discussing some things, and then one thing leads to another, and suddenly you have like some strong hero that you didn't think of before, and yeah, it's pretty nice like that.
Yep, I completely agree with you too. I think a lot of people get stuck in that trap of watching pro Dota and they're like, oh my god, Dota's great. I gotta go play it again.
Nah.
The post-international is probably the most miserable time in human history for any Dota player because you've been watching the greatest of all time. You're like, I'm gonna pop into a game and I'm gonna do that, baby.
You're gonna be miserable.
Yeah, and it's just the complete opposite. And you're like, this isn't the way. I've been watching for 2 weeks. How can this be?
It's actually like I was telling the guys the other day. I think I became a worse player after I came to this team because, and I don't know what it is, but like I feel like there's something wrong. Like I don't know if it's I'm expecting certain things and it just doesn't happen at all, and like combined with also of course me not playing as good, but it's like it's weird. I don't know. Something is very hard to keep up in some way.
Yeah.
I see it in other coaches too. Like they're either like some of them are high ranked, like Ari for example is like very good still, as you could see today. But most of them also like either are on rank, just don't really play pubs anymore, or like I don't know, don't really enjoy it at least I think.
Yeah.
So I can see why at least.
Will there ever be like a 5-man retired coach team? You know, going out. What do you think about that? Like going in for TI Opens against all the.
Oh, I'll be down for that.
Yeah, yeah. It's already sound like a good team.
Yeah, that sounds like a boss team. I need to play a bit more.
Supports, I think. So you're in the mid though.
Yeah, I need to play some more pubs. Then maybe I can play with these guys. That'll be fine.
Do you think that team would be would they like, I don't know, get Div 2 NA? You think it's possible?
I think it's possible for anyone to get Div 2 NA.
Yeah, so, I can ring up my grandma for you if you want.
Take it easy, dude. That's the whole region. How could you? You're supposed to be supporting us.
I left for a reason.
Oh, no. All right, well, I'll ask the same question to you, my man. You said you were going on vacay. What's the plan?
I'm going to London for a week.
Oh.
I'm going home because I've not seen my family in like 3+ months.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play Dota for a while because I've had enough of this game for a while.
You're not done yet, bro.
Relax,
We still got a few games left.
Yeah, I know. I'll push through. But yeah, I definitely need a break.
Oh, okay. All right. How is the fam with you guys? Do they watch your games? Are they supportive? What's that like being like a pro player? Are they in every single game watching your series live, or do they watch the replays?
Yeah, I mean, whenever it's not like some insane, like if we're in Southeast Asia or something, then the time schedule's a bit hard to watch. But otherwise, my parents and a lot of like somewhat near relatives also watch my games live, and they'll like message me after, like, oh, congrats, whatever. Yeah, my mom watches every game, and my dad can't because it's too stressful. But he asks my mom what happened whenever it's over.
I feel like the worst ones, though, I don't know if you get that, if you guys get that, but the worst ones are when you lose, and like there's like all this, oh no, what happened? Like,
what happened?
They know to leave me alone whenever we lose.
Yeah,
I'm
it's like, don't want to answer these questions.
Sorry, Mom.
It's like a loser interview to everybody you love.
You don't even know what that's like. Shut up. What have you ever got a what happened?
I had that reality for a few seconds today.
That's right. Oh, wow.
I was already starting to think about what I was going to say.
Dang, man.
His girlfriend said something giga-based the other day, but...
Yeah, I cannot say that here.
Yeah, we can say it on stream.
Sorry.
You won't say that on stream? Okay, no problem. Have you ever been flamed by your fam? Your parents ever been like, oof, could have done better?
About Dota, about Dota.
About Dota. Every once in a while, I'll get comments of like, you'll always, not always, but like you'll get comments from people sometimes saying stuff like speaking from a perspective of not authority, but like they know something. Like instead of pausing a question, they're like suggesting something, you know, and like that's always a bit like goobery, I think sometimes. But it's from a good place, you know.
Yeah.
It's just because they care and they're trying to take interest in stuff, so it's fine.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to hear. All right, guys. Well, let's talk a little bit about some meta stuff, huh? Let's talk about some Dota, some TI. Quinn, you had one of the greatest videos ever, the Yatoro Steak video, I believe, and one of the best of all time. What do you think about the state of Dota these days, you know? What's going on? What do you think TI is going to be like?
I mean, I'm a bit skeptical of the prize pool. I think it'll probably be the lowest in a long, long, long time, which, I mean, I don't think TI being a smaller prize pool is bad. I think the degree to which it is smaller is probably not good and should have been, you know, scaled down a bit more and, you know, ideally diffused out throughout the season to make other tournaments worth something.
You're just starting to get weird, right? Because you're finally not getting last every tournament.
I mean, it's fine. Money's just money, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I think TI being a really small prize pool always will like leave people a bit worried. I think the battle pass being removed is a bit worrying. But you know, who knows? I just click buttons. You know, I don't know the ins and outs. I don't know I don't know the numbers. I haven't seen the back end. You know, so I'm not really overly qualified.
All right. Are you guys happy with the patch? You feel like you know, Dota's in a good direction of staying competitive, staying wacky. You know, you think it's gonna continue in this path?
I actually quite like Dota like in the past month, obviously.
Yeah.
But like,
really?
Yeah, it's been real nice.
The last patch was good, huh?
But I actually feel like you can play a lot of stuff, and also some teams. Sure, there will be some heroes that are stronger, like Root or whatever, annoying Spider.
Yeah.
But you can still kind of do your own thing, you know, or like have your specific heroes that you're really good at. Like I think, for example, Quest does that a lot.
Yeah.
And, like other teams also do it, and that's kind of cool, I think. Yeah, Pandas, for example.
A lot of support can use some buff.
Yeah, that is true.
Because there's like 20 support heroes that I'm not gonna play 100% this tournament. There's no shot.
There's some Giga Grief heroes for sure.
Yeah,
Like,
I cannot play Warlock, you know. Like there's no shot.
Oh.
It's like there's some of these heroes you just cannot play them. It's kind of sad.
Right to my heart.
It's kind of sad. This hero, it's cool, right? I mean, I don't like it, but Tofu can play.
Tofu likes
but
it
it's
a
just
lot.
sad.
Tofu really
it's
likes
sad that
it
you
a
cannot
lot.
play these heroes.
It's like his favorite hero.
You don't need to be forced to play it, but it's cool if they can make it a little bit better. They should buff
Just
all
like
these.
occasional, you know. So it's
For supports,
it has
it's the worst
occasional
because
game.
it's very nice for your draft to pick them early, so they have to be super strong.
Yeah.
Like maybe you can last pick a Warlock, but when is that gonna happen? 1 out of 1,000 games, and then you need to last pick it. So
and then there's probably something better anyway.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Really going for the heart here. Okay, this is my most played hero right now, guys. You know the golems remove backdoor protection, right?
Yeah,
the little
or
poop
the
men?
imps, right?
Yeah, the little poop men.
Yeah, this hero is weird though.
They remove backdoors.
Do you like to play this hero
That
though?
sounds like
I
a
do
bug.
love to play
Because it
this
feels
hero.
weird to me. It's like I really want to have high impact.
Why am I telling you what hero to play? I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry.
I just like. I feel like I like having like big impact. That's why I like Ench.
Yes, of course. Please don't take anything that I say.
And now I'm playing Warlock and I'm just making some soup.
Yeah, it's funny.
I'm just souping it up.
They can't move.
Chilling.
You call it the poo-poo.
I want to have some cool stuff. I want to have a centaur creep that I force in. Boom.
They're stuck
Look
in the
at me.
poo-poo and they can't leave. It's funny.
You still play Warlocks these days? Like
I do. There's a lot of. I've talked about this on the podcast before, but there's a lot of tech to Warlock right now.
Oh yeah?
You know, if you put the poo-poo on a hill, you can't see half of it.
Really?
Yeah,
it's
that's
weird.
pretty cool. And the golems remove backdoor protection, and
That has to be a bug.
You said that.
no, and the Ags tech, which I've been telling a lot of pro players. I haven't seen it yet. Did you know that if you ult with Agnum Scepter and then you put it in your backpack, both the golems spawn as big boy golems instead of mini golems?
That's definitely a bug.
That's not a bug. It's a feature.
That sounds like bug abuse.
That's not a bug abuse. I'm just telling you.
Try to see your next
There's gonna be a
official.
message in the WhatsApp, like on our way back to the practice room, that says a new bug has been found with Warlock Ags. If you use this, you're gonna get DQ'd.
Listen, I don't want to tell you guys my secrets, but no, I do agree. As a support player myself, I feel like I think Warlock's really good. You can block punch hooks with the little poop men, you know?
That's true.
It's very fun.
But they're
All right, so whenever we see Plud, we'll pick the little poop man. Little poop man straight to my mind, you know?
What do you even build on Warlock?
Little poopies?
What do you purchase?
Shard.
Just shard.
That's it?
What else do you buy?
You should be done by then.
Solar?
You should be done.
You gotta win?
Shard
You lost. You lost
Refresher.
already.
I mean, there's why are you asking me? You guys are the smartest people in Dota.
Yeah, but you're the only one who plays Warlock.
Hey, you're actually the only person on Earth.
Yeah.
You guys, you'll see. When you get eliminated from this tournament with Warlock, you'll
Should've
see.
picked
You'll be
Warlock,
thinking
You know the
about
Dota
when
Buff
you get
rankings? It's just like yours. There is no. It's just Sir Axe and Slacks at one. And there's no
one of
two.
them.
I played 25 games of Warlock in a row before I came here, guys. It was 64% win rate.
Shit.
Check it
That's
out.
a nice number.
Check it out in unranked. It's really.
Check him ranked.
Okay, all right. We're supposed to stop this podcast. Please don't listen to anything that I tell you guys. You're the best team in the world, smartest man in the world when it comes to Dota.
You just said when we get eliminated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you guys so much for coming on the show here. Last chance to say anything out there. We'll go down the line. You can start us off, Celery. What would you like to say to the peeps watching at home who were, you know, sharpening the knives? They thought today was the day.
Have a good time watching the next series. It's gonna be epic.
Damn, hell yeah, that's hype. I believed you.
Yeah, you're next.
Oh, I'm next?
Yes, please.
Thank you for watching, even if you hate us. We appreciate it.
Oh.
I don't appreciate it. I hate you all. And I hope you don't watch, and I hope that steak tastes bad when you're done sharpening your knives and you inevitably get it. So
I'm the diplomatic one in the team.
All right, well, that was a very wholesome moment with Gaming Gladiators. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Congratulations on surviving that clearly lost game, and we'll see you guys in the grand finals, as we always do. Enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. Enjoy the stream. Bye-bye.
Welcome, everyone. I'm here with Sumail of Team Master, which it still takes me by surprise to see you in different jerseys, because for the longest time, I think for, 5 years you were on Evil Geniuses. Yeah. And then since then, you've kind of been collecting all like the Thanos gems of all the other top tier teams. You spent time on Secret, you spent time on OG, you spent time on Enigma Galaxy, you spent time on Liquid. What's it been like for you to spend so much time on one team, or one brand, I suppose, to becoming kind of a mercenary of sorts?
I mean, I just want to learn new cultures now. And Dota is like not my main concern.
Okay.
So I'm just traveling and seeing how things work in different areas.
So which cultures have you picked up from, let's go in order. So first it was on EG, that was North American culture?
Yeah.
What was that like?
It was something.
Was it formative for you? Do you still consider much of your DNA to still be very North American, or not anymore?
I think I'm 50-50, half Pakistani, half American.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about in your Dota gameplay? Is it 50-50?
I think Dota gameplay is, I don't know, I guess it's 50-50 too.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would the Pakistani DNA in Dota be?
I think it's aggression, to be honest. Yeah, because it's warm, everybody's kind of upset all the time. Things are not as nice, so you gotta do stuff to get things done, you know. You have to be on top of your game to just get through life. So that's where you get aggression.
Okay. Then what is the North American DNA? Are we soft?
Life is too easy, you know. The problems, to be honest, I've lived in the US, I have never actually, I don't know, all the problems are fake problems. It doesn't actually affect your lives, but for some reason they're a big deal. And that says a lot, and it shows a lot too anyways.
The epitome of first world problems?
Yeah. The problems that don't actually exist.
Okay, and then how about your time on European teams? So was your first non-EG team that you spent time on, was it OG?
It was OG, yeah.
Okay. What did you pick up on that roster?
I went to OG to learn some French. Yeah.
Give me an example. Can you, what's a French phrase?
Je t'aime.
Je t'aime.
Je t'aime.
Je t'aime.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what it means. I think it's I love you.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
How about playing under, so was your captain Seb at the time?
No, captain was always Johan, but I think it's a different, captain was Johan and leader was Seb.
Okay.
I would put it that way.
Have you had teams like that in the past, where captain is one, leader is a different one?
I think it depends on how you see it, because when the TF5 EG I played on, I saw Peter as the captain and I saw the leader as, Pierre as the leader, the one who unites the team. Yeah, but mine is Peter.
Okay, and then after OG, then you went to Liquid?
I didn't really go to Liquid.
Yeah.
I stood in.
You stood in.
People have a wrong idea.
Yeah. And that was just for Animajor, right?
Yeah, it was for 2 months. They had some issue with it.
And did you come into it with a stand-up mentality? You knew that you were just there temporarily?
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it from the start. But at some point, it wasn't even me who suggested it. At some point, it kind of made it almost like that it might be permanent. But I never had an idea. I never expected it.
Yeah. Okay. And then you went to Team Secret.
Yeah.
What was your time under, I guess, probably what many would consider the most storied captain of Puppy?
Yeah. It was amazing times actually. We just failed to win, but everything else other than that was really fun, to be honest. Yeah.
As in, like, both in the game and out of the game?
In the game, it's never fun, especially if you're losing. I doubt you can have fun in Dota if you're losing. There's no way. There's zero chance. But outside the game, life was pretty fun, to be honest. Yeah.
Do you have any specific examples of what made Secret such a different experience compared to other teams that?
Yeah, but I can't say those. The things that made it fun, I can't say.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Then after Secret, back to OG, or?
No, after Secret, it was Nigma.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So then, yet again, you're collecting all the story. You got No Tail first, or well, actually, you got Peter first.
I played with all the top captains in the West. I'm the only player who's done it.
I think you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Are they just lucky to have you, or have you been acquiring experience from all these different captains?
I don't know what I've been doing, to be honest.
You can't tell a difference from TI5 Sumail to where we are now in terms of the different leaders that you've played under?
I mean, there's obviously, they all have different strengths and weaknesses. But more or less, I guess Johan was the most different out of all, but all three have some sort of similarities. I mean, they're not the same people, but you know, they have some less extreme, some more extreme, you know, stuff like that. Yeah.
So I guess that also goes in line with how they were able to utilize a player like you, because I see some players go on rosters with very accomplished captains and they're not able to find success, but I never know whether to attribute that to whether the captain doesn't know how to use them properly or if the player just isn't a right personality fit.
I think most players thrive under like a structure, very structure of coming from the captain, and some like they have their own way of playing.
Right.
For example, I feel like Thompson wouldn't be able to play his Dota with any other captain except for No-Tail. But Thompson is like on the extreme side of the spectrum, you know. I'm somewhere in the more on the extreme side to that. I have to play it my way, or I look like an average player. Yeah.
And you've found that you've been able to explain to captains like, let me do my thing?
I tried.
Okay.
I tried.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, just because I want to play how I want to play doesn't mean it's going to work. So you need a lot of trust, and you need to build a lot of trust and faith, like in the player. But I guess I didn't really stay long enough to have that built, so I guess it didn't work out that.
So then in your career, have you ever had your own confidence be shaken that I don't even know what's going on, I would like a captain to show me? Or have you always felt laser focused, like what I want to do is the right thing?
I mean, it's not like I've always felt that what I want to do is the right thing, but I've always known what I want to do is what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
If it's not right, I don't really care, because even if it's the wrong thing, I do it proper, it's gonna be the right thing. You know what I mean? And if something is right and I don't want to do it, I'm gonna do it so poorly that's gonna look bad anyway. So what's the point?
I see. So it's staying true to yourself, I suppose.
No, that's edgy. Don't put it in those words.
But how would you phrase it?
Like I phrased it.
It's not a very snappy one-liner way to do it, though.
Yeah, but one-liners are, I think, of the past.
Oh, okay. That's it. Now you're more.
Now we're doing 15-minute interviews.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's continue the interview then.
Yeah.
Aster, you're on Aster now. How is the leader-captain dynamic on this team?
I don't think we have a captain. I am the leader role, I would say. So it's good for me in that way. I enjoy it. Because I don't enjoy being captain, but I enjoy being the leader.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Have you been leader on a roster before?
At some point I would say on EG, actually for a long time I was. But after that, not really. But finally, actually when I stood in for Liquid, I kind of had that. And ever since, I think now I have it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is, part of the reason why I'm going through this journey is because it's surprising to consider you a veteran of the scene at this point. Because I think for many people, you were the beginning of the Dota 2 generation. I guess like the first 4 years of Dota was kind of War 3 veterans still filtering in.
Yeah.
And then you kind of marked the advent of the new Dota.
Yeah.
And now it's been like you've spent quite a bit of time in the scene. How has the competitive scene changed for you since your first start to where we are now?
I think the biggest change would be skill gap between players is not as huge as it used to be. And actually the biggest that's under notice is the supports, because you go back and like you could pick a few support players that really stood out like 5 years ago, but now the support players they have improved so much. I feel like core players were always good mechanically, but now support players are also really good mechanically, I feel like one of the reasons Gaming wins these tournaments is their support duo is the strongest, like nothing touches it. Actually, surprisingly, Boxy 18 is the second best, so they come second every time. That's how I see it.
So is it mechanics that you think have improved on support, or is it like strategy, macro gameplay?
I think their mechanics just improved, like before somebody stole Ravage as a support, it was like, oh, big deal.
Yeah.
But now it's like, yeah, it's fine. You know what I mean? Everybody can do it. I mean, everybody should be able to do it in the past too, but for some reason, because supports are always rank 500s. I think it's criminal.
Well, it's hard to get MMR as a support.
I don't think so.
Oh yeah? One day you'll transition and you'll...
I can play support and be the same rank. I really believe it.
I do like that you bring up that the mechanics bar has been raised, because even for cores, I remember if you would do a Manta dodge, everyone was like, oh my god, this guy's amazing.
Yeah.
And now if you miss the Manta dodge, people are like, what's wrong with this guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Are we approaching the ceiling of Dota, do you think? Or is there still much room to grow?
I think Dota has a ceiling and was reached by most players at like 2019, 2020 maybe even. And now it just depends on how the person wakes up on a specific day or player matchups. Because I don't see it like top 10 mid players and like, oh yeah, this guy is really that much better than that guy, you know what I mean? Some guy just plays some different heroes, and if the patch favors him, it favors him. But I don't see the skill difference that much. And it's evident by laning phase now. Because back then you had huge differences in coming out of lanes against, like top 4 teams would just win most of the games because their mid player destroyed enemy mid player. But now it's somewhat even. Every game it's somewhat even. Only there's like 1 out of 5 games maybe.
How much of that is a product of patches and how the meta has favored that versus how much of it is just the fact that we've been playing this game for a really long time now?
I think people are just playing the game for a long time, They probably demo hero a lot now and practice last hits with framing and whatever. So it's just playing a lot, I would say.
So then for a player like you that used to have such a massive margin, do you like how tight the competition is now, that you have more challenges? Or did you like being way, way better than everyone?
Man, I doubt anybody likes being way better than everyone. No, of course. I preferred it the old ways, but what can you do? Yeah, I don't know. What was the question, to be honest? What was the question?
The question was, which one do you find more rewarding? The fact that you're playing against so many people who are basically close to the skill level, or do you miss how you would just be able to stomp mid and solo win games? Which one feels more satisfying?
Stomping, for sure, because that way you could win championships, actually, straight up, just from that. Now, I think now what changes, even if you stomp mid, the game doesn't really end. I feel like back then, if you stomped mid, the game would end. Now it's different. It's like one gank away from changing completely. I don't like it.
So Sumail, how's the language barrier going for you these days?
It's good. We all speak Urdu now. My native tongue. We stopped with English, Mandarin, now you're on Urdu. I think they all learned it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was my time with Sumail of Team Master. Appreciate you taking the time to speak to me. And
no problem.
Best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
lot to me to compete here. It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Welcome back to Riyadh Masters. We had an extended break to have an investigation to look into the disconnect, the 5-man disconnect that we experienced in the first game of the series. We found that there was a server-side issue that led to the game pause. We looked over the issue of the match and tried to find a solution to the best of our ability that would be fair to both teams. The best possible solution we found was that we continue the series as intended. Gaming Gladiators will keep their Game 1 win and will be moving on to Game number 2 of this best of 3 series that is played for elimination here at Riyadh Masters. We're in the lower bracket and now Quest is with their backs against the ropes here. We're finding out how they'll continue as we should be heading into draft of Game number 2 momentarily. I am joined by Purge, Effie and Faith Beyond on this panel, and as you can see, just seconds away, minutes away. Is it a 2 or a 5? I never can tell, but it's a 2. There we go, seconds away from being able to see the draft on our screen. So, there was an extended break for the players, for us, also for the coaches. It means that there was a lot of time to think about what to do next. Faith Beyond, how much impact do you feel like the amount of extra time that we've gotten in this game will have on the draft that is to follow?
Definitely both teams have more time to prepare, but this time Quest is first pick, so it's different with last game. So there will be some new strategy here.
Yeah, so far the bans look fairly similar. Gaming Gladiators previously banned out the Snapfire in this position, but they will now ban out the Rubik instead, because Quest will certainly grab that one if they have a chance. It does mean that there is a Snapfire still left in the pool. IO Brood, same bans for Quest, so Gaming still has the same heroes open to them as previous game, although they cannot open with the Rubik anymore, which is what they did last time, Effie.
Yeah, the Snapfire for Quest is not unusual. This is their most sought-after hero if it's still left in the phase, and Noob has had excellent performances with it. A hero that went ignored as well as the Undying, but now that you have this Snapfire, it's a bit of a deterrent. There are some approaches like Coddle Storm to the Snapfire that teams opt to take because they take advantage of her lack of disable, and that is the one GG opted to go.
That was perfect timing there.
Yes, it was.
Second work.
Well, it just happens, okay.
It works solid, yeah.
Why is it a good combo against the Snapfire opening? What is
she said it had lack of lockdown.
Lack of lockdown. All right.
Also, Storm is a hero that gets on top of her, so when you want to focus on killing the Snapfire, you have a means to do it through your mid laner instead of having to correct it through one of your supports.
We got the Phoenix coming out once more, this time a little bit earlier than last time, but we all know that Kaori is a great Phoenix, so it's no surprise that they want to go for comfort there. Which opening are you favoring, Faith Beyond?
I think both teams are pretty happy, because for gaming side, the Storm is I think it's the only mid hero that Queen play comfortable against Snapfire. And for Quest, I think Phoenix is definitely very important in this series, and I think it's very smart to pick it at 8 because I think through last game, Gaming will definitely know this Phoenix is very important, so we'll ban it out in second phase. So they have to pick it here if they want to play.
Do you think that this Phoenix now is in a more vulnerable position on 8 though, simply because they're going to take out the combos like the Mars? Maybe they can try to secure a silencer for themselves, or do you think it's okay to use some bans to protect the Phoenix?
I think it's fine because they play Phoenix very well, so even there's no combo with Phoenix, it will still be useful. And also, I think it's because all the hero Ace play that except Beastmaster, they are very afraid of Phoenix. So
that's very true, because they're all melee and tanking, and
yeah,
the Sunray
quite
is
tanky
just
hero. Yeah.
Sunray and Fire Spirits are very hard to play into. In that case.
Kind of interesting bans from Quest here, trying to protect the egg, I guess, with the lifestealer, and they ban out the Underlord, who was still very effective last game despite losing his lane.
It feels good to be this good.
I think the Lifestealer would have been pretty awesome this game, not just because it's good to kill the egg, but it's great versus Snapfire. Like, can just rage off the Atos and get on top of her. You also have the Infest bomb with the Strong Spirit, so very heads-up ban by Quest, because maybe a less good team would have opted to ban out the Juggernaut instead.
Yeah, it definitely could have slipped through there. Yeah, the Snapfire definitely struggles a little bit against these like run at you heroes. I feel like we saw that in the Liquid series with the Broodmother. You just run at her and she doesn't necessarily want to use Cookie defensively. It's like it's a shitty version of 4-step if you're just using it to protect yourself. You want to get damage and stun out of it. So if there are run at you heroes like Storm, there can be some downsides for sure. But at least your lane should be good. And Snapfire is still sporting a 53% win rate, despite being the second most picked hero. So, and Noob's been playing so good on it.
There are some celery heroes still in the pool for Gaiman. The Undying and the Enchantress come to mind. Also the Disruptor and the Silencer. I'm not too fond on the Undying right now, simply because I feel like Supernova counters Undying's Tombstone, and Little Shredder also counters that spell, so maybe going for the range support route would be cool. I mean, the Disruptor looked pretty awesome in that game one.
It did, yeah. They're going to focus instead more banning out Ace, taking the Beastmaster out. So he is going to be more limited on his hero picks, and looks like Darkseer is his most pick that's still left. Darkseer or Timbersaw, maybe?
Yeah, it seems like both teams favoring to ban out the offlaners in this one, with the Tide and the Mars there also. So the pool is getting a little bit smaller, but yeah, with the Darkseer still in the pool, I feel like that's still a very good option. Where do you feel G.Gladiators wants to go with this one, Faith Bian?
I'm thinking about if they will pick Silencer in this 15th, because it's a very good combo with Storm and a counter pick to Phoenix, but they never pick it before, so they're still going for Undying that they pick the most of times.
So the thing I mentioned about Undying earlier is that while it's not good on these mini exchanges in Dota versus both Snap and Phoenix, it's still very strong in securing the lane. Like, this hero will always be able to secure the lane for its carry no matter what, and this way they can just pick a Durachio win condition hero like the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I think it's a lot safer. I agree for the drafting position. Like, Tombstone's fantastic, but in a lot of fights it does get killed pretty quickly anyways. Obviously, Wilshire's amazing at doing that, but it should still be a good hero, and then late game grab ally, fantastic, obviously.
Here comes the Lion, great to deal with. Storm Spirit, just overall a lockdown in general is nice.
Better than Shadow Shaman?
I think like 5 times better at the moment. Unfortunate for Shadow Shaman fans all around the globe. But fortunately, that performance yesterday was maybe bad enough to give the hero quite the buff afterwards. Who knows?
Do you anticipate a Darkseer? Is that what you said?
I think they potentially could go for the Darkseer, because you see the 2 supports on Gaiman, so they can't go for a Dispel hero to counter Darkseer. It could also prevent the Terrorblade coming out, or maybe be a solution for it. But yeah, you guys are right. The Lion is a perfect hero versus Storm Spirit with the Hex, and definitely not the Shaman, Faith Bian.
Yeah, not Shaman.
So far they're thinking about it. I mean, which other things could they be thinking of, Faith Bian? Because normally at this point you would want to pick your offlaner. Oh, never mind. Faceless Void. You like it?
Yeah, pretty good.
Can you explain why it's good?
Because lots of offlaner got banned, like Underlord, Beastmaster. So Void maybe will have a pretty good lane, and also it's a very good combo with Phoenix in teamfight.
I like the Doom response though, because even if the lane is still fine for Faceless Void, at later stages of the game, he can be doomed. But with that said, Gladiators have pretty good defense against Chronosphere with Grab Ally, and with them initiating first. But yeah, if it's Chrono kill Storm, then Quest is going to be really happy, and Chrono plus Egg is fantastic too.
The Doom is a little greedier than I would have liked to see coming out of Gaiman, because I feel like it needs some time to come online, and Void still does well against it online, but as the game scales, it's a very, very easy way to deal with Void, as you mentioned. So maybe they think that taking this into the late game is a better solution for them than trying to fight into Quest's big ultimates.
They have so many.
Yeah.
My team fight's so good. And then Void plus Snapfire is the other combo we didn't mention. It just looks really good. And especially because Quest is able to make like Kaori's Phoenix look like a solid laning support. So if they can get through the lanes fine and then leverage the power team fights, then yeah, should be good for them.
The Darkseer gets banned out, Faithian, and we were talking about it a little bit earlier, but they chose to prioritize the Void instead. Can you explain that logic?
Maybe they think they have more hero for Malik, but if Void got banned, they don't have good hero for TA 2000. Maybe that's the reason.
Do we know if Malik plays Snapfire on the offlane sometimes? Like, is that flex potential?
He hasn't yet this tournament.
Yeah, he has not yet.
I think offlane Snap with a range support is kind of cringe, so I really hope that they don't do it. Probably not the best word to describe it, but usually it lanes better with a more aggressive type of 4 if you're going to run it offlane, so it's most likely the mid Snapfire.
Okay.
I think maybe Lycan for Quest is pretty good because they have to pick first, and Lycan you can like lane almost every situation.
For Quest?
Yeah.
Are you still not afraid of the Terrorblade if you pick Lycan?
Yeah, I think if they want to pick Lycan, should ban Terrorblade. So maybe they have something else.
So what are Morphling and Drow Ranger specifically good against in the offlane? Is there any like archetype hero that comes to mind?
Shiva, I think Morphling has won way too many 60-minute games.
Do we still have Timber here?
Yeah, Timber's still in too.
Timber is still in.
Don't you think it's not good enough against Doom though? Like it's just another hero you like to Doom?
I think it's not very like have some relation with Doom, but from the hero they ban, it looks like they want pick Timber maybe.
Let's see if G.Gladiators come to the same conclusion. They got a full minute left to decide on which hero they want to ban here.
Is that you laughing in real life? Or?
No, yeah, that was Effie in real life, 100%. Can't compare.
God, I'm so tired of our wasteland.
Lycan got banned.
They still banned the Lycan. It's Enigma. Ooh, we forgot about this here. I forgot about this hero. This entire series has not seen the light of day, even though it is one of the heroes that is in the most picked list and one of the higher win rates with 52%.
They haven't picked it yet. That's why. Quest also forgot about the hero.
Yeah.
This is a new one for him. I love little surprise picks like this.
Yeah.
But I feel like they put so much things on team fights. Like 3 heroes, like only like all the skills for team fights.
I mean, it's fine. They have so many team fight ultimates. They can use 1 or 2 for ganking. They can use the other 3 for the team fight and still win the team fight. Just black hole support, and then go win the fight after.
Easy. 1 team fight per hero. Yeah, sounds good. Let's see if Gaming answers with a core that can withstand that team fight. Looks like we are still finding our Daracho hero. One of the heroes that comes to mind when you're up against big team fights is used to always be Wraith King, but are there any other heroes in this pool that could still be good to deal with all of this, that lived through all of that?
And TA stands out to me because I feel like the lane versus Enigma isn't bad. It farms fast and it can be pretty durable, but there might be issues with TA scaling and of course Little Shredder removing the refraction in the late games.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Medusa. They have Koto, and Medusa is a kind of counter against Enigma.
Because you pop your ulti and you stun them through BKB no matter what. Yeah, it gives them some team fight advantage on the way back, that's for sure.
It can also give you a way to kill the Phoenix egg, right? Because you can just stone gaze and go hit it, so the enemy team can't really defend the supernova themselves.
So what do you think, Faith Beyond? Final thoughts on the draft?
I think maybe I prefer Gaming's draft because I think because they are second pick, so the 18 pick and Medusa is quite comfortable. I think because they saw Void, Faceless Void, so they pick Doom, so they can have a better late game. Yeah.
I prefer Gaming's draft too, because I feel like their lanes are just pretty solid, and I don't think that line is enough of a threat for the Storm Spirit. But I mean, Quest may have a chance, honestly, if they were able to mentally reset after that last game.
Yeah, they have some solutions against Medusa. I don't know if we'll see like line mana draining her, but there's like some cool stuff they can do, and they just have so many team fight spells that if they can execute it well and force gaming into like a straight 5v5, they should be able to wombo combo, but gaming's still good too. So.
Well, we're going to find out who is going to take Game 2 of this best-of-3 series. Will Game and knock out Quest, or will Quest force out the third game? Before we see that in action, we're first going to head over to Jenkins, who's standing by with the coach of Gaming Gladiators. It's CY.
Hey, CY. Hey. You guys going to win?
I hope so.
You had a long break. What'd you talk about? I got to ask.
Of course, we talked a bit about the situation and everything, also with the Quest guys. I think it's a very unfortunate situation. I'm glad that we just get to play some Dota again. And yeah, we also just try to chill out and, you know, not worry too much about anything.
In terms of this draft, Medusa last pick, did Duraccio ask for this? Is he like, this a free Medusa game, boys?
Actually, he didn't ask for it. Like, we said it's a good Medusa game, but he's down to play it. He's down to play anything he says, so I believe in him.
He's down to do anything, isn't he? Thank you, CY, for joining me. I appreciate it. And this is going to be over to Avery. And don't walk in front of my screen. Capitalist.
Adversity is something that we all have to go through in life, though it is never fair. And now, in a situation matched up against that adversity, up against probably one of the most frustrating Game 1 losses of their entire careers, Quest now have to bounce back from that adversity, clear their heads, and move forward in a best-of-3 series. Because that is the good part about Dota. We are a best-of-3 game. And we do get to see whether or not Quest is going to be able to put themselves in a better position in this Game 2 and see if they can clear out a series against one of the best teams in the world in Gaming Gladiators.
I like their odds. I think this draft is very well suited for them. I think they addressed some of the problems that existed from Game 1. Mainly, it was that Wind Ranger went untouched the entire game. So you're kind of going to be thinking about, okay, what hero is Quinn playing now that we are going to try and shut down? It's going to be an early pick Storm. So you get this Lion faces Void second phase. The Snapfire should have a good lane for it. It's Noob's signature hero at this point, right? So you know the Storm's going to be a little slow off lane, and you have big lockdown on him for later in the fight. It's also sometimes hard for him to jump supports like Phoenix, because even if you get him to 0, he still eggs. So I really like what Quest brought to the table. I think their laning looks pretty solid. Their team fight is insane. The one thing that might trip them up is like this Doom and Medusa scale. You know, if Ace gets really big, you get to this later game where he has an Ags, you can't Linken's block this Doom. That's going to be concerning for you in the fight. When he just runs in, like it might mess with your Phoenix swooping in, it might mess with your Lion blinking in. And of course there is Grab Ally in the game, so as good as these Chronospheres and Black Holes are going to be late game, you can always just pull someone right out of it.
So if they've addressed the Quinn Storm Spirit here, have they addressed the Duraccio Medusa? Because it is something that the panel seemed to favor quite a bit. Faith Beyond said, yeah, this is a great game for Medusa, basically.
I mean, it's last pick, so they didn't really have a chance to address it.
Sure.
I think the Faceless Void is a good matchup for that hero for sure. You've seen a lot of teams pick the Faceless Void against the Medusa, so at least you have that going for you. I mean, you can always just lie and mana drain it. And what stops you sitting there and sucking it all away?
That's actually true. Yeah. If you get a Chronosphere, Mana Drain might be one of the most potent spells you could put into it. Holy cow.
This is actually a good game where the Lion might come into effect in that regard, because you have the Black Hole and the Chrono where you can just hold the Medusa in, right?
Sure.
Normally you don't get an opportunity to run up and just drain the Medusa for mana because you're dying to her in the AoE with the split shot. I go back to that game that Duraccio played it with the Divine Rapier, right? At a certain point, this hero just creates a zone of damage you can't enter as these ranged supports, and that is the issue for Lion in this matchup, which traditionally, I mean, Mana Drain's not going to do anything. But when you have these huge long-duration stuns that can just hold her in and prevent those auto attacks going out, yeah, maybe Omar can get some work done even in the late game with this hero versus the AoE that Gaming are promising. And of course, a lot of this might come down to some of the lane matchups too, like how much does Noob get done in that favorable 1v1 with the Snapfire, and how well do Quest play their side lanes. I was impressed by them last game. This is a similar situation where you have pretty greedy side lanes, and especially the safe lane, Phoenix Void. The powers in that mid and late game, sometimes that lacks a little bit on the laning phase, and you did have this counter pick from Ace in the Doom. So we'll see how much GA2000 can extract.
Semi-Gaming Gladiator Siggies, but we've got the Noob Snapfire once again. I'm still shocked that teams are giving this one to
It is
Quest.
pretty crazy. And they had to decide between the bans. Now, first game, they banned the Primal and the Snap to limit Noob's more aggressive tempo-setting heroes, which is a big key of Quest's puzzle that you have to figure out in this tournament is like, how do you slow them down enough that their late game isn't as potent?
Right.
And the Primal and the Snap have been the best tools out of mid to create space in the game for their 2 silencers to come online.
Do you think the Quap
didn't
hit quite the same as the other noob
I don't think it did. I think it was kind of doing its job, but at the same time, it didn't end up scaling as well as I thought it would in that game. Maybe just a product of how the fights went. Whereas I think Noob is, all the games we've seen from him, the Primal and the Snap have definitely been his 2 best heroes in terms of doing well in lane and then being a threat in those late game fights.
Mar trying to make a run for it, but the zombies are slowing him down. And that very likely is going to be your first blood going over to Celery.
Nice little pickup with the tombstone timing that is... Man, it's so hard to dodge that kill, honestly. And even in a lane where they have Enigma who can bring the lane back and abuse the level advantage, it's still very difficult to dodge here with the double range. Nice little pickup for Celery, and that first blood did go to the Undying over the Medusa, so I guess Quest not too sad about that one.
And it does give an opportunity to refill Noob's bottle.
Exactly.
In a matchup that he wants to try and abuse the Storm Spirits as much as possible, right? Like, a lot of this matchup is about scatter blasting him over and over again, getting him low enough to try and get a cookie kill.
Especially if you can maybe find the kill on Quinn before he hits 6. Like, if you get him low, you chip him down with these scatter blasting cookies, you bring the line in. That's an easy kill before he's 6. And the supports from Gaimin do not really want to go and skirmish around mid too much this game. They rather play the side lanes and boost up their cores. Maybe Tofu looks for some triangle stacks. At a certain point, the Coddle will connect to the Storm, but in this very early game, that route is open. They're going to look for the revenge. He does have a Lotus.
Yeah, the Eidolon's helping out a lot in this matchup, but Celery was still tanky enough to be able to get away.
And Malik's done a pretty good job protecting these Eidolons and powering through for the denies. Like, this is 8 denies to 0 on the Medusa.
Yeah, only 16 CS on Dusa. That's pretty good.
Limited some of that chip damage. It'll prompt up not a bottle refill. Oh, that was the Coddle looking for the water rune. So Quinn's going to get no rune advantage here, as Noob will gobble up both of them. In fact, Tofu didn't even run over to deny that.
Yeah, he just left it. He was going for the water rune and then TP'd, then realized his TP wasn't required.
And we see early raindrop for Quinn too. This is not an item you like buying in the 1v1s. It's more of an item you have to buy to try and sustain. I mean, it just ends up being dead gold once it gets burned. Will prevent a lot of the chip damage here. So maybe Quinn's also thinking about this potential gank in the mid if he ends up being low. And converting a bit more of his net worth into regen to stay high, prevent that move from coming out. I mean, Enigma is a hero you can leave alone top. So Omar has the ability to roam either to mid or bottom here. You get the levels up. Ace eventually did find a healing creep, and he will gobble up a heartbeat creep. Well, certainly a
first
lucky
hit
lad
bash.
today.
That's going to help TA2000 out quite a bit and going for this kill onto Ace. Gary's low, but they should still be able to get the kill on Ace. And Tofu can't do anything in return. A 0-1-2 build by him. No levels of the Illuminate Blast. Even if he lives here, it's like, well, where are you going to go?
He's going to salve up.
I guess so.
Almost got the courier.
It does mean nobody's in lane for a bit, so maybe some missed CS and experience for sure.
I mean, to be fair, Illuminate is pretty bad against the Faceless Void lane. He can jump it all off, and then it's an extra time dilation target. And it's just a nice aggressive read by Quest, even though Ace has gotten some damn good small creeps down here. Still winning that lane. And there is the solo kill with the kisses.
Got the level 6 before him. And Quinn opting, he was behind in experience, but we've seen a lot of Storm Spirits at this point. Like, okay, if the enemy mid has kill power at 6, you just default jungle. But Quinn opted not to do that. Tried to stay in lane.
The damage.
Pays the price for it. Duraccio almost dies as well. The blood grenade, it'll take him out.
By 1 or 2 HP, they find that kill with the last tick, just enough to know. That's a lot of XP into Omar here, as he is already 4 before the Wisdom Runes come out. Quest striking on all 3 lanes here. This is a very good early game for them. And it's very valuable that you're shutting down Quinn, because he was the one factor that was going off for gaming. So that feels doubly good, right? You're getting your tempo setter out of mid in a really good position off a solo kill from Noob. That's just crazy high value, and you're winning your side lanes here.
Great start for Quest. And something interesting about this series, every single time that these two teams have matched up against each other in a series, it has gone the distance. Even the group stage matches will go 1-1. They've always gone to a game 3 in best of 3s. And Quest are looking to be able to continue that pattern, but it's going to require Noob to get past. Oh no, they missed Impale from Omar. And Quinn with this Arcane Root is just going to get too much done here. They're going to go for a second kill. Celery's going to help tank the tower to ensure a double in mid.
We don't get the Wisdom Rune on Cowrie, so they'll get double that here for Quest, at least Slain to make up for that dive. Man, that Arcane Rune did work there for Gaming. Nice little collapse from them with this Tombstone timing on top of the Arcane Rune for the Storm, on top of being able to chakra him up. You're happy about the support levels here, but not happy about all that gold going back into the Storm Spirit's pocket. Like you said, that Impale missed, also that Blinding Light. Just enough cast range to get the bounce back.
Yeah, it would have been a big difference if he pushed him in a slightly different direction.
Still a level behind. That is how much New pulled out of that 1v1. Something to swing this game back in their favor. I mean, the one option for Quest is keep playing these side lanes with some decent kill threat as the ultimates come up, right? You're closing in on Chrono. You already have Black Hole on the other side, so these side lanes are a little scary to just stand on with the solo cores if you're gaming. Your supports are not really bailing you out from that damage if you bring the rotations
Going for the
in.
kill onto Quinn. Hits him with the cookie, but Celery and Tofu are coming in here. Supports on both sides going to try and change this fight. They'll get the stun on to Tofu, and looks like the Keeper of the Light is going to be the one to pay the price here. One final Fire Spirits, a little bit more burn damage, a Blood Grenade added on top, and he dies.
Another nice little rotation from the supports. They are racking in a lot of XP right now. They're both 5.5 basically to the level 4s on Gaming, as they just had to commit resources to bring the Storm back in the game. Always a trade-off somewhere else. And if you can get a fast egg and finger up, you know, the downside of these big ultimate lineups is sometimes you have to wait for your cooldowns to fight. The thing is that I think Quest have so many, it almost doesn't matter. Like, just start throwing them out to kill people. You still have 3 or 4 more left.
Yeah. Well, they're going to throw this one out. Kisses and Chronosphere. Once again, special attention being played to Ace and making sure he does not walk away with a free laning phase. He's a Doom, so he's going to have high net worth naturally, but they don't let him get much past that.
And this was the choice Quest had, right? You can go for the Chrono kill on the bottom lane or go for the Black Hole kill top. They end up prioritizing Ace here, and maybe also helping Tay2000 as he is just rushing the Midas here on the Faceless Void. The Enigma's a bit more self-sustaining.
Oh, instant Black Hole from Malik. That is actually a really good response. It may not be enough to keep him alive. The Malphite with the Hex, they change those stuff. They get the kill on Quinn. What a beautiful turn from Malik.
You might even
Such
get out.
a heads-up read to TP out too. That was sick.
That ward paid off so much. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Tofu's going to D-ward now. They're like, there's no way he makes that play without seeing us coming. That's just a really good bait, a really good turnaround. Omar in the right place again as usual.
I mean, the Dusa doesn't have Stone Gaze, but the fact that he's faced away from the Dusa too just adds just that little bit of extra bit to it.
I mean, this is not a turn play that Gaming expected here.
No, not at all. Long zip in, going for the kill on Omar. Quinn not going to be kept down for long. Immediately gets a kill on Revive.
Do have to keep in mind this max chakra magic is going to keep the Storm on the map. Every time he comes back, every time he goes for a jump, it's just going to get refilled. So you have to play discipline. Cannot give these openings to the Storm. Let him regain the momentum every time you shut him down with these big ults. And that's something you're going to have to play around, right? Every time you use a big ult to get a kill, Gaming have a bit of a window to force somebody off a wave or just go for another jump or dive. Something you have to constantly communicate and think about in this game. However, all these ults are online, man. Just so much experience going into these cores, and the supports have everything. You have a finger, you have an egg, you have a black hole, and Kiss is coming back up. Atos already done for Noob as well, so you have earlier lockdown. You just rushed it over the boots. A benefit of this mid lane going super well. He's 1,000 ahead of Quinn here. That means you have an extra lockdown tool for the Storm when he jumps in deep. And that's what makes the Lion pick really nice here, is you have to commit into these big ults. It protects Omar, which means every time you go in with the Storm, who is the only initiator for gaming, the chances that you find an Atos, a Cookie, a Hex, an Impale, anything, and then you can just chain it into everything else is pretty damn high.
Yeah. Look at how many more stacks they have against a lineup that has a Medusa. So G.Gladiators, all these moves early on is costing Dyrachyo a bit of later farm.
And Malik is being insanely efficient right now. He's farming the lane with his hero and camps with the Eidolons. Not feeling the pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Taking advantage of it. This is a lot of extra gold going in the Enigma. Mech already done. He's just going to rush the Greaves. I think going Ors here feels pretty nice, because again, I don't think you need the black hole to feel like you're going to win the later fights here, right?
There's a decent chance that they just run out of damage on G.Gladiators, right?
Yeah, it's pretty high.
If you don't have an Illuminate Blast, then your Cuddle isn't actually adding any damage. It's all up to the Storm Spirit, but even, like, he doesn't like not being able to burst down heroes. So Mech and Guardian Greaves is going to do a lot against that. But even if he does jump in, he could just get hexed. no damage output.
For the 12-minute rune, you got to be careful these Atoses with who's behind Noob here. It'll be a shield rune bottom. Another smoke and double support committal just to get this power rune for Quinn.
I don't think it is
top.
A rune that, I mean, if it's an arcane rune or regen rune, maybe it would be worth it, but shield rune, let's see what Quinn does with it.
I mean, there are a lot of heroes off the map right now. This should be a smoke that Dyrachyo can read. As, I mean, nobody is showing mid, right? This is prime alert signal right now. There's not even anybody showing bottom, though. You will see Kaori here in his usual Phoenix position, rushing his usual Hex. Nothing changes for the hero or the man here. As
it ain't
they just
broke,
continue
don't
to run
fix
it back. Yeah, and that smoke just didn't yield anything. That was optimistic here. There's too many heroes off the map, and Dyrachyo is not going to give him something to jump on. To result in mid lane getting pushed in.
Noob is going to think about going back for a Hand of Midas, which would obviously seriously amp up their late game potential.
Team does like their late game. I mean, this lineup should tell you everything you need to know about that. I don't think they're afraid of going late here. The Medusa Doom is scary at a certain point, right? Like, if you give them second or third Roche, I think that's when this lineup becomes the most terrifying. The Doomags is also a concern for a lot of your big ults. And of course, you know, maybe some ultra late game Dusa that we've seen out Dyrachyo. Always an option, just wins you a game off a Divine Rapier or something. Still, you have so many scaling BKB piercing ultimates with a Snapfire who's going to get 20 and 25 talents at a certain point. Another two-man smoke.
And another smoke that Dyrachyo is either reading or just not wanting to play the lane so far forward, and is, as a result, making himself very hard to gank for Noob and Amar.
He's feel a little forced in a way.
Yeah.
It's taking a lot of time out of Noob's early game here to commit twice for this Medusa. I don't think they're going to find either time. If you get the tower out of this off the Enigma push, I think you're okay committing it once, but the fact they did it twice is really slowing this game down.
They're playing away from the power.
Celery is hitting your tier 1.
Yeah, that should go
illegal.
Unpunished. They might be able to not up. Oh, Lamar gonna be in trouble. Got off the Hex, but there's gonna be no follow-up disable immediately, but it is enough to get him away from the Tombstone. TA2000. Good thing he didn't throw that Chronosphere. Wouldn't have gone far enough. Quest bringing all 5 of their heroes. G.Gladiators do manage to back out successfully without any losses, though.
That was a very bold bait by Celery. They're hitting tier 1 isn't a dying. I mean, you know Quest are going to respond because they want these 5-on-5s with the big ults. So the fact that Game bring them all there and get out, probably pretty happy with that. Their Deuce is farming. They have some stacks to fall back on. And of course, you always have the Money Printer Doombringer going to work. Max Devour Midas up for Ace. He is climbed to the top and will probably continue that climb. This is where the acceleration of the Doom and the Medusa might take over the game for a bit here, as I don't know if Faceless Void is matching it too well.
Do you think this is one of those lineups that both teams is fine, like with their scale? Quinn messed something up there. Supernova, he managed to get one Fire Spirit out, but the other ones didn't land on the supports, and as a result, the egg will die.
You had your warning.
I think, yeah, it is kind of a game where both teams probably think they can win late game, which I think is true. I mean, those late game fights will probably come down to execution here.
Kisses, Black Hole, heavy resources to kill this Dusa. It's going to be a close call. His mana shield's gone, but the rest of the team of G.Gladiators is now here. The response with the Scottish Blast from Noob to try and stop Quinn from chasing down Malik isn't going to be good enough. And now Dyrachyo even comes back in, pops a little bit of extra mana to get the Stone Gaze off, chasing away the rest of the Quest. But TA2000 is now here with the Chronosphere. What's he going to put it to use to? Sticks onto Quinn, might be able to get this kill if he gets the bashes for it. Omar's going to line up a beautiful stun. That's going to be fantastic. But here comes Ace. TA2000 needs to time walk backwards now before the Doom can catch up to him. A little bit more slow. Another time walk coming up. Is Ace going to get there? He's not.
You gotta remember, you didn't have egg for this fight either. Otherwise, maybe you can stick in there longer. And the Tombstone just standing up multiple Chakra Magics on Dyrachyo. Something you're always gonna have to think about this game is the refill for the Medusa. You just don't have enough damage here. 3 ults is not enough. That is gonna be the power of the Snake Lady here. As you throw everything into him and, oh, there's a Chakra Magic. He's basically full again. The problem with this matchup in the Medusa Enigma is the Midnight Pulse is just kind of useless.
Yeah.
So you just miss so much burst during your Black Hole compared to most other tanky frontliner carries here. Right. Just feels bad. TA2000 will salvage this a bit.
Yeah, a little bit by being able to get an important kill onto Quinn, but then has to leave. A lot less ultimates being used by Gaming Gladiators in that fight.
And they know the big ones are down for Quest, so time for Quinn to play a bit aggressive here. I mean, he's still been shut down this game a lot more relative to the last one. And he is still your initiator for gaming. So Quest are fulfilling that objective so far. And the Greaves was finished for Mog. Man, they're still looking for this tier 1 top, and it'll be a trade for mid. This is not a tower you want to trade for Quest. You just only have the egg up. Celery will just smack it down. Gaming's super happy about the fact they got that for free.
Quest just gonna have to take a bit of a slower time here where their ultimates are coming back up.
Yeah, this is going to turn into a game where you fight around your ults and then you go back to farming and it becomes very static, because I don't think Quest are going to be able to push any sort of tempo in this game, even with the Greaves on the Enigma. It's going to be hard to invade areas and stick there, because every time you go on and hero use these spells, Gaming are going to run back at you, which means you have to concede the ground you gain through a big core kill. And you are going to get out farmed. So you're going to feel a little pressure right now. If you get through this period, though, get to your talents, get to your BKBs, level 2 on the egg, level 2 on the chrono, then you're a bit happier in these fights.
Orchid going to be put to use on Kauri. So his sight device is going to be even more delayed. He's not having the free farming game that he had in game 1.
No, he found some of the levels, but definitely not finding the net worth here, as this hit squad is picking up some pace. Chakra Magic on a double damage Storm with Orchid. And late Orchid pickup for Quinn, though, still very effective here.
TA2000, he already used his time walk. Quinn's going to try and pounce onto him. He's hidden away into the trees. He does have Chronosphere, but they spot him. He's going to get an Orchided, and now he's going to get bursted down. Can't get any spells off.
This Orchid's already paid off. 2 big kills for Quinn. It's going to close out this map. It might even result in a tier 2 with this double damage, putting in some work. Don't have a glyph here. And these towers are really important for Quest. These are the power points with which they can get a good fight with a bunch of their ultimates in a defensive position and abuse a Storm dive. You gotta remember, their lineup's kind of based around Quinn going in and then them turning that around with the Hex or random Impale, random Atos. They're not really finding that, as Gaming continue to route them on the map for the time being.
Pushing towards mid. They have lots of vision around that area. They have 2 different mid wards.
Yeah, look at this one just outside the sentry on mid. That is brutal right now for Quest. You think you got it covered, and you miss it by centimeters here.
We'll see whether or not Gaming Gladiators is able to take advantage of that ward. If they want to push into the triangle, it is super dangerous right now, though, with all these big ultimates back up and in play. I mean, you're going to grind yourself more and more of a net worth lead, but it can all go away off of one good fight from Quest.
Right, they did end up getting that ops, so you prevent that sort of move.
That's nice.
And you do have this blink on Amar, so this is kind of your time to start the initiations if you feel strong enough to force that type of engagement. You just have to be careful. I think it's very hard for Quest to force an aggressive fight, honestly.
Quinn's going to wander around with this Invis rune because he sees Eidolon, so he's like, okay, the Enigma's got to be up here somewhere. He's not. So he's going to be wasting a bit of time there. What is Quest going to be able to get, though?
I mean, they're trying to bait a Storm Jump.
They are, yeah, so they're both trying to get something out of the enemy team that is not actually there.
Still, they'll get mid-tower off of this Catapult Eidolon push, I believe. And BKB done for Noob. Very big item, as he's kind of their front line this game.
Yep.
He has to be the one going in, setting the fight up, giving vision. No one else wants to show.
They're going to go for Celery pretty deep here to collect a position 5, but nobody from Gaming Gladiators is close by, so it's a wise choice. Quest get a kill and a tower.
Gaming just farming the map. Getting a lot out of this time period, and it'll probably be the Deuce Butterfly. That's the signal for Gaming to group up and try and force a fight into a Roshan. Again, you kind of want to get the first Roshan around the second item for Medusa, and you want to get the second one around the third or fourth, and then try and go high ground with that. That's like your perfect lineup here. This Butterfly is going to be pretty damn strong against the Faceless Void, the Snapfire. Kind of sucks versus all the spell damage, but I think like we saw earlier in that top fight, that spell damage was not that close to killing him, to be honest.
Yeah, he definitely had, because he didn't he lived through it without any teammates behind him, right? He got Black Hole, Kisses, all that damage wasn't enough. He could have been, there's so many things that could have happened, right? Could have been Blinding Light, could have been Chakra Magic, could have been the Storm Spirit jumping in and stopping the Kisses halfway through.
I mean, Soul Rip coming in, sure. Chakra him up. You can, I mean, it's not great on Medusa, but it's a little something.
Yeah, do we have grab ally yet? No, he's pushing towards a pipe.
Celery's building the support right now because Ace is just going full carry Doom, right? He's going Octarine on the Midas into BKB.
Yeah, but is pipe actually better than having a single target save under these?
Well, he wants it off the shard.
Yeah, but is he going to get it off the shard? They haven't made a priority going to take the Tormentor.
Well, but eventually you roll the dice. Long enough, it'll come up Celery. Butterfly closing in. Quest are losing a lot of gold during this time period because they just constantly went for this bait on the Storm jump mid. Quinn did not bite. And as a result, the Medusa and the Doom have definitely outfarmed you during this period.
That Butterfly is closing in. Quest going to be able to deal with that timing?
It's going to be a tough one. You're going to have to line up a lot of your ults, get this team fight from the right angle. If you can find the backline or the Doom first, I almost think that's your best case scenario. It's one of those games where you have the option of going on everybody else or throwing everything on the Medusa. And if you believe you have the damage numbers for it and it works, then you're very happy. And if it doesn't, you're probably absolutely screwed.
That's where the Snapfire's timing on this Midas is so wild to me, because I feel like it's going to be Gaming Gladiators at their peak is where you're going to have that high-end Midas, and it's going to be giving you basically no impact. Now, if you weather through that, you get to your faster level 20, faster level 25, you start getting late-game scaling items, that it could be brilliant. But it is no doubt a risky move.
It's not going to help you contest this Roche, but maybe Quest don't want to contest the first Roche. Maybe they're just going to play for second and third.
I mean,
try and get the Snapfire talent.
Crazy good high ground defense, so maybe they're just going to shrug off the little pickoffs like this, the Roshan kill, and just say, make them try and go high ground. That's where we're going to beat them.
This is definitely the hardest Roche to contest for Quest line effect. I mean, one, just getting in there with your big ults, the angle's very difficult into the early Tombstone. You're not going to be able to necessarily get blinks off into the pit. It's very tough. I don't have anything against conceding this Roshan. I think this was probably Gamin's to get with the way Dyrachyo itemized here. You just want to keep at least finding something on the map so you're keeping pace here. And it'll probably be BKBs around for Quest that make the team fights easier. You're going this Manta Diffusal build for TA2000. Definitely going to help put a lot more extra damage into the Medusa if the illusions can survive. And I mean, you might be able to Manta dodge like a Doom Initiation for a while. Also nice for the Orchid on the Storm. And that's going to be BKB for Malik. That's going to be a very large item. If you can BKB Black Hole commit on one of the two cores that doesn't have the Aegis here, decent shot, you win that fight. Early recall for Tofu. Help you play the map. But it is not that grab ally.
Tormentor shard going to Omar, which I think is the one that they...
Yeah, that's actually the pretty nice one here.
Yeah, Kaori already bought his shard, so then the other one would have been, who's third on net worth? Enigma? Yeah, that's definitely what you want. The lion one.
It's also nice because now he doesn't have to buy it, which means you can get another Glimmer Cape or a Force Staff or something to help you survive, or at least hide from the Storm Spirit jump. That Hex is a very important spell in the fight versus Gaiman's Initiation. They're looking bottom. Do not want to give up a kill here straight into a tower push.
Oh, absolutely not. And Quinn's going to try and risk it. Goes in for the deep dive, but Guardian Greaves will protect Malik if need be, so Quinn gives up on that kill. A different hero? Maybe, but not this Enigma.
You also don't want to get baited outright. This is one of those situations where the first jump doesn't work, the second one might. He was looking, almost got him.
Yeah, you could see he was fishing for. That line is his biggest nemesis right now.
Get a little tower damage. BKB is up for Ace, not a big aura item. Will protect him a lot here as that Aegis on Quinn, no Aegis on the Medusa. You theoretically have all-in potential on Dyrachyo right now. He's missing almost half.
They're going to get a double damage for Noob. I wonder if they...
Yeah, they're going to smoke behind. This could be amazing for Quest if they can find Medusa and burst her down with this DD.
Is a DD Snapfire really going to make the difference, though, without that 20 talent? You can see the Faceless Void. TA2000 set up, ready to go. Kisses start raiding in. They got the initiation onto Quinn. They want to blow him up and take away that Aegis without using the Chronosphere, and there's not much chance of that. Quinn survives, very healthy, in fact.
Got to clear out this ward on the high ground and send Manta Illusions in to do it.
Lost the vision.
Sentry dies first.
And they're losing their melee barracks bit by bit. Gaming Gladiators just putting Quinn up there to do the damage with his extra life.
This is not your typical high ground seizure here in the Storm Spirit with Aegis, but it's getting the job done slowly but surely. I mean, what's the answer to this? TA2000 went back to farming agents. He has no teleport. He's waiting for this defusal. This might just be a melee racks to a Storm?
Backdoor protection goes up for a second. That's going to delay things even further. But eventually, Quinn will have this building. Dyrachyu is going to start creeping forward, feeling more and more confident. The Quest are just giving this up entirely. And they're right.
This is a lot to concede right now, especially the way Gaimin did it. And the fact that you brought everybody back for Quest, right? It wasn't a Rax concede where you were just farming out the map. It was a Rax concede where you kind of wanted to find the fight. Just ended up getting nothing out of this time period, really. Defusal on TA2000 was pretty much what you got as he found something. Man, they are really banking on their late game team fighting here.
Yes, they are.
I mean, one Rax is definitely not the end of the world.
28 minute. Oh, he gets the Illusion Rune and gets the Orchid before the disable. Omar is going to get picked off here, and they're going to be able to get the other support Kaori as well. So Doom put to use because, I mean, Quest isn't fighting them earlier. They're certainly not going to be fighting them right now, so no sense in holding on to these cooldowns.
I wonder if Gaimin are just going to push another lane, even with this Aegis expired.
Quest, they might try and make a fast move here, but the Chronosphere is going to go out. They're going to try and blow up the Medusa off the black hole behind it, too. Nice. Catching the Undying is perfect, and there it goes. Dyrachyu's dead, but TA2000 is going to be caught up, disabled, gets off the Manta, time walks over to the side, and now the Storm Spirit's dead. Do they have a disable? Does Amar have anything? He doesn't.
No stuns.
Quest, oh, he got him after the Illusion Rune, and got him with the Rod of Atos, but it wasn't quite enough. He was able to survive long enough. He gets the zip away. It would have been an incredible catch from Noob, but they still get so much on the side of Quest. They will take out Dyrachyu, 2 supports, and the Aegis of the Storm Spirit.
Really nice read by Quest, especially TA2000 saying, guys, these guys are so far behind our tier 2 clumping. Like, what the hell are they doing? I don't think Gaimin expected them to fight because they gave out the bottom racks. Why would you fight for a tier 2? Maybe just caught him off guard, and that black hole was absolutely perfect. Catches the Undying and the Medusa once she's out of mana. Kind of zones off the rest of the team fight as well. T1000 wasted a little bit of time killing some Medusa illusions. I don't think that was what he was looking for, but they still have an overwhelming amount of damage here. And like you said, no grab ally save, right?
Yep.
Like you opted for a pipe over that. I mean, the pipe is nice. Not great for your Medusa here.
Great read by Malik, getting that follow-up initiation. Not even waiting for the Chronosphere to like completely fall out. He knew how important it was to catch the Undying, to stop the save. But now, that's step 1. What does Quest do on the revive from Gaming Gladiators when they don't have their ultimates again?
I mean, you just gotta farm. You gotta farm push in lane so that your ults have enough time to come back up. That was just over-anxious by Gaming.
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't the Undying save, but you have to think about this black hole out of the Chrono because you don't want the Medusa getting chakra.
Oh, the Hex! Can he TP out? No, he can't. He's saying, okay, this is too close to this one. I'm dead.
I mean, this is what's basically going to happen. Like, you're going to concede some kill or tower on the map while you wait for your cooldowns here, and they're not too far away. 50 seconds for this black hole.
I mean, do you think Gaming Gladiators are going to wait for Roshan? I think they're just going to go high ground again.
They might try and force another lane. They do have the grab ally up now, which is a big deal here. They're waiting for the Doomags, which is about 800 away. These pushes are risky, man. If they backfire, you just lose so much. The problem with pushing it now is you potentially lose a fight into losing Roshan, right?
Yes.
Which I don't think is worth it. So I think if you're gaming, you definitely wait for Roshan to be up and you take that fight. And if you're Quest, you need to decide what are the best items we can buy right now to contest that. Because that is not the Roshan you want to give up for free. The first one did not end up costing you too much outside of a lane. This second one will definitely force a high ground from gaming. Then you have to decide if it's better to fight the Roche to prevent that or fight the high ground again. However, it'll probably be Aegis on the Medusa, not the Storm, so your all-in potential is a little worse. And let's decide to smoke out first. This is very nice if you can connect on it.
Your damage is about to amp up, though. By Gaming Gladiators not pushing the high ground, it does look like Noob might be able to get his level 20 before the Roshan spawns. So he'll have that big damage upgrade. They have a scan on Quinn, but he got off the BKB immediately. He's actually going to bounce back because he has an Arcane Rune, so a fight is not the worst for him right now.
That's one of those moments where do you throw the Chrono or do you not?
Yes.
I think he might have been able to catch up, but that's a very difficult call to make, and probably not one you go for at this point in the game when you're fighting for these objectives. Way too risky. If he gets to jump out there, or there's like a grab ally behind him, that's a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, getting the BKB out of Quinn,
it's valuable.
Still super valuable.
Yes, it's going to create a big opening for you here. And of course, this is time for you to continue farming as well, which is kind of what Quest want in this game. Especially that level 20 talent on Noob. They get that. It opens up a lot more damage to pump into this Chrono. He's very close. Ag's done for Ace. So that is, to me, that's the next biggest thing in this game. It's the grab ally being up, and it's this Ags for the Doom. Because all of a sudden, your black holes become way harder. Your dives in from the Phoenix become way harder. Might even catch that Lion jump. It's just a very powerful item in this game. It makes the initiations from Gaimin also more reliable because you can jump the Storm in with the Doom if you really want to, and then you can't black hole on top.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very aggressive route for Gaimin. I don't know if they want to do that aggressive, but it is an option. Quinn will use all his mana here.
What is your suggestion then for how Malik plays the team? Like, if Ace is going to be like ready to respond with Blink AoE Doom, do you never use the Doom? Do you try and throw it in early to like get that reaction out of Ace?
I mean, ideally, your team takes the fight in a way where you're killing a core in the Chrono, like last time, right? This Medusa's dying or the Storm is dying, and it forces the jump first out of gaming. You want to put Ace in a position where he feels like he has to jump before Malik does.
Okay.
If that happens, then you're going to be very happy with that, and then you can kind of position this black hole a little bit. Or maybe it lasts for a second, but that's enough to finish off the big core in the Chrono. That is also an option here.
Yeah.
It just comes down to how much damage you can pour in and how well this Chrono lands. Like, what's the zoning positioning off that too, right?
And how well that Chrono lands, or how well that black hole lands, is going to be assisted by an Aether Lens now for the Enigma. So better chance to be able to catch maybe some of the backline heroes if that's what he's going to fish for. More distance of throwing the black hole out there, which means more time that Ace has to move forward to counter it.
Exactly. You can also put it behind a hero that you're going on to zone off some of the turnaround potential from gaming. Yeah, positioning these ults is crucial for Quest right now as they smoke aggressively to contest this Roshan. It's going to be difficult to get the vision on the jump, which I think just comes down to Noob running in. Like, he has to just tank the bullet here.
Yeah, with the Silver Edge, he's going to be able to find the Storm Spirit. That's perfect, but the counter is there from Ace. They throw the Chrono Spirit, it only caught it undying. A great Supernova, but it's not going to save Omar. And without Omar, Quinn is now free to play the team fight aggressively into TA2000, trying to lock it down.
Ace.
Time walk away into the side, a 1-for-1 exchange, not too bad, but running low on ultimates.
You still have
the black hole, though.
You cannot clump here if you're gaming. Malik, he's looking.
He's got it. 2 heroes inside of the black hole. Instantly, the Coddle's dead. There is a response from Quinn. He's going to stop the Kisses, trying to kill the Snapfire. And it looks like Daracho's going to be able to do that and kill TA2000 and Malik. It was too much. The damage was too much from Daracho coming out of that black hole.
If only Quest had vision on that hill. That is a dire ward, and it does everything here as Gaimin, they knew what they were running into, and Malik has to go a second too late, or he might have had all 4 there. Even still, Daracho, he was not close to dying in this fight, as T2000 has to risk going back in, and it all starts with a Chrono that lands on the Undying. And that's all you got.
But look at Daracho, he played it too aggressively, and now it's going to be caught in the mid lane. Out of mana. Is there enough damage? TA2000 with the buyback here, both him and Noob committing to this fight. It's a kill they have to get in this situation. They committed too much for it.
Daracho.
And they got it, and they're going to be able to get the Coddle as well. Tofu gets drug in by Daracho's over-aggression. They lose 2. And now a big opportunity for Quest to get another life on these heroes that just bought back.
I don't know if this was a Roshan they were thinking they were going to get in this game anymore, and suddenly, you have 70 seconds, no Medusa, not respecting the buyback potential out of Quest, and not respecting the single target burst that is coming out of this Snapfire right now. It is something that has made this hero terrifying for this team. It controls the early game, and it helps them win the late game here. A significant amount of gold as well, so you're going to repay the buybacks. And if you're Quest, the thing is, if you're Quest, you have to mana for Roche right now. Yeah. There's no way you're committing double core buyback into a Dusa kill on mid lane without securing an Aegis for at least one of them. And how fast can they do it here? It's going to be pretty fast. I wonder if Gaming want to contest this. I mean, you have AoE Doom, you have a Storm Jump. Their heroes are not bad around the pit. Tombstone as well. There's some steal potential here.
If you could kill TA2000 at the start of the fight, I mean, just getting in there in a dead-end area like the Roche Pit with this AoE Doom.
There is Chrono. So in theory, TA2000 could also just secure the Roche with Chrono if he's really worried about a Doom jump.
Are they going to see this coming? Omar, beautifully positioned to break any smokes, potentially get any reads. He sees Ace and immediately jumps in. His team has finished up Roshan. He wants to get the extra kill off of this one, and Ace is going to be stalled up significantly. He does have BKB, but TA2000 does have Chronosphere, and he's going to put it to use. Finish off the Doom, and they could go for it. The Undying as well. Celery got caught in the back line, so no chance of a grab ally. Malik jumping forward. A few more seconds till the black hole, but a few seconds of disable might just be enough. And Impale, I'll follow it up. And Malik, a black hole about to come up, but no! Quinn, he gets away, has a little bit more mana to work with, has to dodge the kisses coming in. Noob, laying into Celery, another buyback out from the side.
He got all three!
The three-man black hole! It is absolutely perfect for Malik. He sees the opportunity to take down Gaming Gladiators, put him in their grave after a successful Roshan fight.
Oh, he got the Storm from the high ground. Doesn't need the Vision to get them all, as all the spells for Quest are aligning perfectly here. They come off cooldown in the middle of that fight and get the extra punish off. Gaming just not respecting the initiation range and being a little sloppy around that Roche Pit. You either commit in there blind off a smoke or you get the hell out, right?
Yeah.
This is just indecision right now. And the buybacks for Quest end up paying off big time as they get everything on the map, including a full teamfight wipe. A perfect chrono by TA2000. You get the core plus the save and the Undying. That's also a dieback for Celery. He came into this fight to try and turn it a second time. Ended up getting nothing. This Stone Gaze cannot protect your Storm, as some pretty good bashes there, to be real, from TA2000.
Also some
Quinn so damn low
as well. I mean, he could have been hit by those kisses to finish him off, but didn't matter. Malik.
And hey, your mana drain coming into play, right? This is a lot of extra damage on these heroes.
Yep.
Omar just gets to sit there and suck you dry the whole time. Actually ended up dying to Dyrachyo. I'd actually noticed that. Dyrachyo will claim the Lion before he goes down.
Yeah, 120 mana per second. That is so much effective HP lost on a Dusa.
It is good. It's real damn good here. As Aeon Disc will be finished for him as well, so your jump options are being limited on the Storm. Who do you even go on at this point? And it all started off that one death by Dyrachyo mid that surely would have put Quest in a much tougher position in contesting that Roshan, going into him instead of just being able to kill him behind the tier 2. So much momentum lost in this game for Gaming. And they are staring down the barrel of a very terrifying late game lineup with a lot more firepower to go in these talents. And a lot more firepower to go if they get refreshers.
So am I getting this right? I like, I'll admit it, I Googled it. I put it into the calculator. So he's doing effectively 432 damage a second on the Medusa by taking away 120 mana, right? Because it represents 3.6 damage times that.
In effective damage you would be dealing to her from another source, yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty good for a support hero.
That is if you get to sit here and drain her, though.
Sure.
Which, if the thing is, in the point in the fight where that's happening, I feel like something already went wrong for Gaming, or something went incredibly right for Quest, you know?
Yeah.
And it's good. Like, by all means, you'll take that every time. That's the Lion player's dream. You get to sit there during this shard. Just suck all that mana away. And there, it lined up off the black hole. Again, the benefit of the Chrono in the black hole, you can actually create these situations where that occurs for an extended period of time, not just a split second. And now it's full Mjolnir done for TA2000. This build has been pretty nice as well. Just straight abuse on this Medusa, which is pretty much all you need in this game. If you find the Chronos on Dyrachyo or black holes in Dyrachyo and you can kill them in that duration, there's not much team fight left for Gaming.
Remember a long time ago, people talked about Manton Faceless Void because it was like, oh, the illusions go through the Chronosphere. Back then, it wasn't necessarily a viable build, but this day and age, particularly against Medusa, it's working out very nicely for TA2000.
There's also a period where the Necronomicon.
Oh yeah, the Necronomicon offlane Faceless Void.
Aggressive
jump in. They're going for an Aegis hero. This is bold, but they will have Doom back up. He's going to go for the black hole.
Just on the range.
The Doom just on the edge of it. Then finally gets canceled. They do have the grab ally as well. A cookie given over to TA2000.
Back in the Doom.
But Ace popped out of it. He popped out of the Doom. He got the jump with the Doom. TA2000 jumps back. Oh, the blast! Right in the middle of the Chronosphere. He was just about to take out Ace and Quinn, but Tofu's blast saves the team fight. And now they're both dead. Remember, they bought back for the Roshan fight. They're both dead for 2 minutes.
And Malik refreshed second black hold. I didn't even see where it went that fight, but that was 2 down the drain. For a single AoE Doom that did its job in the end, it caught that Enigma at the edge. On the final tick, they're able to put Ace in the tombstone, which stalls it out. They can't finish off the Doom. He comes out, stalls that fight even more for TA2000. If you can't kill the Doom in this period off that Shredder, which is just not enough. I mean, you get the Hex on the Medusa as well from Cowrie here to buy a lot of time. What happened to the second black hole? It got canceled by the Doom again.
Immediately, yeah. I mean, it's so hard to play around this grab ally AoE Doom combo.
That's just brutal, man. Absolutely a brutal amount of damage done by this single Doom Aghanim Scepter.
And this is an opportunity for Gaming Gladiators to end the game. As you go back into real time, there's something to know. They did not have buyback when they died, but it's now come back up for Noob, and it will soon be up in 20 seconds for the Faceless Void.
If
Gaming Gladiators, do they know their timing exactly on the dieback?
It's going to be real damn close. That is a huge jump from Quinn.
Cowrie going to be caught here. He does have an opportunity to get off his own side. In fact, Quinn is committed so much, he's going to use the last bit of mana to be able to finish up the Phoenix, but Noob is back into play. They're going to go for the kill on Quinn. He doesn't have much to work with here. A small little hop away is not going to be enough. He dies. AoE Doom. Ace, they're going to go for the kill on the Sapphire. But more buybacks are up. They're all up now. Quest, they're going to be able to fight back here, but the Megas are happening at the same time. TA2000 trying to stop Duraccio, but the Showcase allows him to go through. Get off the Megas. Now he's turning a second Showcase. Oh no! The Faceless Void's in trouble. TA2000 does manage to get up. Quinn with his buyback finished off Cowrie. Noob, the turn, opportunity, big time. No, the cookie doesn't quite land. Quinn
has no mana. You have to find Quinn here. This is a buyback.
Oh, they're not going to be able to. He gets away, walks it off with a Glimmer Cape from Tofu, and both of the carries get out. The Stormspirit and Duraccio will both walk away, and Quest are now going to have to hold against Megas.
That target prioritization from Gaming works out perfectly. As that jump from Quinn, yeah, you abandoned Duraccio, but he has enough strength to fight for himself, get the Megas with the Stone Gaze, freezing the Faceless Void in his tracks, and you even got buybacks out on top of it. 3 out of Quest, no racks left. A game 2 elimination game. You have all the team fight in the world. Can you hold on long enough for it to come back online, stabilize this game, and somehow push through Megas for a win? We have seen it before. Nothing is out of question, especially when you're looking down the barrel of a Divine Rapier level 25 Snapfire. You get to that, a lot of this game changes, because suddenly you might just be able to kill the Doom through his BKB during that AoE duration and open up the fight for your Enigma. I think that's what it's going to have to come down here for Quest.
Yes. They need to find a way to kill the Doom. Malik gets off a great black hole because he doesn't have to worry about that Doom anymore, and you could be golden. But if you don't manage that, you only have one shot. Against Megas and against Gaming Gladiators, who are going to be building up their buybacks now, they just need Quinn. 6 minutes for him, but they can play for the next Roshan.
Yes,
so
you
play for Refresher.
Because contesting that Rosh sounds impossible right now for Quest. You don't have buys. It's going to be so far away from your base. You're at a threat of just getting thrown by Mega Creeps.
It's going to be on dire side.
Yeah, your lane shove is also not amazing here, right? And it's also dangerous to push these lanes out deep because the Storm Spirit can just jump you. And you're not necessarily going to have everybody there. The Hex initiation for Quinn is deadly right now.
Yeah, the further you push it out every single lane, the more separated you are from each other. So,
a very tough position. As you have to wait for your ults, wait for your buybacks, and play very defensive right now. And Tofu is scouting Rosh with a blast, so Gaming know it's up. And he should just be able to go in here and claim it. That is number 3. That's going to be a Refresher Shard. Man, that is something you really wanted to hear on the side of Quest with all these ults. Instead, it'll probably end up going to Duraccio or Ace here. I mean, double Doom sounds pretty damn good.
You know, all I can think about right now, TA2000 just got level 25, so he has the backtrack talent, right? Imagine just 20% HP. right? Let's say that last blast doesn't actually hit him. How different that fight could have been for the Faceless Void. But
it made a game of a difference right there.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Dyrachyo was still full HP.
Yeah,
that was still a scary fight.
Yeah, it was.
It just, the AoE Doom did so much in that engagement. It pushed Gaimin over the edge as they were on the precipice.
We really weren't getting much impact, I feel like, out of Ace before that moment.
No, it was that, and that was it. And that was where he made his impact felt. Been a clutch player all year for this team. Will continue to show his worth as they'll put the Aegis on the Storm, not the Dusa here. And the Refresher Shard into Dyrachyo's pocket. So not what I was thinking.
Maybe they're just thinking more about, like, some of these heroes don't have buybacks, so play for the kills rather than the push.
Yeah, I mean, they want Quinn to be aggressive while he doesn't have buys, so they want to give him the second life.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. He also has the Zags for AoE pulse. You cannot clump right now.
And he is going to get aggressive. Oh, Mar, look at that. He preemptively cast the Earth Spike to see if he can catch Quinn immediately on the landing.
That is near impossible. And if you do it, though, you will earn many tips and many commends. Absolutely, for sure. Gaimin, they are stalking the base right now.
Another zip, another just a little poke here from Quinn. He's got plenty more where that came from, not just the Aegis, but also the Chakra Magic, so. And the hard part is Tier 4s are going to start taking damage to these Megas, and every single time they have to use a little Shredder, it's an opportunity for G.Gladiators as well.
I mean, how deep do they want to jump right now? It's so scary fighting into the fountain versus these ults. Very hard for Ace to control the fight when it gets pulled that far into Quest base. Of course, you do know you're missing some buybacks, right? Gaimin know this Void and Snap are on their last leg here. So if you see the jump for one of them, that's a pretty good opportunity to end this game. Swift Blink for Dyrachyo as well. He is capped out. He might just start the fight. I mean, he still has buyback, right? At 400 gold. You're not too concerned if your Dusa goes in and the fight goes wrong and she dies. And Divine, enough time for Noob to pick it up.
He got it.
It's flying on the Courier. This Courier got hit by something as well, by the way. I don't know what, but it's almost dead itself.
84 HP.
Well, that Watcher. That Watcher almost saw it. That was a very clutch dodge.
Yeah, he stays off the map and will collect the Divine Rapier. Now, the unfortunate part is I don't think this is going to remain a secret. Oh, they're immediately going to smoke up. They're going to try and put it to use right away.
Your buildings are dying.
Yeah, Tier 4s are going down. They have to jump, and now the Divine Rapier starts going to work. They try to finish off the Undying. It's not quite good enough. Another round. Hexes. Oh, Quinn almost dies. They focus on the Doom, though. Oh, he got saved by the Grab Ally. Once again, they cannot kill the Tombstone because he used the little Shredder. He wants the damage out of it, but what about the Tombstone, though? What about the Grab Ally?
You don't have a choice. You need the Divine hits on these cores right now.
Oh, he got the head instantly! Quinn, he's going to lose his Aegis.
Dyrachyo moving in.
Goes out. Do they hit for the throne? Are they willing to do that? There's still a Chronosphere and a Black Hole.
They don't have the Doom, and they didn't give the Refresher Shard to Ace, so Gaimin are going to get thwarted here. They're going to respect their cooldowns right now. Wait for this Stone Gaze. Wait for the Doom. And that was one of the two Black Holes. The other one instantly refreshed by Malik. That was incredibly good positioning on the ult. Caught Ace without getting canceled.
Yeah, just how did they not kill him?
They were looking aggressively.
Oh, Malik fumbles it.
Oh, this is way too far.
Oh, God, he's got to get back. Oh, no. Omar,
he got the
impale. Jump. Quinn, maybe this is a perfect bait. TA2000, he can jump in, but he respects the fact that he doesn't want to blow this and just have Dyrachyo have a free fight. Maybe just go straight for throne.
The vision in trying to find the Snapfire right now as well with Trickster Cloak Silver Edge. Gaimin, how deep can you get the detection as Malik has no BKB right now?
Dude, they gotta stop Celery, man. But how do you stop the Tombstone when he's got a Blink Dagger? He's got a Ghost Scepter.
These buybacks are coming off cooldown for Quest. I don't know, they don't have the gold for them. But let's say you get a big core kill in the fight, it might unlock it, right?
Yeah, you get enough golds. If they do have the initiation, it seems likely they can kill a core
Coddle,
at the start.
Basher.
Again!
Austin, I've seen this once before.
Oh, no!
I've seen it first hit proc.
Oh, God. Quest, they're going to assume this Black
Abyssal.
Hole is free if the Doom is dead.
No, he just has the entire Abyssal Blade.
Yeah.
He's so damn rich. That on Aether Lens plus your cast range. There's no counter for this right now on Quest.
Nope.
It's a guaranteed black hole cancel.
This is not a game you would go Lincoln's. He's so focused on the AoE Doom, you wouldn't ever consider that, but the cast range on this Keeper of the Light, it's so big.
It guarantees it here. This is absolutely guaranteed if Tofu does not get caught in one of the Chrono or Black Hole AoEs. This is debilitating for Malik. They have been relying on these black holes to control the zones in the fight. Buy space for TA2000 to hit a big core without having to commit the Chrono early. And a refresher for Ace means double Doom also online. There's so much big late game net worth rolling in for gaming right now. And of course, that Storm buyback backup, that is something else you're gonna have to worry about if you're Quest. These buybacks, they get instantly recalled off the Coddle. So a lot of these heroes can show up instantly despite not having bots. This Coddle went up in priority. I don't know if you're gonna be able to find him. That's the difficult part. He also has the telescope, and of course, the ninja gears starting to come out. It's so damn hard to find the jump if you're Quest. You got to deal with the drone getting hit as well.
You got to deal with the Coddle.
Yeah, these supports are both ruining your ultimate combinations here.
And Quinn has an Aghanim Scepter, so like all of those saves aside, you still have to also worry about the offensive potential of Gaming Gladiators. If he grabs 2 or 3 heroes, pulls them together, an AoE Doom, that could just be your team fight gone.
It's a lot of things to think about right now. You can't clump. You have to pick who you jump. It's hard to see the vision. You need to line these ults up. The good news for Quest is that defense allowed them to get their buyback gold back up. So 4 of these heroes have buyback outside of the Lion right now. That's a lot of lives to fight through if you're gaming. I mean, technically you have the ults to do it in the Refresher and the Doom, and you know, some buybacks you can commit yourself off the recall. It's just a terrifying team to push into. Even if they have no buildings, they have the spells and they have the control and they have this Divine Rapier, which is causing you a lot of issues right now because you cannot get on top of Noob and lock him down. What he would have done to just be able to go dataless in this game over a Ghost Scepter, right?
Oh yeah, seriously. Because it is noticeable, the fact that he doesn't like instantly pop the Doom or the Undying when they get a disable.
Yeah, that's how tanky these heroes are.
Yeah.
He does a lot of damage and it's still not enough. He needs a second Divine. And he's aiming at it.
And they're just going to keep getting more items on Gaming Gladiators. Looks like Ace, he's going to consume his Ag soon, then work for an Aeon Disc. So there goes that idea. If he, like, the damage doesn't matter. It's the AoE disable that matters. So if he just jumps in with an AoE Doom and their whole concept is, well, we're going to blow him up, Aeon Disc is the perfect way to defeat that.
Is backtrack breakable? It's not, right? I don't think you can break talents.
Disabled by break.
Oh, it is. Yeah. That's interesting, because Ace took this Doom break talent.
Yeah.
There's only one passive in the game. It's Time Lock, and the other one would be Backtrack here. So he really wants to just sink this Void into the Nether Realm, because there's nothing else you're breaking in this game. And that other talent is a lot of damage. That is something that TA2000 might not be ready for. It's going to take out a decent chunk of EHP here.
Let's see, level 20 for Lion coming in soon. 23 on the Enigma, but his 25 talent isn't particularly inspiring. 20 on the Phoenix, the Sunray damage. I mean, I'm looking at this and I just don't feel like much is going to change for Quest. While there is a lot of things that can still go the way of Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, the only thing at this point that's really changing for Quest is how much damage Noob can put out.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty much it. It's more Divines, more Daedalus, crit, whatever it is on the Snapfire here. Because, yeah, they have their buybacks, they have all their late game ults, they have the Refresher on Enigma. I mean, the Faceless Void getting a Refresher is probably the next biggest deal in this game in terms of outputting a double Chrono. That would be pretty damn nice here. The thing is, you're going to have to save that up on top of buyback, so it's a lot of gold away here.
Yeah.
You're not getting much off these Mega Creeps right now.
I'm just kind of like...
Quest survived to the 60-minute mark. Could get some Ex Machinas and stuff, which could change a lot.
Yeah. I keep looking at Quest, just hoping I'll see somebody queue up a Nullifier so that they know the Aeon Disc is coming, but I have a sinking feeling that they're not going to find out about it until it's too late. The Aeon Disc on Ace, that is.
Also going to save his buyback and buyout, as all these heroes from Gaming won it up to be able to contest an aggressive smoke or abuse the buybacks into the recall. Yeah, and Aeon could be pretty damn interesting here. might be able to open up more aggressive plays from him into these buybacks. Like you go and kill a core, someone buys back, you tank a spell with this Aeon, and suddenly you can retake the fight. Anything that helps you get through these ultimates is going to be nice for game in here. As this game is not over yet.
Roshan is going to spawn now.
Hey, Quest pushing out of their base. First time in a long time. They will get a D-ward and an OBS on a hill, so Gaimin should know that got placed as well. Eventually can D-ward it, but it'll be vision up. And they have 2 wards outside their base. These are the comeback potential. You see a core straggling for whatever reason, you don't question it, you just take it. But another refresher shard off this Roshan. Another Aegis cheese. I mean, who do you even give this refresher shard to? I guess Storm. You can double Vortex pull.
Yeah. I mean, you already have the refresher on Doom,
okay.
so I...
Ultimate theory craft, though.
Uh-huh.
You give it to Tofu for the double abyssal on the double black hole.
Well, that's something.
Also, this Coddle level 25 talent is pretty dumb in the late game. If he wants to take Blinding Light Stun, I feel like that's the better talent here for sure. Very obnoxious in these fights when the BKBs go down. It's a very hard stun to keep track of, just catches you off guard. He's almost there, as they will have a level advantage, they will have a gold advantage, they will have every advantage in the book with 41k lead. Is it enough to win?
Enough. 5-man smoke up, Gaming Gladiators. Dyrachyo, the first to show himself. Pushing forward to a very
T2000. He bought out for refresher, 1 life on the void.
The meaty black hole, they're gonna try and blow up Dyrachyo right away, but there is the black hole used the Aeon Disc. He's gonna survive through the blast, but at the same time, TA2000 ignored all of that, went for the Chronosphere and brought down Celery. But now a buyback. He refreshes on TA2000, a second Chronosphere ready to go. So many tombstones out as well.
2 in the pack right now. However, the throne is not dying. Gaimin are not getting damage right now.
And they still have Glyph too.
They still have a black hole. They still have a Chronosphere.
Trying to get some damage down with a little shredder. Dyrachyo just trying to get more reactions out of them. More opportunities for Ace to respond, who's got his second Doom ready to go off of the refresher. Aeon Disc. Omar gets the jump of a Hex. Trying to blow up the damage. Bullet damage on Dyrachyo is a decent amount. The Hex follow-up. Oh, Ace, he got stopped, but at the same time, Cookie away. TM2000, he stays alive, gets up the Chronosphere with the gang. What a combination from Quest. They keep their carry alive. And now Gaming Gladiators, panicky. They're going to maybe start buying back. They do have a second black hole.
He got them all.
One going to be able to catch 3. Gaming Gladiators, Clip of the Doom is going to be able to stop it. Quinn, he jumps in with the Orchid, grabbing the TA2000 died, but he got the gold enough for be able to get another buyback. Quinn, he's going back in, trying to catch more. TA2000 playing up against Megas, playing up against 5 of Gaming Gladiators.
Divine Rapier recovered by TA2000, gives it back to Noob here.
Oh, that's so important because they didn't have their ultimate, so like this little shredder is so important.
That's all they have left. Nothing else on the board right now. It's gonna come down to how much physical damage you deal, and there's still a buyback on Dyrachyo. You might have to do it twice.
Trying to get rid of Vision. Cowrie gonna be caught. Oh, once again, the Cookie saves. Noob is doing it all. Malik jumps forward, gets a small little stun onto Quinn. He's okay, though. Dyrachyo, again, keeping the pressure on, keeping the damage onto this
flying
Ancient.
in.
A second Divine Rapier might just even the odds here. A Hex. No, there's the Tombstone save. Omar quickly backs away. They can't really handle this Tombstone very easily.
It's so many hits to kill it, man. That talent is destroying Quest right now. There's no way you're taking these Tombstones down anymore. There are a lot of them. The ults are coming back up slowly but surely, and second Divine on Noob. That is your win condition.
1,000 damage a hit. Oh, there's it is. They don't have a save this time around, but they do have the Force Staff. Looks like Amar is going to be caught in the AoE. Doom is catching so many heroes. They kill the Phoenix, and look at Malik. He's going to die as well. TA2000. A time walk over to the side. Pops Malik, jumps back in, trying to stick on Dyrachyo. They pop the glove to be able to keep their agent alive. Oh, beautiful.
Survives.
Back in. A time walk away from the Doom right as Ace tried to get the initiation. Now Quinn is dead for 2 minutes. It's a 3 versus 4 to be able to hold this one. A jump forward immediately from Dyrachyo. And he win this fight. Another Doom going out. Dyrachyo laying the damage. The AoE control is there. TA2000 dies. Oh, the Snapfire dies as well. GG is called, and Gaming Gladiators will pull it out ever so barely in both Game 1 and Game 2.
So many small clutch plays down the stretch here to close that game out that At a certain point becomes pretty spooky when you're buying in your Dusa, TPing back into that fight and plowing through these ultimates. The cooldowns were so close there for Quest. Another 20 seconds, and you might be looking at getting thrown in return. That 3-man black hole from Malik almost caught everybody, but Dyrachyo right on the edge can throw a snake with Ags and stone him to prevent that duration going off. A true game of inches here, down to the wire. 3 racks did not mean anything to this team as they put up a valiant effort.
And you got to feel for Quest, man. I mean, an extremely frustrating game 1, but they shook it off. They came back into game 2. They were behind almost the entire time, but still almost managed to pull it back multiple different times. They have been one of the most exciting teams to be able to watch throughout this series as they've grown and gotten better and better, even through the roster changes, proven to be able to put on one hell of a show against some of the best teams in the world, and they proved it here at the Riyadh Masters. Cannot wait to see more of their story later on. Gaming Gladiators, though, we're going to be feeling good about that one. Yet another lower bracket series that comes down to the wire for them, but they do manage to push through. They get that 2-1 over Tundra, now a 2-0 over Gaming Gladiators, who have been a nuisance for them this entire year. Again, every single one of those series, every series they played has been a series that went the distance until this one.
That grand final that everybody's waiting for, another liquid game and repeat still on the menu here as no one can eliminate this team and they're slowly making their climb up. They will have to play again today, right?
Yes,
so
they'll have to play
is
against BBT, so
yeah, that's a factor.
Potentially tougher opponents waiting
the
them
toughest
at this lower
opponent
bracket
for them the entire year.
Yes.
And this is a series that probably tired them out to some decent degree as Quest put up a hell of a fight here, and both those games were significantly close in their own way. Gaming gonna have to reset and face their ultimate opponent later on. Whereas for Quest, you know, honestly, maybe not the result they really wanted out of this tournament. I think they have very high expectations, especially considering the top 4 in Bali.
Yes.
Again, I go back to, you're such a new team. You've already exceeded everybody's expectations, I think. And if you're going into the TI, this team is a threat. They top the group here. They can perform under pressure, even in these games where you're playing against the best team in the world. They're very close, and you're performing well down the clutch.
Yep.
This is a scary team to go up against. You add a little more pressure to it going into TI, and this might be a team that can do some wonders.
We'll say goodbye to Quest here at Riyadh Masters. They claim a top 8, but we're going to go down to the stage where Gaming Gladiators will keep going. Tofu and Tsunami.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Tofu of Gaming Gladiators, who's continuing a lower bracket run, which is something we don't often see out of this team. A tumultuous series, but don't walk me through that game, too. That is yet again another Hall of Famer. You are against 3 massive teamfight ultimates. How do you guys decide what to do in a game like that?
Honestly, it's pretty hard. Overall, we've had a lot of long series. We had to play with comebacks. And the series overall was like very hard and competitive overall. They're a really good team, and they made it really hard for us. And then also with these team fights, it's like eventually we have to start playing on buybacks, wait out these Roche, and try to like pick and poke a bit in these fights to like hopefully bait out some Chronos, or eventually, I don't know, just get our buybacks with the recall we had as well as Coddle, and just hope for some big all-in team fights.
زي ما تشوفوا الأعزائي المشاهدين معنا توفو من جيمنج جلاديترز بعد ما خلصوا جيم 2-0 كان جدا عظيم. السؤال الأول اللي سألناه كنا نتكلم عن كيف هم يتعاملون مع المواقف الصعبة اللي زي اللي شاهدناه في الجيم الماضي، خصوصا إنه كان قدامهم 3 هيوج ألتيميت من التيم الخصم وما يقدرون يتعاملوا مع الموضوع، فإيش اللي ممكن تسوونه؟ يقول صراحة أنا يعني أوكي صحيح إنه الشيء هذا مرة صعب، لكن تعودنا أن نلعب في سيتويشنز إن لازم نسوي فيها كمباك. زيادة على كذا دائما إحنا نحاول نلعب حول الباي باكس قد ما نقدر، ونحاول نسوي بوكس إلى التيم الخصم قد ما نقدر لما إحنا نقدر.
One of your solutions was to get an Abyssal Blade. Now, any chance you've been inspired for this build from any games you may have seen recently?
No, that's specifically on Coddle that Safe did this build before, and I thought it's like really creative and cool way to deal with the situation of specifically Black Hole. Overall, I was thinking about it in some other series as well, but like Coddle is specifically good because you get a lot of cast range for it. But also we had like the Doom that's gonna cancel it, we had Dusa ulti, like we had a lot of tools to deal with it. I just wanted to make sure that we 100% make sure that we don't die to it.
زي ما تشوفون ايضا السؤال الثاني كنا نتكلم عن الابيسل بليد اللي هو شراه على كيبورد اوف ذا لايت، مع انه الشيء هذا ما نشوفه دائما على رين تشامبيون بشكل عام، فكيف تشتريه على كيبورد اوف ذا لايت؟ وهل الشيء هذا كان انسبايرد من جيم ثاني ولا لا؟ لكن كان الجواب انه لا صراحه، يعني قد فكرت فيها اني باخذها على اكثر من هيرو في اكثر من سيتويشن باكثر من سيريس، لكن احنا هالمره هذه قلنا احنا نبي نتاكد ان احنا نقدر اننا نسوي كاونتر للبلاك هول لاي شيء ممكن يجي من الخصم، وعشان كذا قلت انا لازم اني اشتري الابيسل بليد هالجيم هذا.
Speaking of safe, you're going to be facing off against a BB team in just a matter of hours. Do you like the idea of being able to come into a second series kind of hot, or would you have preferred more time to relax in between?
I'm not too sure. We haven't had this before, I think, that we had to play 2 series in a day with a break. Honestly, I don't really mind. I don't think we're too tired or exhausted yet. We've been playing every day for weeks and months. I just hope we have enough time to actually grab some food and take a bit of a chill before we go on stage again.
السؤال الأخير اللي سألناه توفو نتكلم عن موضوع أنه الآن ما بعد انتهت مسيرتهم في هذا اليوم، يكون عندهم جيم ثاني أيضا يبي يلعبونه في نهاية اليوم، بيكون هو البست 3 الثاني اللي معنا معاهم. لكن السؤال هنا، هل أنتم تفضلون أنكم تأخذون بريك يعني بعدين تلعبون الجيم بعد ما أنتم طلعتم من فوز، أو أنكم تفضلون أنه يكون في اليوم التالي؟ كيف تتعاملون مع السيتويشن هذا؟ يقولون أنه ما عمرنا صرنا في هذا الموقف أصلا، بس ما أحس أن احنا المانع أننا نعيش اللحظة هذه ونقدر أننا نروح، بس أهم شيء أنه نروح ناكل ونرتاح قد ما نقدر بعدين ندخل الجيم الثاني.
All right, well, I'll let you grab lunch, but Tofu, any other closing thoughts on the series before I let you go?
Overall, thanks people for watching, coming here and supporting us. It's a lower bracket run. I hope we can still make it far, but overall, I also want to give a last shout out to Quest. They're like an awesome team. They've been doing really well over the last few months and also this tournament. It's unfortunate what happened. They're a great team.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائي المشاهدين، سالنا بس توفو اذا في مشاعر اخيره ودي يشاركها معكم، كان يتكلم عن فريق كويست وقدرتهم انهم يقدرون يوصلون للمرحله هذه مع انه فريق يعتبر جديد نسبيا، وزياده على كذا وده يقول انه هو جدا مستمتع بالمكان وجدا مستمتع بالمباراه هذه، وكويست يعني يعتبر من افضل الفرق اللي معنا، فحاب انه يشكرهم على الشيء هذا.
Thank you very much. That's it for us right now. Back to the studio.
على طول نروح للاستوديو اعزائي المشاهدين نكمل الجيم القادم لان تونا اللور براكت ما بعد انتهى.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Fancy, and of course Tofu there on the stage. Riyadh Masters keeps delivering these bangers of a game. This was no different. It was, of course, the deciding game where G.Gladiators took it in the second game 2-0 over Quest. What an ending. You could really tell Quest did not want to go down easy. It was great to watch. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Faith Beyond, and trying to break this game down, it would do it an injustice, I think, Faith Beyond, if we start at the start of the game, because I felt like anything that happened before that defense of the throne, it's almost, it doesn't matter anymore, because at that point, that's a different type of Dota that's being played there. Would you agree?
Yeah. After Mega Crypt, there is another form of Dota.
Yeah, there really is. What did you think of the game?
I think for gaming, they played perfectly in game like previous games they played. They did all the correct things. They played perfectly, and I think they picked Medusa really well. This hero is the key point of their success. And for Quest, I think their last pick Enigma like put too much risk on team fight and not so counter like for Storm or for Doom. So I think for maybe it's not the best hero, but I think Quest they played also very well. This Enigma they never played on this tournament, but he kept lots of great black hole. So I think both teams they were to win, but just maybe gaming played better.
Yeah, the Medusa gave Gaming everything that they needed to win this game. It gave them a strong laner versus the Enigma, and it gave them a self-sustaining type of hero, just like the Doom on their other side lane, which allowed the Gaming supports to rotate to the mid lane and help Quinn out, which is just typical of Gaming. So because of that, Storm had a great start. Both cores and Medusa and Doom are just printing money on side lanes, and they took advantage of Storm's pickoff power. The early game skirmishes that were taken around the top lane went in favor of Gaming, which is no surprise when you have heroes like Undying on your team. And afterwards, the rest is history, because you have this Medusa, she's your late game security, but Quest put on a hell of a show.
Yeah, you talked about their the pick-off power of Storm, and it was so effective against the Phoenix. I mean, the Orchid Storm was something we saw almost every Storm game for like years and years, with the exception of times when Bloodstone Rush was better. And it classically was a counter to Phoenix, because Phoenix is like, oh, I have an initiation with dive, but you just silence him, you kill him before he still went Hex, but it led to a lot more deaths, and Kaori's impact was a little bit receded as a result.
Yeah, there was a point in the game where we thought there was definitely there was going to be a third game to this series. And right after that, we find our STC play. That was the fight that turned it all around. This was still where we thought, with the team fights that Quest had been able to have, Faith Beyond, we thought they had a really good shot here and they were going to take it.
Yeah, they have all the team fight skills and refresher on Black Hole, but it looks just so...
Yeah, painful.
I think it's because the Stone Gaze and also the Agnim Doom make the cast spell so hard.
I thought the initiation by Ace was really beautiful there. The AoE Doom into the grab ally, which allowed it to be active a little bit more. And I feel like a lesser experienced team maybe would not have gone for the fight into all of Quest's teamfight ultimates and their Aegis, but G.Gladiators pulled it off. They had the great save, they had the Coddle on the back casting spells, and when it looked like TA2000 on his Void could turn around, he just gets illuminated in the face and gets killed.
It made every single fight just so fun to watch. When there's that many saves and teamfight abilities back and forth, it's just cool play into cool counterplay, into another cool play, into cool counterplay. Just another beautiful game at the tournament.
Great game, and we had to choose one MVP for our Gadea MVP, and we went for Daracho. I will say that there were a lot of players on the side of G.Gladiators that could make a good case for themselves in terms of being the MVP, but Purge, Daracho in the end, still played incredibly well.
He's just the backbone of the team, really. Especially, it just feels like every time he plays Medusa, he's ready to go. His playstyle is so solid, and yeah, his team can play behind him. He makes not too many mistakes at all. He buys the right items consistently. It just looks good.
He's really stepped it up these last couple of days. Daracho really was the anchor of this team, because after their series and during their series versus Liquid, it looked like a bad showing from both Quinn and Daracho at some points. But then in that next day when they faced Tundra, that was all Daracho, honestly. He was the one who carried his team through the game and reinvigorated the confidence in Quinn to play like he did today. So I just want to applaud him for that and the transformation in his stability as a player throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and then there was also the overall last black hole that we saw Malik go for. That was almost a chance for Quest to come back, but because of Daracho's positioning, he was not caught in that black hole and was able to get a snake off and therefore interrupt the black hole. It was such a close ending to this game, with Quest fighting tooth and nail to the very end here. If you were to give an honorable mention, I mean, Daracho MVP, Faith Beyond, but if you were to have to choose someone else, who would it be?
I think everyone in gaming is played so well, like Queen, Wind Ranger, and Storm. Like Ace play Doom. I mean, everyone is worth this MVP.
Yeah, it was a team effort. Daracho leading the charge of MVPs for his squad so far, though, because as Mira mentioned, he has been having a fantastic tournament, a lot of game-deciding plays for G.Gladiators this week. We also have to close the book on Quest, though, and to help do that, Tsunami is standing by with Omar.
I'm standing by with Omar of Quest. Omar, I am terribly sorry about how this series has turned out. It's very unfortunate, but at the end of the day, you guys are a top 8 finisher at an insanely stacked tournament like this. I looked at your Liquipedia, your esports earnings. I think you doubled your career earnings in this match. I know it's been an unfortunate journey, but what's going through your mind right now?
I mean, Dota is Dota, highs and lows. Just, it's very sad to lose like this, because in a very unfair way, but I mean, we just have to deal with it, I guess, and we'll move on.
Now, I said that maybe it's a good thing that it's happening now, these upper bracket situations into lower bracket, the run becoming more difficult, Bali here. In my mind, that means that your focus is now on the next step, on qualifying to the international, and then so on and so forth. I feel like your career is just, you're at the precipice right now, but how does it feel for you?
I mean, it feels great, of course. Like, yes, we're sad right now about the lose, but sure, we shouldn't forget how long of a journey we've been going through and how amazing it has been. So yeah, I mean, we've been going like this. Now it's kind of time for this, but I'm sure me and the boys will get back up on our feet and we'll get going again.
With a mentality like that, I don't doubt it. Is this the roster that we should be looking forward to whenever you guys are trying to qualify for TI?
With the missing piece, yeah. It was 4 plus the missing piece.
Well, let me tell you, right now, these pieces are looking amazing, Omar. Obviously, a top 8 finish is something that you were hoping for more, but in my mind, you guys are the next big thing. I can't wait to see what you're capable of. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me, and best of luck moving forward.
They says it. That's just Dota 2. The highs and the lows. And this one, indeed, a low for Quest, but at the same time, a high as they came top 8 at an international competition where they looked so strong. I mean, at this rate, I feel like Purge qualifying for TI should be absolute peanuts.
I mean, it's going to be difficult for sure. It's good that they have 2 slots in the region in Western Europe, so they have a really good shot, though. I mean, both of their series were very close. The Talon series was even closer, so they were just so close to getting a big step further. It's unfortunate that they got knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, peanuts is easy, Purge. I'm saying it will be easy for them.
To win a TI slot?
To win a TI slot, come on.
I think it's peanuts.
Peanuts!
Peanuts!
I'd have to look at a list.
I think they can do it, and I hope that they do, because I just really want to commend them for their performance in this tournament. Not only were they 1 man down at the start, to make it all the way to top 8, and to also bounce back in the face of an unfortunate situation and play such a good Dota game in Game 2 was really incredible in my opinion, because you'd think that a lot of players would just be overcome with frustration and be tilted and not try as hard as Quest did, but they played their absolute best, and I really can't wait to see them qualify for TI because I know they can do it.
Yeah, there is a missing piece, as Omar already says, because Malik is at the moment alone from, I believe, Na'Vi, so we'll see what the piece of the puzzle will be, and we gotta stay tuned